this revolution, this renaissance kind of starts to blossom, right? Is that along with that, we're seeing things like Delta 9. We're seeing things like the diamonds, for instance. Are you familiar with diamonds? These plant extractions on cannabis that are just highly concentrated, very isolated parts of the plant that typically you're not going to ingest that when you consume a broad spectrum extraction on the plant's compounds, and you're unleashing that into a fairly ignorant population, and people are going to have a bad time. And my concern as a cultivator, as somebody who really deeply believes in consuming things as whole as possible, you can't get me to eat an egg white, for instance. There's no point in eating an egg white. You're either going to eat an egg or you're going to not eat the egg, right? And when you start to break it down and separate it, I really deeply believe in the body's intelligence to anticipate that it's going to need to produce certain enzymes and hormones and chemicals to break something down in anticipation of what it's about to receive, like artificial sugars, artificial sweeteners. The mouth tastes something sweet, and if your pancreas is working at all, it could secrete some insulin in spite of the fact that you're diabetic, and that actually is really bad for you, right? So you've got an intelligent body that's getting these inputs that have been broken down in a lab that it's not anticipating getting, and you're starting to fire off stuff in the brain that may not necessarily be good or healthy for
like
one thing.
Like margarine or something, right?
Like margarine, or even just eating egg whites and not eating the yolk, right? Yeah. Like your body is anticipating fat, and all it's getting is protein, and it's this kind of weird thing. So
I'm kind of to what you're saying.
I'm kind of curious how that affects what you're doing.
Colin Campbell, which is America's greatest nutritionist. He wrote the China study. I don't know if you
I've heard of it. Yeah.
Okay. And what he said was that if he had to summarize all of his understanding about nutrition into one sentence, and by the way, that it's absurd how far what he said goes from the recommendations of the Department of Agriculture.
Oh, I know. Yes. Mm-hmm.
And
it's disgusting, really.
It's
criminal, actually.
It is actually. Well, not the criminal code does absolve legislators from taking responsibility for legislation that is interpreted in a way that. But you're right. The thing is that what he said was that you should, when you go to the supermarket, treat the produce section as if it's the entire supermarket.
Yep.
And then you'll be okay. Now, what does that have to do with what I'm doing? Not very much. I'm sorry, because you are talking about physiology, and physiology has had a long time to evolve. Mm-hmm. Psychology, on the other hand, behavior has seen if you look back at the cultural evolution of the last 200 years, you will see that nothing was happening and nothing was happening and nothing was happening, and suddenly, poof, we are at the beginning of the Cambrian explosion of cultural evolution. There were no phones, there was no power, there was barely running water 200 years ago. At 200 years, how long is that? That's nothing. And how many generations? And we're just getting started. It's things are really accelerating culturally now.
Sounds like Terence McKenna's theory of novelty.
A lot of things that I say sound like Terence McKenna. Actually, I do agree with him on a great many things. The thing is that mimetic evolution, the evolution of memes, goes way, way faster than the evolution of genes. And there isn't that much feedback as far as we can tell between them. It's not as if you are a very successful ideologue, your ideology is accepted by many people, that doesn't reflect on how many viable progeny you're going to have, which and the connection between characteristics and how many viable progeny you'll have is the very basis of evolution when it's genetic. So there isn't much of a connection between genetic evolution and mimetic evolution. Mimetic evolution has been exploding, and what I'm doing is taking new chemicals, bringing them into natural plants, and mapping out when there's no reaction or when there is a reaction. And then people can use the knowledge. It's going to be, on a database available on the internet. And
it's like a right. It's like a right to try sort of a thing. It's like
it's a map.
Yeah, it
sounds like you have an enormous amount of patience. Like,
geez, yeah.
Yeah. Every time I need patience, I just go to patience.org, download some more.
Yeah. You probably have a plant for that.
I was national valedictorian in high school. I know a lot of things, and sometimes I know that something is going to have to take time, and I'm not that old, so I have time.
Right.
What it takes.
That's something I say all the time to people lately, especially as I'm starting to get into a space where I can even say that I'm getting a little older. I'm approaching 50 soon, a couple of years away. And, the thing that of everything that I've ever had in my life, of all the things that I've consumed and expended, and dollars and makeup and whatever, doesn't matter. Time. That's all we have. That's it. There's nothing else. You can't get it back. Once you spend it, it's gone.
Was there a guy in Japan that decided to become a catwalk model when he was in his 80s? And he's really successful until today? It's like, come on. So you've got as
I've got lots of time. I still have lots of time. It's true. True. I have lots of time. It's true. And I'm not really feeling my mortality unless I let myself feel my mortality. And then I'm kind of grateful that it's going to come someday, because I'm already kind of tired.
Well,
yeah, but I think figure skating is sailed for me.
Yeah. But if you want to make your time efficient, then I'll tell you what I do. Because of having all these connections and all this knowledge, I always have access to uppers and downers and psychedelics and everything. So if I know that I have a big meeting tomorrow, then 8 hours before that, I take something for sleep. If I am getting a slow start in the morning, I take uppers. If I need to be more sociable, I take something that makes me sociable. If I need to concentrate, I will take something to help me concentrate. And that way I just use psychoactives to make the most of my time, so that whatever time I have, because in mathematics we especially in computer science, there's a term called finite, large but finite. It's prime numbers that are very, very large, but they are finite. They're not infinity. And that's what the rest of our lives seems like to us. We've got a lot of time, but it is finite. So let's make the most of it. How? Well, first you need to know what you've got planned, and then you need to take what seems to be, according to other people and according to your own past experience, the best substance or setting or both for whatever it is that you want to achieve. I usually take it like in 6-hour increments in terms of what I want to get done.
Well, hot damn. Well, speaking of time and speaking of scheduling and what we know we're trying to accomplish, I'm actually eating in on Lindsay's hour officially now. And I would like to apologize to Sean and Lovely and Paul Mark, who we got to spend some time with, and Tierney and Rick and Ta, who we got to spend some time with, and Holly and Noah and Christy and Justice and Makulu and Lynette, because we didn't get around to any of you. So if anybody was just really, really ready to say something and is going to be extraordinarily painfully hurt that they didn't get to speak, I would say now is your opportunity, because I'm going to pass the torch to the lovely Lindsay here, who's ready to take over.
You've got a hand up in the upper left corner.
Thank you all for sharing yourselves with me for that little bit of time. You guys
Thanks,
are
Patty.
lovely. Thank you.
Did you hear me? You have a hand up. Well, you had one.
I have a hand up. Oh, who's got their hand
that was
up?
me. Actually, I put my hand up.
Okay.
Okay, well, my bad.
I was in earlier today, and I just
You
thought I was.
were.
Huh?
Yeah, can you turn your camera on so we can
yes,
see you? Oh, there
yeah,
you
here we
are.
go.
Hi, you're back.
Yeah, you know what? My days have actually, I'm. It's really kind of an interesting period of time that we're living in, and I can tell you right now, I have never felt synchronicity more in my life than I'm feeling in the last few days, and every day it seems to be expanding ever more, because all the circumstances, all the connections, all the meetings, all are coming to be centered around mushrooms, or the use of mushrooms, or not just those, but also psychedelics in general.
Mhm.
And it amazes me, because I knew many years ago, it's like, my God, this is such wonderful. Because every time I've used it, look, I have always had such a profound experience. And I was left with more positive than anything negative. And it happened at times in my life, for instance, when I was confused. I'm like, I don't know what's going on. I don't know who these people are around me. But you know what? You take a hit of LSD and, oh my God, now you can see everybody.
Right.
And you look at them, and it's like you're seeing right through them, because it's like you understand all of the games they're playing. You see it in their faces. You see what's going on. It's like, and then it's like, oh my God, these people are not my friends. What am I doing here? So
well, I hope you have less and less in that, and more experiences where instead you look and you see in front of you and say, oh my gosh, thank the goddess and the gods and the universe for putting this person who's supposed to be here in front of me, and surrounding me with the people I'm supposed to be surrounded with, because more of that kind of experience and less of the realization that someone who's supposed to not be in your life is there with you.
Yeah. And well, see, and that's what it is. More and more, I'm seeing the people that I should be around, because it's amazing. In America, you find that a really difficult challenge. Like, who do I be around? Because I'm an outsider, because I'm a skeptic. I don't believe anything until I can spend years of researching and digging and get the answer for myself. I'm not going to just buy any story that somebody's laying on me,
Yeah, you're skeptical.
So that's been my pattern. And I tell you what, I've got a library at home. I've read thousands and thousands of books, but I understand the books. It's not just reading them. I don't have to go to a college or a university to do an experiment to know that there's certain things that you should do and certain things that you should not do. Right? And once you get to those kind of raw truths, I did go through a healing with raw food. Like he was saying, I just heard him saying about make the whole store the produce section.
Yep.
And I've told people, if you go into the aisles, you're making a mistake. You gotta go to the produce section and take your chances there. You'll probably do much better. I did that, and when I did that, I lost 100 pounds so fast. And when I took herbs, I healed so fast. But I knew there was still more to the healing. It wasn't just the body; it was the spiritual and the mental, that really has to go along with everything to maintain the health, And so it's really important. And I think that's the biggest challenge we face, is people can't seem to change their minds quick enough. to save
Well,
them.
that's where psychedelics come in. You know, that's the beauty of psychedelics. Psychedelics have the ability to flip that switch and turn off those beliefs, because beliefs are definitely not where that is not our favorite. Culture,
No,
to quote Terrence, is not our friend. The
no.
things that you learn growing up in society in this world are not necessarily, and most of the time aren't, your friend.
Yes, you're right about that. I mean, and that's what I've always known that, but I've always had to live with an uncomfortable, easy feeling or question, and it always was, why doesn't everybody see what I'm seeing? Because I know what I'm seeing is true, but it seems like nobody lives like it's actually existing. So it's like, it's kind of maddening, because, you know, I can't go get with a group if the whole group believes something that's true that I know is not true. That's, well, I guess I can't hang with that group, you know. So that's why I say you got to live on the outskirts until, okay, I'll figure out something later on. But you're right. The mushrooms, I think, have a profound place in history right now, and we need to take full advantage of it and experience. And the more we take them and use them, we meet more people that take them and use them, when we start building a bond or a unification, understanding what natural medicine really means, you know. And that's huge for me, you know, because I know what it does. And now the plants speak to me now in ways that I never even imagined before. You know, they inform you. You know, they take care of you. And I felt all of that when I was going through the whole process. It's like an amazing feeling. So you want to share it, of course. I want to share it, you know, and I'm glad that everybody's sharing their experiences, because I'm learning every day right now. It's amazing.
Well, thank you so much. I'm going to pass the torch to Lindsay, who's been very patient and beautiful. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate you spending this time for me. Michael, thanks for stopping in and hanging out. I hope you hang out a little longer. I'll be here listening.
Excellent. Thank you, Patty. And thank you for your share. That was actually an awesome lead up to talk about natural medicine. So I did a short little intro earlier. So my name's Lindsay Walker. I'm a clinical holistic herbalist, integrative wellness and life coach, and a Yasai Shinrin-yoku, which is forest bathing, forest therapy practitioner. So I'm still doing some coursework for that practitioner program, and it's blowing my mind. So I'll get into that, and it's absolutely related to psychedelics and like bringing them into the forest. So basically, with vital health, you know, we look at the person holistically, just like you would look at the forest holistically, right? Like everything has its place. One thing it happened in one zone, you know, they'll send extra nutrients to it if something's going on, or if someone has like a disease over there, right? Everyone gets warned. So that's like how we are holistically too. So we look at things like nourishment, restorative rest, healthy movement, emotional centeredness, environmental health, connection to humans, connection to nature, alignment and fulfillment with one's purpose. And I just realized this on this call now, which is super cool. Psilocybin really hits quite a few of those, right? It gets like restorative rest, emotional centeredness, connection to nature, alignment and fulfillment with one's purpose. So at the essence of that, it really hits us holistically. So on a scale, or if you want to call it a fairy scale, if 0 has your science and 10 is your mystics, you believe in fairies, you might even be one. I would say I'm a 6 to 7. I do think I'm a fairy, but I also respect and know that you need science, and you need to talk to people that are more science oriented, because that matters a lot as well. But, you know, I wanted to really bring a lot of like magic to this hour that I have here, or whatever magically comes up with all of you as well. So we'll get into more of that magic too. So basically, you know, I am a coach, and I've been an herbalist for a couple of years as well, but all of this isn't full-time in the like capacity that I would want. So basically, I would like to bring all of my tools to the forest, essentially full time. And then like that would mean like bringing all of your tools to the forest with your integration as well, right? So helping people with this integration work. So hoping like my connections here and intention and ask of the universe, like this can all come to fruition, and like seeing clients holistically as well. So I feel like I'm, a forever student, but I am like integrating all these things that I have, and I'm just super excited about it and to chat with you about all this as well. So another aspect that I think about with all of this is, the prep and follow-up to, if it's a journey, if it's like support with microdosing, using herbs with that, right? So you want to support yourself physically with your adaptogens, your stress response, as well as your nervous system if you're going into more of a journey situation. But one person's stress response is totally different than another person's stress response. So they want to take different kinds of adaptogens in this prep. And then those herbs will like switch in the follow-up. So you can have classes of herbs, but if you're preparing for something, everyone runs different and we're all unique. So you can also think about like cognitively, do you want to focus on like those brain herbs, or is one of like your goals of your intentions with the medicine to sleep? So we can like put that intention into other supporting herbs as well. Also thinking about like what season is it, what kind of food would be supportive there. So that'll like pretty much dictate all your food. And then like the post journey as well, or if you're in a time of like time out from microdosing, just as you want to, in my opinion, like not take herbs for months and months at a time, switch that up. What are you trying to accomplish? Like, what are your intentions in that little time? So yeah, all in all, like I believe in something bigger, psychedelics with my family and mental health, like the mood swings and the depression that I've been working through in different coaching programs and different therapies, and then through like my own microdosing and journeying. And then this recent forest therapy work, just like the connections I've been making have been just like going and going. And I only recently met Leo and the Entheos Society and moved to the north of the Seattle area, and all these like serendipitous connections have been amazing. So it's awesome to be here with you all, and it feels really strong, just like mycelium is. It's like this badass power that we all have like underneath us brewing there. It's really powerful. So I want to say I appreciate you all. So talking about this magic a bit, and like a reminder that you all are magic. We are magic. Weaving these natural energies into everyday life to harmonize ourselves or others, energy flow of us around the world, right? So it's like already there, and really, really tapping into that. And tapping into that with these like little magical pieces every day. And being in the woods for the hundreds of hours I've been in the past few months, I don't think there's a way to like raise your intuition any better. So once you tap into that, and then tapping into those spirits and that support, transfers over to psilocybin as well. So, if they're connecting with plant spirits without even like taking the medicine, if it's that strong, and then we're taking the medicine as well, it's like, holy crap. So at forest school, I went up to Lumbee, British Columbia in the Monashee Mountains, and there was the old growth cedar, and my teacher was like, step into the aura. So plant spirits, tree spirits, like actually have electricity that you can measure once you step into them. So I stepped up to this huge tree, like felt it, did some tree touching, was in its presence for a little bit. And I got this jolt just like straight up my center, like it almost, had me take a step back or something like that. And then he's like, all right, well, so walk around the side of the tree. And I walked around the side of the tree, and it had been struck by lightning a few months before that. So these energies are like so palpable when we're just around them. And then if we think about the magic that we want to take when we're taking them, when we're doing these microdosing, or we're going on these journeys, right? That's like a whole nother level. So like sitting with the plants and then taking them as well. So it's pretty cool stuff, and we're powerful people. So talk a little bit about plants as medicine and allies. So, you know, in herbalism and just honoring the ritual of the science and the magic, you know, and if I say herbal medicine, I also mean fungi. I just want to clarify that. So it's like the active ingredient in the medicine that we're striving to capture can't always be standardized in the lab, but it's in the spirit of the plant itself. The acknowledgement of that spirit that potentiates the medicine we create, and the understanding that a plant is the earth's expression of unconditional love put forth for us to receive and nurture ourselves with. I think that's beautiful. This is a quote from one of my old teachers. So it's like this unconditional love that the earth has to put forth, and then we're here to reciprocate that, give back, tap into that, and help that relationship out, like help each other out. So communing with your medicine as medicinal allies. This is like, you know, you want to harvest with permission, prayer, song, intention. Even if you're just like harvesting in your own garden, like, thank you. Or if you want to sit down and have a bigger thing, like a little song, whatever you have in your head, and then just insert like the plant name if it's just something you have in your head, you know, be silly with it. And the plant will give back, right? So, and you can take this as well into like, if you are microdosing, when you are journeying, right? Like really, there's just a lot there, and being thankful of the gifts that you have received and aware of the impact you have made on the plant family. And as I go here, I mean, I have like an hour, so if anything's like super burning and you want to let it be known in the chat and unmute, I'm totally for it.
I'm curious about what your thoughts are. I know that a lot of people are not aware of the Shipibo, and those people often use ayahuasca, not just for journey, but for anti-parasitics, to clear their system, as parasites carry the unconscious consciousness of unworthiness. And I usually have what some people might call clients, I call guests, do a parasite cleanse before they sit with me, so that they're not carrying that. What do you work with anti-parasitics? And if so, what do you recommend?
That's super interesting. I don't. Honestly, the closest thing that comes up is like the effect of stinging nettles, of how it's like urtication. It's like the pain brings the relief. That's sort of what it reminds me of in so much of a way. But yeah, that's all I have on that. That's how does that work? Like what does that look like?
Well, what I do is I use pumpkin seeds, pineapple core, cucumber seeds, papaya seeds, the stuff called Paragard that has walnut oil extract in it, garlic, ginger, bentonite clay, which charges positive when it gets wet, I believe, in it, or negative, forget which one. It soaks up the heavy metals. So when you kill a lot of the parasites, they'll give off toxins when they die, and it'll make you sick. And diatomaceous earth and charcoal, and I put it in a blender with coconut water and chase it down and at night. And then the next day when I get up, I want to replenish what's good in there in case I've disturbed my biome, with some kimchi and some kombucha and whatever other kind of probiotics I'm carrying. And I do that for 3 days before a journey.
Ooh. I love that. Oh, sorry, did someone else unmute? No. That the closest thing, I like that a lot, that reminds me of is like a detox protocol. So there's like pre-tox, detox. It's a saying, if you don't pre-tox before you detox, you could retox. So what you described as your little concoction, and then like something else in the morning. It's you take binders that are specific to the toxins in you. So you know, when I was living in a house that was pretty moldy in Portland, like activated charcoal was one for mold. So essentially
that's what I'm talking about. You eat that, and you can use it in a coffee enema as well.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. And after a bit of that, after like, I don't know, I feel like short week stint of doing that pre-tox that detox in the morning. It's incredible. So
You mix all this
take
up with daily saunas, hot saunas,
yeah,
you'll
yeah.
feel so clean.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that's the environmental health component of vital health that I was referring to totally. So like for everyone else too on the line, there's all kinds of different binders, and it depends what kind of toxins you have. So that's why you want to select your binder. You take it in the morning in some like water, swish it around, and then take it, and then try to wait like 45 minutes before your push. It's like a push catch protocol. So then 45 minutes later, you take your coffee or some kind of, maybe if you don't like coffee, some sort of,
What do you know of fulvic acid? I'm curious. It keeps coming up in my field.
fulvic acid. I'm not sure about that. Not sure about that. Well, how does it come up?
Well, it's just been showing up here and there in all these different places. And when stuff does that, I always pay attention to it.
Yeah, yeah.
So I've been using it. Yeah, it's supposed to be part of that whole process of binding and getting rid of certain kinds of parasites.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna look it up to see what it's good for. Yeah. And then
I was just going to mention, real quickly and briefly, it's a great subject, by the way, and everybody has a lot of wonderful remedies, it seems like, that they use. I had gone through a particular situation where I did a detox, and it was a pretty rapid and quick detox that, made me lose like 100 pounds in like 90 days. But it was so shocking to me. But then for the next like succeeding years after that, I had to go through a series of healing crises. And then because I made the conviction that I was not going to return to a hospital or a doctor to remedy that, I always had to figure out a way. So, but then I attended what's called the International School of the Healing Arts and Sciences in Florida, which is run by a man of the name of Dr. Robert Morse. And I spent a great deal of time listening to his videos, but I took his courses. But this was after I had used the method that was developed by a Dr. Sebi to go through this process. So Dr. Robert Morse actually has successfully regenerated tissue in the human body, and he has a whole list. And one of the things we got is the recipes for all these tinctures and these capsules. So if you combine these particular plants, he's got it mapped out so you know which particular organs, like the kidneys or the bladder, the gastrointestinal tract. But once you start to detox things and start rebuilding the cellular structures, you can regenerate tissue. You can repair organs, and yes, you can repair 4th-stage cancer. Even if there are sores on the outside of the body, they will heal up. That has been done for many years by more than one doctor, and even Dr. Max Gerson was a physician here in the United States that was curing cancer very easily, and he just used vegetable juices and coffee enemas. Fruit and vegetable juices and coffee enemas, and he was able to clear up all of these things. He was 85% successful in what he did. Okay. And they hide this information, and they don't let this get out too quickly because they don't want you to know that you could walk out of that doctor's office, not take one of his ideas seriously, and you can heal yourself of major afflictions if you understand how your body should respond, what your pH level should be, and then you pay attention to that. But yes, it will expel anything that's in there that's foreign to it if we start feeding the right nutrients. So we've got to kind of get beyond the indoctrination of thinking that, oh my God, the doctor says I got to take this the rest of my life, and all of these idiotic things that you're faced with, when in reality, you can just go back to nature, and my goodness, she has all of the answers, And that's what I'm finding for our mental health, our physical health, our spiritual health. We got to get that back. And when we do that, we all behave better. We're better creators. We create a different society, not one that's just bowing to tyranny. And we do it without fear. And that's one of the things that I really want to mention is fear. And that's what we're faced with most of the time. Everybody's so afraid. Oh my goodness, what's going to happen? But knowledge kills fear. And that I believe very strongly. So just my 2 cent words for right now.
Yes, I'm gonna shout that from the rooftops. Yes, totally. Like we're powerful beings. Our bodies are powerful beings to regenerate, to get better. And when we look at us holistically, right, we just like keep helping each other like that. And that nature piece too. It's like increasing our dwell time by 20 minutes. Like a 20-minute stint can just totally reshift your day, but increasing that as the week goes on, that whole stress response, the immune system, it helps the natural killer T cells and anti-cancer properties. Like we're super powerful. And like with all of that too, like talking about how microdosing is bite-sized pieces. I'm a big proponent, and you don't have to make massive changes overnight, because it's not really realistic for everyone. It's not always fun, although it's great to transform, but sometimes it's like, hey, what can I do in these first 2 weeks? Or even like, what's phase 0? Like, let me get prepared to eat like this. Phase 0 for a week or so. Give yourself some time. All right, phase 1, 2 weeks. What am I doing? What are my goal statements, my I statements, what have you? And a lot of times, what I've seen in clinic and things, like just looking at someone's diet, we don't even introduce herbs until we look at diet and lifestyle. And sometimes they don't even end up getting any herbs, although you can always use them to support. But if they end up like sticking to a solid diet and their GI things have, reversed, then
You work with Chinese medicine as far as herbs go?
more and more. I'm in a mentor relationship with a Chinese medicine practitioner. We also do medical Qigong. So she does medical Qigong, Chinese medicine. So I'm learning more and more about that. But Chinese herbs are awesome. I'm on like Chinese herbs formulas right now from my acupuncturist. So I'm sort of like taking that as it comes. But that's what I want to incorporate with my forest walks too, is a lot about Chinese medicine and Qigong, and how all of that energy we see like in the forest. Like right now, there's a lot of heart energy, right? This energy of like, we're a part of something bigger. We wake up every day and we're a part of a divine purpose. Like we consider all of our divine purpose here together, what that is. Like that's that heart energy, and how that shows up in the forest, and all the tree metaphors. I want to like write a doodle book on tree metaphors and what that could look like. There's so much there. And then like the mycelium aspect as well of that togetherness. Something I heard from one of my other mentors recently about intention, and talking about these bite-sized pieces and our intention, and just have it. We can only do a little bit at a time, and that's great. Take that momentum and go. And she said to tap into your intention with attention and no tension. I'm like, hell yeah. So easy to remember. And like just having these little bite-sized snippets of something that we look forward to, that doesn't have to be a big change. And that no tension piece is like, okay, like this is something achievable. We can do this. So with the microdosing too, it's like, in my opinion, is like, I don't really feel it when I take it. I do get a little energized, so I actually will take it midday. I really like coffee in the morning. Like I like my French press.
So what are we talking, 100 milligrams?
What's that?
100 milligrams?
No, I just do micro, like the 0.2.
That's 200 milligrams?
No, just like what, 0.2 grams.
0.2 is 200 milligrams.
Oh, yes. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, you'll feel that.
Yes, yeah. I mean, I haven't really felt that. I mean, I split up these 0.25 pills in 1, 2, 3 ways.
I guess it depends on what strain you're working with too, but I started off with 2.5s for a long time, and I decided I didn't want to feel it at all and dropped down to 100s.
Okay.
And I even went so far as to microdosing before bedtime.
How has that changed?
I'm in an off time right now. I'm taking a few months off, but for nighttime, I was going through some really rough stuff in my life, and I didn't want it, my shit on blast because I had enough to work with. So I just wanted to keep the neurological aspects of the medicine working rather than the spiritual stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So I would take it at nighttime and work that shit out in my sleep.
Oh, I love that.
You know what? I will say that I have gotten to a point where I use it quite regularly, but I've learned that when it's also infused in chocolate, it even has a much more profound effect.
Yeah, they say there's some MAOs in chocolate, and they
Yeah,
have a long history together anyways.
well, they do. And you know what? Like I say, my brother and I had started actually making the chocolates because we looked back at the history and the Olmecs who started creating chocolates and how they used the chocolates. So now, he started doing it. And then when I started doing it, and then it is not only that, experiencing the difference between mushrooms and chocolate as opposed to mushrooms by themselves. And that's the difference that I had found out. And it became much more profound. And so, it's just a situation now. I just enjoy the chocolates, but because you can take one square is like 0.2, but if you feel like you need more, well, you eat maybe 2 or 3 squares. So you can go from a microdose or you can go to a therapeutic dose. Now, because some people have more issues they need to address maybe a little bit more urgently. So if they go to a 3 squares a day, you could do it in the morning, you can do it in the afternoon. Before bedtime, like I say, is always good because then you don't have to go through it. But as over time, you'll start to adjust. But over time, it's like the mushrooms will almost tell you what to do,
Yeah, yeah,
right? It'll tell you
yeah.
what,
I make
and
a tea with the sacrament, cacao,
uh,
coconut oil, a couple eyedroppers of blue lotus extract,
mm,
manuka honey, and they're all friendly. And your first sip is, this is good, right? And
yes, yeah, yeah. And you know what? And it's not only that; it's assimilating, and with the magnesium, you're absorbing on just a different level. So for us, it's kind of special because of the fact that we understand the history of it and how it was used in ceremony. So, and we want to see more people interested in ceremony because now you involve the intention for a group. You don't have to do it alone. You can do it alone, or you can get with the group and then you can share all of that like we're doing here today. And that understanding makes you realize, oh, yeah, everybody's having a similar experience, but everybody's still individual enough to start to communicate with the plants. And I think it's opening up our brains. It's certainly making us more aware, but hopefully it's bringing back a little more empathy, which I think is something that's seriously lacking. And if we can inject empathy back into people, I think it's all worth it. My goodness, because I think we need that real badly. So anyway,
Yeah.
that's where I'm at, and I'm still researching all the time with the chocolates. It's great. I'm really having a great time with it, and I'm getting a lot of testimonials, by the way. So it's not just here. I get people calling me, coming back to me. It's like, oh man, your chocolate is like magic, like she says. So, and I'm like, okay, well, there you go. And so it's such a happy and a uplifting experience to know there's such a positive change that can be made, and people don't have to struggle so hard because there's always this conflict with religions and these dogmas, and people are so locked into this right and wrong and up and down. It's like, you know what, you can let go of all of that and live in the moment, and live in a moment of peace and not live in fear of all of these things that we're taught to be afraid of all the time, because we're always taught to be afraid. There's nothing to be afraid of, and that's the truth of it. There's nothing in the world that's going to kill you worse than some man that's been sitting in a laboratory for the last 100 years. It's like, what are they doing? That always bothers me when somebody's been like, what are they trying to accomplish? Because I've had too many experiences in my life, I guess. And maybe I'm cynical, but at the same time, I just want to know the truth so I can heal myself and pass on enough information and continue to learn more on how to deal with all the problems that we're faced with. So, and you seem to have a lot of remedies, by the way. Like, I'm listening to all your recipes that you're giving out there. It's like, man, I don't know if I can remember all of that, but it sounds good. There's a lot of good ingredients in the bentonite clays that you had mentioned and the charcoal, and it has a lot to do with detox. So
Diatomaceous earth.
yeah, diatomaceous, yeah, all of that. Because the idea is we have to detox toxins. A man by the name of Dr. J.H. Tilden wrote a book called Toxemia. In other words, there's only one disease. There are not multiple diseases. He called it toxemia because it's merely a toxic condition in the body that goes from irritation to inflammation to ulceration and turns into cancer. But it's a long process through the habits that we have in our diets and our daily habits and what we're
Talk
taking
about
in.
grounding.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Inflammation.
All of that. Yeah, so, but once you understand that, oh, you can reverse that if you just change your behavior, you change your diet, you change your lifestyle, change your path. I mean, anybody can do that.
Walk barefooted.
Yeah, so you can do all of those things, and all of a sudden you'll start to feel better. You'll feel a lot better about your surroundings. You'll handle your problems a whole lot better. And I think we certainly could use the help in that regard because there's enough problems that we're faced with. So I think it all is very holistic, what's going on now, and this sharing, and we're starting to see other experiences in people, and that's great. So we kind of need that right now.
Yes. Heck yeah, we do. And I love that empathy piece you said as well, for people to have more empathy. And it's interesting, like if you connect with the plants and with nature more, it actually connects you with other people more, right? Because it's like you're seen as someone that connects with that, so it makes you connectable. And then other people are like, oh, I could connect with the person and the thing too, right? So even if they don't know you, it opens you up in so many ways. So
yeah, well, I've always been
just
open anyway, about, sorry,
one
I didn't.
psychedelic experience will make a person's agreeableness go up one notch for 6 months or something, which, and I think across the board, no matter where you are psychologically, everybody gets some sort of feeling of connectedness, whether it's with plants or with other people. I got connected in A Course of Miracles by way of the mushrooms. They told me some incredible stuff about the nature of being, but about, the quantum field.
Sorry, Mike, you said that they told you about being?
Yeah, I was having some really challenging journeys, and I have done a lot of night step work, which means making amends and making it right with people. And I asked the mushrooms. I learned this from listening to Dennis McKenna, not Terrence, but Dennis, talk about you can talk to the mushrooms. So one of the things I have people do who are going to go on a journey is write down 3 important questions. And when you go in and when you get to that place, read them out loud to the mushrooms, ask them out and see what happens, and shit comes up. So I asked them what was going on with these dark journeys I was having. And they pretty much said, it's because you're judgmental of other people, and they are you. They're you in another body. And then I went, okay. And they said the answer is self-forgiveness. And that would be like not talking shit about other people, because if I'm talking shit about you, I'm talking shit about me. And then it giggled and laughed and said, and it's all just an illusion anyways. And I was like, what the fuck? And then I started doing Course in Miracles stuff. And I'm like, oh, the mushrooms already told me all this stuff already. Course in Miracles is this, we are all like little mini fractals of God doing research for the universe, trying to experience itself through all these different egos. But when we go into meditation, that observer is all the same, went all the way across, right? That's the connectedness of it all. But our ego boundaries make it so that we think we're these little separate characters running around. It's heavy shit.
Yes. Oh my gosh.
But if you want to get into quantum physics, there's some really good stuff, and it dovetails with psychedelics.
Yeah, absolutely. Like our intention with that and what comes to us and what goes out. And it's like,
there's a gentleman named Paul Levy who wrote a book called the Quantum Effect, or the Quantum something, but his name is Paul Levy, and he's a Tibetan Buddhist, and he writes some incredible findings on what consciousness is, that everything is essentially consciousness. Everything. Matter is consciousness, your consciousness is consciousness, everything. And then in quantum physics, nothing is separate. Quantum entanglement. So it's just illusory that it seems separate. Another man wrote a book about quantum physics. His name is I can't remember his name. He helped invent LASIK surgery. He used to be in the same village with Gandhi, and he came over here, and he gets into quantum physics, and what they said, they haven't found anything real yet. All they have found is 24 different fields, and the ones that we know about are gravitation and magnetic fields. But there are certain fields that allow two positive protons come together where they would naturally repel. But there are certain fields that allow that to happen. But because it's way above my pay grade to talk about, he said, basically, all they have found is 24 different fields, nothing solid, nothing, just fields of energy. And this is a video game.
Energy is literally everything. And like the energy that changes one place changes somewhere else. And like the healing that we do starts within ourselves, creates that ripple effect to the rest of the world, especially in our own families. Like if you're the first generation doing the work, you got your work cut out for you, but it's important stuff.
When people get into this doomsday stuff about how the world is falling apart and think that we feel powerless and there's nothing we can do about it, that's what the bad want you to think. If you clean up your own fucking inner world, we're the projection of this. Nobody wants to believe that, but we are. If we clean up our own world, it will straighten out. And psychedelics will help us get there.
Yep. 1,000%. And that's that magic too, right? We have that magic inside of us, and what you put out comes back. And we see that in the medicine, like we see that in the forest, like when every walk in nature, like it's a John Muir quote, like every walk in nature, one receives far more than one seeks. You know, you could just be going for a stroll, but if you really focus your intention on something, you come out of that with a lot more than you thought you were going.
The illusion is so real. The illusion is so realistic. It's hard to remember. It takes genuine effort and personal discipline to keep that at the top of your mind, because we get duped into the illusion of I'm this being doing this, that, and the other. And it's a really struggle. It's a struggle to stay to I have spiritual narcolepsy.
Love that. So curious about, I don't know if we should use the chat for this or what, connecting, stepping away from that illusion and, instilling more of this realness, and like how a couple of ways we want to do that magically, energetically too. Whether you're drinking some herbs to go to sleep, or to just mellow out during the day, or if you're microdosing with tea or something like that, like energetically, I am drinking this tea because I'm going to sleep like a baby. Or eating your food, I'm eating this because it's going to give me nutrients, and I'm going to now learn a bunch. However you want to put it, like that energy, when you're telling yourself that before you're doing it, you're putting that into that water, you're putting that into your food, and then every single bite you're telling yourself.
Just like you're thinking your plants from your garden. Same thing, right?
Yeah. On that cellular level, then you're connected on that cellular level, and then that energy expands from there. And then looking in the elementally as well, if you want to put up wind chimes near a closet door or near a window or something like that, and whether it's something, a daily intention you have, or another part of your healing, like a new mantra you have, and every time you hear that wind chime, you're reminded, it's like ding, was it Maslow's law or Pavlov's? One of those two. Every time you hear that bell, you have that new affirmation just like sinking in, right? So we can tap into the elements in this way too. Like when you light a candle, what comes up for you? If you want to do some like earthing, like without shoes on when you take your doses, right? So consider like connecting in these like little micro ways. You don't need to have a huge to do about it. You can do these things super daily. Your like magic is very tap inable. That doesn't have to be super, super far away.
Did you know Maria Sabina was Catholic and she worked with the Catholic archetypes? So she didn't speak Spanish either. And so you know who I'm talking about, right?
I do not.
Maria Sabina. Oh man, I'm astounded that you don't. She's a little woman from Mazatec, Mexico, who turned the white people on to psilocybin in the 50s. And you should look into her and honor her. She was a Catholic, and most people aren't really big on the Catholic faith, but it more had to do with her intentions and her belief in working with these energies than any sort of religiousness. It was her conviction to her belief that gave it the power. And like when you decide to give belief to whatever it is, it gives it power just by that virtue. It's like voodoo only works with people who believe in it.
Mm-hmm. Yes, thank you for sharing. I wrote her down in my notes for sure. I love that. Leo asked a question. What do you see?
Albert?
Oh, yeah. Hey, I'll go for it.
Hi. I wanted to find out, if I can, about the effectiveness of, like, for instance, the penis envy, psilocybin. If it's more effective if it's dried or not dried or in a tea form, or what that does to it as far as the potency.
Oh, you're asking about potency and how you're using it, as opposed to, because, you can do it in tea, or, we actually put it in chocolate, and that sort of thing. And, but you can take it in capsule form also, dried
and wet too. And it's more potent wet. It's just less convenient, and the mushrooms can go bad. So storing wet mushrooms isn't a good idea, but wet mushrooms are really potent.
Well, I've eaten the dry ones, just eat them dry, and that seems to be pretty good. But I was just wondering, some people have mentioned tea, and just wonder what that does to the potency, if anything.
Just keep them out of the heat, keep them out of the oxygen, and keep them out of UV light. So dark, cold place, freezer's perfect place for them.
There's this calculator on one of the forums, and it talks about it when it's dried, it loses part of its psilocybin content.
It probably does, but imagine if you've got 5 pounds of mushrooms going slimy, rotten on you. What do? You dry them out and you take that loss. You see, if you're out picking them and they're good, you eat them, you're going to get high as hell, but you have to eat 10 times as many because they're dry, they're wet. And some people have a lot of trouble with that. What is it called? Anybody tell me, what is it? The name of the tissue that they have? That mushrooms have?
The mycelium?
No, mycelium is the network. No,
yeah.
The tissue itself, it's got a name to it. It's like cellulose or something along those lines. It's hard to digest for some people, especially Northern Europeans for some reason. And some people lemon tech it to break it down. I don't know if you know that psilocybin isn't the actual ingredient that works in the brain, but psilocin is.
Yes.
And when you eat, you knew that. Okay. Well, some mushrooms have both. So when you eat them, you're getting the psilocin immediately as the psilocybin processes. But if you have trouble with the actual mushroom flesh, you can soak it in lemon juice, which breaks that down and strain the flesh out. But you'll get a much quick rocket takeoff and a shorter duration. So I would advise doing that into two, split it up by about an hour.
So if you're growing your own, is it better to just eat them without drying them?
That's up to you. Check it out. Try it out. I mean, it's only microdosing, right?
Well,
But
microdosing
if
is
you're
like
going to go, if you got a
0.2
whole bunch
grams.
of them, they're not going to last. They will go bad, and they will get moldy with invasive molds that you don't want in them. So the idea, the ancient people used to store them in honey because they didn't have like freeze dryers, and honey's airtight and has antimicrobials. So they used to store their psychedelic mushrooms in honey.
Will it destroy them if you put them in a dehydrator?
That's what people used to dry them out. I don't know. I don't dry mushrooms out. I don't grow them.
Okay.
But I know that you could buy food dehydrators for them, and that's how they dry them out. But I imagine if you get a flush of mushrooms, you don't want to just let them sit around because they'll go bad.
You have to eat them or else dehydrate them.
Yeah, but eat some raw. See what that does.
Okay.
I'd like to just make a suggestion that if you already have them raw, you might as well try make some tea out of them. It's a very good way to use them, and then you don't have to chew down on 10 times as much as the mushroom mass.
But I'm pretty sure the tea will dilute it too. Like you have to use more to get the same high if you put it in a tea.
Some people say don't use boiling
Mhm.
water. I do. I don't seem to have any problem with it. 5 grams is a considerable amount. So
Yeah.
You know, somebody was mentioning the 0.2 grams as a threshold to go above microdosing into a light dose. And it's my understanding that microdosing is defined as
subjective.
dose below what is considered,
Sub-perceptual. But it's different for every person and every batch of mushrooms. I had these ones that a quarter gram would have you doing shadow work. Like it would have you like you'd be like, I don't want to be in public right now. You know, they were like gnarly. And the golden teachers are like, oh, you probably wouldn't feel a quarter gram of golden teachers.
a quarter of a gram.
Yeah, a quarter gram is 0.25. It's not very much.
That's not very much, but you said it made them paranoid where they didn't want to go in public.
No, I had this strain called syzygy, and it was a fucking ass kicker.
Okay.
Like 1/4 gram, and I'm like, I'm an accomplished psychonaut, and I'm going, holy shit! I didn't expect these to be having me do some serious work. And I warned my partner about it, and she didn't listen to me. And she's also an accomplished psychonaut. And she called me up and said, I ate a gram and I need some help. And I'm like, I told you.
Is it a cubensis variety?
Yeah, most of the ones that you'll hear about are cubensis because it's the easiest to work with, but they're so freaking diverse now, and they have distinct personalities.
Well, I understand that the three most common are the Similancetia, Liberty Caps, the Azuricans, Blue Angels or Aussies, and the Cyanese.
I had mentioned earlier today when I was in the Cyanesis and the other one, Azuris, are both wood lovers, and both of those are known to give people what's known as wood paralysis, and it's not fun. Look it up, wood lovers paralysis. They can paralyze you you can sit there paralyzed for 4 hours. It's not a good idea. I mean, I've taken Cyanescence, but I did it at home. You know, I didn't take a gram and go to a festival, but I've taken them. They're potent, but you do have there is a potential for paralysis. So I just work with cubensis. I've got so much of it. People just give it to me all the time, all the different kinds. And I don't need to go out and forage for a crapshoot, you know, it's dangerous.
Okay. Good to know. Good to know.
Looks like Rick has his hand up.
Hold on. Wait. Oh, let's see. Can you get, okay, here I am. I just want to talk about wood lovers paralysis a little bit because I experienced it last year, which it was really odd because the year before I had found both the wavy caps and the azarescens, and I didn't get the wood lovers paralysis, but the year after that, oh boy, I sure did. I was actually out on a walk with my dog. Have you ever seen The Wolf of Wall Street? There's this famous scene where he gets way too loped out on Quaaludes, and like just like it's very, very similar to that scene from that movie. It wasn't really like scary. My girlfriend had to help me like put on my pajamas and stuff. The only scary moment I did have, I was eating these chocolate covered pineapple things, and like it felt like my swallow muscles started to get a little, but like the paralysis, it moves from like arms to legs to like, it kind of moves around a little bit, where I was having trouble swallowing, and it was like it could have turned into a choking situation. So I just would be careful with that. But anyways, yeah, I guess that's all I have to say about the wood lovers paralysis.
Dang. And about how long did that last?
The whole trip. But yeah, it was about like 2 hours in to the trip. I ate about like 5 or 6 grams of the azarescens. And yeah, it took about it didn't, like I was having a really killer trip, and then it kind of like set in a couple hours in. It lasted about like 4 or 5 hours before like I started to get like my limbs back. Yeah, but anyway.
Imagine some 19-year-old kid at a festival having that experience.
Yeah, it was kind of scary, man. Like I said, I had a busy street to cross with my dog to get back into my yard, where I just like it was scary. I had to lay in my yard for a couple hours till I was able to like crawl inside the house. But okay, all right, signing off.
Thank you for sharing, Rick.
Yeah,
Thank you so much. I'm going to leave. I have COVID and I'm going to go sleep. And thank you so much.
Yeah, I tested positive for COVID this afternoon myself, so.
Oh. All right.
Lindsay, are you still there?
I'm still here. Yeah, I was looking at something on my computer. I'm still here. Do you need me to still be here moderating, or is the next person here?
The next person, I believe, is Austin.
Okay. Awesome.
And well, you know, I don't have anything prepared or anything like that, so I was just gonna let it be kind of like whatever it turned into, I guess. But I suppose.
Could I just say thank you
Yeah.
really quick? I'm so sorry.
No, definitely. Please.
Just thank you everyone for participating. I haven't moderated before, so happy you guys are here with your videos on and saying stuff in the chat box too. Again, my name is Lindsay Walker. Mockingbird Remedies is my company. I'm also teaching a couple classes at the NPO Society this month. The first is tomorrow for nature with regeneration from nature deficit disorder. I'm going to put my website link in the chat and then the events page in the chat that'll like link to the events at the NPO Society. So, all right. Much love, everyone. Thanks, Austin.
No, definitely. That's really cool. Thanks for sharing, Lindsay. That's what I mean. Like everybody here is like has so much knowledge and so much like, uh like I didn't expect, like this wealth of like knowledge, being here, stuff like that. I don't know what to expect or anything like that, but um I guess I feel kind of blessed and a little like, out of place, by getting my own little spotlight here. So but I guess I'll share a little bit of my own story. Um uh like I just ever since I was young, I just always liked doing drugs and stuff like that, like mushrooms in particular is something really big for me. I did like opiates, in high school, and then I did opiates kind of like ruined my life in a certain aspect, you know what I mean? And then I'm sober from it now, but I overdosed on it and stuff like that. And I don't know. And then I just get like I find like an extreme amount of joy, whenever I do like psychedelics. I know this is about psilocybin, so I'll keep it about psilocybin. And I just love the feeling that you get from it. And whenever I do psilocybin when I was young, I never like understood. I never had like a ritual going into it, never set intentions. I was just gonna like go in there and have fun. And then like I loved it, And then I felt like I could just do whatever I wanted when I was tripping. Like I would do like crazy, like I'd skate down like crazy hills, like just like do these crazy things. I'd set my finger on fire. My friends would like have to like push my hand away. I was like, no, I'm good. Look, it's fine. They're like, no, I saw you just, you know what I mean? Just like weird thing, you know what I mean? So I just love this like mystical aspect of it, Um, uh, you know, and then yeah, that's pretty much it. I don't know. So I guess what I'm really interested in is uh there's people like always like rate their trips from like 1 to 5 or whatever, and then like so like 1 is like a microdose or whatever, and then like 3 is like a pretty intense trip, but then they say like all the way at the most intense type of trip, it's kind of like you are pretty much paralyzed, and then like it's not fun, like there's pretty much no therapeutic benefit to that at all, is like what they say. And I don't know if I've never been there, and like you guys are like the healers, or like people, there should be people here still that are like, like Lindsay should know too. Like, is there like a certain point where there is no, therapeutic effect at all? Like if you do like way too much, about that?
Like in over time or more?
No, just like in one setting, like in one like dose, because I guess if you do like a ridiculous amount, it can just be like, I don't know if anybody's heard anything like that, Go ahead, Annie.
Yeah, Annie.
I mean, I think at any dose, it can be therapeutic for any person, and it's more about each person. Because like I've had experiences like that, not only with like mushrooms, but also cannabis, like taking a bunch of edibles and being like completely paralyzed, and going through something that's scary, like you lose the ability to move your body, and then knowing that you're fine, like giving up that control, and like going through that fear, and also like you're actually knowing that you're also fine and you come out on the other end just fine. Like that could be traumatizing for some people, but it also could be very therapeutic for other people, just as in those things. It really just depends on the person and everything.
And that's what I was thinking too.
Yeah. So there's some people who like argue that like the more blasted out you are, the harder it is to integrate, because it's like that much further of a difference with like integrating into the mundane life. But I don't know. I think it's unique to each person.
And that's another thing I want to talk. I know I've always heard about people talk about intentions, but honestly, like new for me today is integration, and I know we've talked a lot about it, but I could definitely talk more about it, like what is that? Like, how do you know what to integrate? Or like, like, do you always, I guess, because I always have like this feeling like, I tripped a couple days ago, I guess, but then like, so like there's a couple days, where you feel like, I don't know, kind of like the after effects or whatever. Is that like what you're supposed to be like? What's this integration? Is there always like an integration? Like, go ahead, Annie. Yeah, if you have anything to say about it, I don't know. Anybody here really knowledgeable on integration part of it?
Say something, Lindsay.
Annie definitely is. I I've had just recent integration experiences, like so I integrated on my own with my journal, and then I took it another step further into the forest. So like something I got out of my journey was like this refound, I mean, I've always loved music, but it was this like new joy in music and like new joy in life. And it was sort of just like enjoy the process more, like it's just a really healthy, colorful reminder of that joy. And I was like, all right, I'm going to go into the forest and like focus on this, like this thing that I learned that I want to keep with me. And so like that was like my integration, like, you know, intention. I'm like, this is what I learned. How do I keep it with me? And I was able to like go back there in the way, like I told the forest like what my intention was, like I want to integrate more joy, like show me how type of thing. And just like from an intuitive standpoint, I was like walking barefoot and then closed my eyes, like took a couple of deep breaths and opened my eyes. And it was like I was seeing green for the first time. And the forest was totally new. And it was this joy, this awesomeness. And it was just this like refreshment. So for me, like that integration was like we can get joy in these journeys like every single day. So it's sort of like re-tapping into what you learned and like how you want to choose forward to bring that through each day.
So so integration is kind of like work, you know, kind of like you have to be conscious about it, but otherwise, you know, it's not necessarily like a opportunity lost, you know, like, well, you're probably integrating like what Tay was saying earlier, like you're integrating without even realizing it all the time. So yeah, I just thought that was really interesting. But I kind of want this to turn into a lot more of like a, you know, I know it's getting kind of late for a lot of us, or, you know, most of us, but this is a 24-hour event, and I know there's some new people here. So who feels like saying something? Is there anybody who like has a topic? Because I'm kind of like a bit of a anarchist, you know, so I kind of don't really have rules here.
I don't know how to raise a hand.
Go ahead, Albert.
But I was listening to, I participated in a Zoom about a week ago, and it was there was some participants from South Peru on there, and this one medicine woman from the Shabu tribe or something like that was saying that these ancient medicines have spirits of their own, and when you talk about the integration, what I think about is when you live, you're not burdened by the consciousness around us, and you reach these levels that you get tuned into these other networks, and the integration is when you realize that we're all connected. We're all connected. All of the plants are connected. Everything you can see is connected. Everything you don't see is connected. When you realize on some level that you're not alone, you know, it kind of takes away the loneliness that some people have that might even lead to suicide. And this connection that we're all together and connected helps us understand, and that's a level of love. This profound love on that level that you can only feel. And that kind of integration, when you come out of it, people are nicer to each other. There's less road rage. There's less cutting in at the supermarket. You know, there's just more of an understanding on a very basic level that it doesn't matter if you're smarter than somebody else or if you're not as smart as somebody else. that's the kind of integration that I want to find pathways to. And that's what I'm wanting to do with being interested in microdosing. I've done a lot of acid. I've done
Yeah, me too.
everything. I've shot heroin.
Me
You
too.
know, I used to be a heroin addict back in the early 70s. I'm 68 years old. I've been in rock bands, and the guys I've been in bands with, they're dead now because they didn't realize that could kill them. But I didn't do drugs for many years, except pot.
Yeah.
And but now with psychedelics becoming more, less, I'll say less illegal, right? And it looks like maybe even starting to get legalized, certainly decriminalized. And, psilocybin decriminalized in Seattle, Washington, D.C., a few other places, maybe Port Townsend, Washington, and this Initiative 109 in Oregon on the state level. I hope it passed yesterday, and they had another vote of some of the counties whether they wanted to opt in or opt out of Initiative 109. I don't know what happened, but the reason for saying that is I'm just pointing out that there is this psychedelic renaissance coming about, and we all need to be involved in doing our part so that it doesn't get crazy and out of control, because big industry is wanting to make profits, and they could really do some bad things, like happened to the marijuana industry. It's taxed so badly that now there's an underground weed because they don't want to pay the taxes. But I think that back to the integration issue, I think there's a level of integration that is, each of us can find our own path on that, and we need to find our own way and start out slow and go with more. The last time I did LSD was probably in the early 70s, but back then I got 100 Line for Orange Sunshine just hitchhiking, and it was the most pure stuff. It was the most beautiful substance that you would ever dream of. Just a little bit of it and no side effects whatsoever. I don't know if those days are gone or not, but
that stuff is still around.
that's the kind of thing that then the big business needs to stay out of. The beautiful thing about psilocybin is it's naturally growing, so it can't be patented. So maybe that's got something to do with the reason why pharma has stayed away from it, because they want the profits. They want to sell fentanyl. They want to sell hydrocodone because they make a lot of money off of it. They don't care about people. Anyway, that's all I got to say right now. But I think the integration thing is, laterally realizing everyone is part of each other. I'll end on that note.
There's a lot of different aspects. Thanks for sharing.
I'm glad this is going on. I'm going to mute now.
No, definitely. Well, no, thanks for sharing it. That was great. And then I don't know, there's been this saying that I heard, when it comes to that aspect of integration, it's just I am you being me. I don't know if any of you guys have heard that quote, but a lot of cultures have a similar quote like that going back since the beginning of time. So I think that's really nice. I am you being me.
Yeah, listen to I Am the Walrus by the Beatles.
What was that?
The song I Am the Walrus that John Lennon wrote.
All right.
I am you as you are me, as you are we, and we are all together. That's the first line. I'm a musician too.
Yeah, okay. I'm putting it in. I'll listen to it later. What was it again, actually? What was the song?
The Walrus.
I'm sorry, I'm having trouble with the mute. I am the walrus.
I am the walrus. Thank you.
So I'd like to talk about integration because that's really important for me, because one of the things that I did before, using talk up.
Go ahead.
Speak up, did you say?
No, you're good. We just got some background music is all.
Oh, is that, should I turn it on? Oh, I didn't hear that. Okay, sorry.
No, it's all good, you're good.
Okay, I'll turn it down. Okay, before psilocybin and I started listening to the wisdom of psilocybin, which gave me, the wisdom within myself, I kind of ignored a lot of things that would go on with myself. If I got a lesson, but it was, in conflict with something somebody else was saying, I'd kind of ignore it, and I just set it aside. I wouldn't listen to that. With psilocybin, I believe that when I get a lesson, when I get wisdom, it's imperative for me to integrate that wisdom into my life, to use it, to put it into action, to whether my ego or I want to, it's comfortable, or not, just making that, that decision and actually being conscientious of it. If I'm doing some of the same kind of thing, if somebody says, what do you want to have for dinner? I'm like, oh, it doesn't matter. When in reality, I don't want to go to, I definitely don't want to go to Olive Garden or something like that. So instead of saying that, but I feel like I've been given the wisdom that I do need to speak up for myself. It's a simple thing is that I feel has microdosing has helped me do, because I would not do that before. And now it's I started doing it even when it's not comfortable. And so now I've been practicing it so much that it's a part of my life. It's not, it's not something that I have to work at doing. It's just integrated into my everyday and every relationship, setting boundaries, setting healthy boundaries, getting wisdom and divine information. Anybody ever be what microdosing, whatever, and be with somebody and all of a sudden you see them in a different way and you're like, whoa, that kind of just, or something, notice something about, life that you're like, that does not feel comfortable with me anymore. That does not feel right. And for me, it's hard for me to unsee that, unfeel that, ungain that wisdom. With the wisdom that I've been given, it's I can't turn a blind eye anymore. I can't just stand by and let, things go by that I wouldn't normally have let go by before. I'd gotten accustomed and compliant with just being, a good person, I'm kind and stuff like that, and I do what I'm, basic, not all the time. I go up and down, but it's got me a lot better at, growing that valley too of when I'm upset with myself, when I don't feel confident, it's just part of who I am now. It's not a lesson, it's part of who I am. So I've used the lessons that psilocybin has given me and made it part of who I am. And you too. And but honestly, usually I'm nicer to you than I am to myself in the past. Now I've gotten the lesson that I need to have compassion and forgiveness and kind words to myself, not only to you, but to myself too. So if I start going into some old track in my head, I go, is that the truth? Is that your truth today? And bring it around, and bring it. So that's integration to me. It's using what I'm given, and that, yeah, basically. I don't know if that.
No, for sure. And I just don't know if I'm always, given something.
Well, I mean, I used to do just flower petal readings and go and play in the park with my friends when I was much younger. And it was a lot of fun. We'd have little, we would dance around, and get the happy, funny, feel good, or go to EDM, go dancing all night until I'm just dead, lying down on the ground, that's what, it was fun, right?
I heard what you said earlier. I just like to have fun. I like to have fun too. Today, increased peace with myself is more valuable than fun on Saturday night. So it's just happened. Like I would be sitting there when all is said and done, and I'm coming down, I'm grinding teeth because I did too much acid or something, and I'm tired, and I'm just like, ugh, and I like overdid it, so my body hurts, and I had fun, but everybody's gone, and I'm still stuck with whatever feeling that I was trying to kind of get away from sometimes. Like I was to have fun, but I just didn't want to feel into me. So, I was trying to get away from it. So today I literally use it like medicine. I do microdoses. Today I probably did a little bit more than I normally do. So I was feeling kind of wonky, but it's just like a little tiny piece. I don't even measure it or anything. A tiny piece. I go, is this good? Is this enough for me today? Just enough. I don't feel it usually. It like puts me on the right side of the bed. You ever hear, somebody got up on the wrong side of the bed today, kind of thing. Sometimes I don't have to do it all the time. But I'm 51, so I've been searching all my life to find that peace within, through whatever I was doing, if it was having fun with my friends or doing drugs or, being perfect or whatever it was. So today it's more about the wisdom that I can gain, and like, so I can have, that internal happiness, that internal peace that it's better. It's honestly better than any fucking live party ever that I've gone to, because it lasts. It lasts. I carry that with me everywhere I go. That's what to me integration is. It's like, it's part of who I am now. It's not just a fleeting moment. It's not just about a fun. I carry those memories, but it's who I am. I don't have to like. One of the things that I felt like about this world for me was that I allowed experiences and other people's ideas and beliefs to shape who I am. And psilocybin has given me the opportunity to go, you can be who you are. In fact, it might be better if who you are, because in the reality of it, I was just fake anyway. Even if I was nice, I was fake. So today I can be who I am and have that balance and peace and happiness and not be afraid. That's integrating. Whoops. I've been talking and talking. Thank you all for listening. I appreciate that. Austin, I realized that I didn't see your face, but I didn't know that you had left the room. So you're gonna have to watch the recording now.
Could I say something real quick? When you were speaking, I just kept thinking about this comment that just kept coming to me that felt like you trusted that you were loved. Like yes. I can resonate with that. You trust that you were loved. And I've had that happen.
It doesn't have to come from out here. It's in here. Yeah.
But I think that there's a deep loving that we remember from being in our mother's wombs. And I felt that with ayahuasca before, like a big heart, like a heart womb holding me and pulsating, like you're gestating or something. But like you can just feel the energy or the spirits working on your body and helping to heal you or whatever. And they only love you, right? They only want to give love to you or remind you of the love you once had for yourself when you were a baby before you came into this world and you were taught to hate yourself.
Yeah.
Right. Because when we're children, we just don't know that we're supposed to hate ourselves. So I feel like psychedelics remind us.
Stop, don't do that. That's not right. Whatever. Go to your room.
Shame.
You're not.
Shame.
Yeah. Like all this stuff about, like me, I'm a naturally like happy, dancey, singy, silly person. But my whole life it was like, don't. I love to dress up. I love to play. I make up little songs, to everybody. But I wouldn't have been able to do that before microdosing and psilocybin because that was like, that's not, you can't, I'm an adult. Okay, I don't do that. That's silly. It doesn't sound right anyway. I'm not an opera singer, but today that's part of who I am. And I like who I am.
I can relate to that.
You do that?
Yeah, I can relate
That's
with that
awesome.
for sure.
That's awesome.
In fact, I kind of
Yeah.
pride myself on liking weird things, I'm just like keep it
Yeah.
weird for sure, I think that's
Right.
cool.
Right.
But I can definitely, tribute that to like so psychedelics too, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. But sorry for
Yeah.
leaving earlier. I didn't mean my power went out. So I had to flip the breaker. But anyways, I'm getting a little sleepy. I don't know if anybody wants to take over. I've been here kind of all day.
Yeah, right.
I know I really have. I kind of need to get to bed. So Leo, thanks for
I
having
feel
me.
that for sure. I'm
I hope
tired too.
I hope I'm not abandoning anything if
Do
I get
something.
going. Maybe Lovely could take my spot. But
Yeah, I think I am. But I'm playing a song.
oh, you are?
Yeah. But I'm playing a song.
For us?
It's I Am the Walrus.
Oh, great. Let's play it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
See how they run like pigs from a gun. See how they climb. Crying. Sitting on a cornflake. Waiting for the man to come.
Anyway, we can all listen to that ourselves if we want to. I just thought I would play it real quick. So I love John Lennon and Yoko Ono. Yoko Ono said, "We could save the world by being ourselves." And, psilocybin is teaching me more and more each day how to be myself and how to love myself. Just this moment. It doesn't matter any other moment. And that was really like revolutionary for my brain and my body and my spirit, honestly. And yeah, I can't ever turn back.
Yeah. A good trick is keeping it simple, huh?
What?
Keeping it simple. You know what I mean?
I don't know if I'm doing it wrong then, because I'm complicated as heck
no,
sometimes.
I don't think it's complicated.
Yeah, but yeah.
I was gonna say I think it's good, keeping it simple. I think you are keeping it simple, because it's about, just like being happy with yourself and me, I can overcomplicate things. I'm a big, maybe some you guys can relate. I'm a big overthinker, a lot. So and then something and I didn't do mushrooms for a while, maybe like a year or a year and a half or so before like this summer, before, I heard about the Microdose event coming up in Seattle and stuff like that. And I was thinking, oh yeah, I want to do that again, And then, so I've been having a way different intention about it this time, and so, but it's nice, going like getting that reset, because now it's really, I know the basics, and I know how to take care of myself, but sometimes my brain just doesn't let me, like stop, and just like give myself like that moment. And I don't know what it is. And I wish I could just like, sometimes you can't just tell yourself like, oh, it's okay, it's all in your head, it's like, it's in your head, but your head is the issue sometimes. So, so psilocybin, like right now, I've been really getting right now I'm having a nice like calming effect, from my last dose I did a couple of days ago and stuff. But and I think the integration part of that is just really nice. And I just gotta breathe or something, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because everything's right.
Like I recognized one time, using the I breathe really shallow. I don't breathe right, and my body started feeling it than normal. Like I had become complacent, and like that's just the way my life was. I didn't, I didn't understand it. I didn't even pay attention. But all of a sudden, while I'm sitting there, I'm like, why are you breathing like that? It's so shallow. And I was getting, and I was like I couldn't breathe, like I was having an attack. Oh my gosh, my computer is.
Oh yeah.
Or
yeah, you
something.
can tell.
And so now it comes to mind sometimes. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Okay. Uh-oh. I may have to go for a minute. Oh my gosh. Um, okay, I think it's working now. You can hear me, yeah? Does anybody else have anything they'd like to say about integration, or like one of the, if you get wisdom or
maybe it'd be
information
worthwhile maybe to encourage some folks that haven't spoken. You might have to call on them directly, but folks who haven't spoken yet, maybe they could share.
I would, yeah, that'd be really nice if we could hear from somebody who hasn't spoken in a long time, or maybe has anybody just came in not too long ago? I know Holly, Christy, Justice.
Oh yeah, Justice is on there. Hey Justice, you want to talk? Oh, we got two. There, I see another Leo in here. Have you spoke? Leo? Not Leo Russell. Yes, you. Yes, you. You're leaning forward. You're like right in the middle of my screen for some reason.
Yeah, I spoke briefly earlier. I'm just here to show my support, really.
Oh, okay. So you don't really have anything that you'd like to add, or just.
Well, I mean, I'm just a huge fan of the mushroom. I feel like it's taught me everything that everything that I know that's I consider to be the highest forms of knowledge that I have. So yeah, just really grateful that the mushrooms shown me what it's shown me, and so yeah, and I like to talk about it and give people the experience when I can.
Cool. But what do you, okay, I have a great question. What do you all like to do the most when you're going just for the experience with somebody? Like you have an opportunity to share an experience with somebody, and you're going to like organize the events, what you're doing and stuff. What are some of your favorite things to do with others, and or talk about, anything come to mind?
What's the with anyone? Do you mean just like?
Yeah. Well, I mean, like if say I haven't done it for a while, or you're like, maybe, I come over, we're gonna get together. What would be your suggestion? What would be some of your favorite things to do?
Mm-hmm. That's a good question. I like to have all the things available that you could need. And so you gotta have the cozy stuff. You're gonna want to have tea at some point. I think it's good to be in nature, but also like if it's really public or you're wanting to, have comfort amenities, have a safe way to just come back to wherever the home space is. Ground zero, and apples are good. Art supplies, music, dancing, spaciousness for spontaneity.
Sounds good.
Guys, can I say something?
Yep.
So,
please do.
How do I do that? Okay, Al Wheeler. You're talking about setting, right?
Yeah, or events, activities.
So set and setting, I keep hearing
food,
that.
I don't know, drink.
I keep hearing about set and setting, and what I think that means is that set means you're in the right headspace to partake of this, whether it's a journey and more, or less than that, maybe a light dose, but that's that's the setting. You need a setting. That's the set. You got to have the right headspace. You don't want to have, family argument or something, or buzzkill situation, right? You need to have the right headspace going into it. The calmness of the acceptance of the journey or micro journey that you're going to take on this, that you're going to be able to accept a partnership with this substance, because it is a partnership that you're going on, and you need to partake of that. And that's the mindset, and then the setting. So I think you're talking about really is the setting. That's your opening comment kind of reminded me of this term, the setting, that I keep hearing again and again about. You and Annie mentioned you want these amenities available and that safe space, right? In case you need to retreat back to a more comfortable, less public place. You don't want to be captive out in some public square where there's a lot of chaos or something. That, that's asking for trouble. So no, you don't want to do that. So I look forward to partaking with the right set and setting on this partnership. Anybody else?
Yeah, I think too, like what I hear you saying, Al, is something like, and I've heard this before too, like you have to be like in the right mindset, otherwise you might have a bad trip or something like that. Personally, I don't agree with that. I don't think that I don't agree with not being in a good mindset, but I've been in a bad mindset and dosed and was fine. That one of the things that I've learned too is that that I'll be given the choice in the middle of dosing, where my mind is, where my spirit is, where my heart is, what I'm doing, and I'll be given the choice. Do I want to stay in the not right mind space, or do I want to move forward into like wisdom and growth and such? So, yeah. So I've never had a bad trip.
I've never had a bad trip either, I would say. Yeah.
Yeah. Because I'm always, even if something like all of a sudden like flips in my head, because you get this different perspective, it's like a veil is lifted over our eyes and we can see things differently. Well, at least in my opinion. And, I could look at it, from a scared point of view. I can be scared sometime, or an angry, point of view, or jealous or something. And when I make the choice to move through that, and have a little bit of patience and compassion with myself, that's maybe something that I would have before, but I can be who I am today. And that my truth is that, I don't walk in that. I don't walk in fear. I don't walk in, resentment and anger and violence like that. That's not part of who I truly am in my spirit. So, yeah, I just wanted to say that. Because I don't think we can always change our mind. We can always change our mind, no matter what's going on, where we're at. We can always change our mind, and I really feel like microdosing has helped me, like, really learn that and like be like and be okay with that. I could change my whole belief system like that if I wanted to. Like my mind could just go, like, okay, this isn't what I believe anymore. I don't believe that the sky is blue. The reflection or something like that. I don't even know. Somebody was telling me that like flowers aren't the color; it's the color that they are like
refracting.
I don't even know. I was like, what? I'm like, that hurts my head. Like, okay, it's not the color. I'm not really this. I'm not wearing red on my pants. It's just that it's. I don't even know. I can't. I don't know what he was saying to me.
It's absorbing whatever.
There we go. Yeah.
We're seeing is the color it's not absorbing.
Exactly. So, yes, that's it. Thank you. I was like, oh my God, what? So I have the power to absorb whatever I want to absorb and to emit whatever I don't want in. That's what that's telling me. I'm sorry, I'm being silly now.
It's
I
okay.
really, but I will keep
Bye.
talking too because I'm a super talker. If y'all don't say anything, I'll just sit here and you guys will be my audience to just like talk
Well-
about whatever I want to. Ask strange questions, and then when nobody answers, answer it myself.
Well, that's perfect, I'd say. But Lynette just joined. I don't know if Lynette would like to introduce herself.
I think so.
Hi there.
Hi
Hi.
there.
Hi. I'm kind of a shy person, and I'm not really experienced with psychedelics. I did mushrooms once, like 25 years ago. Had an amazing experience. And honestly, I don't know why I never did it again. But I put it on the back burner, kind of forgot about it, went on with life, and then I got on earlier. I don't know how many of you were here when I was here earlier, but I mentioned that I've been dealing with depression for the last 20 years, and I've been on pharmaceuticals and a whole list of things, and just recently started hearing about using psychedelics as a mental health therapy treatments. And I thought, I tried mushrooms once. That was pretty awesome. Maybe that would work for me. So and honestly, I don't even know how I got involved with Leo, but I sort of helped her get the 209.5 set up and everything, got the furniture for it, and and helped set it up. It's just fun. I don't even remember how I met Leo, but I'm just like, I want to get involved. This sounds great. So anyway, I'm kind of looking for somebody that would be a good guide, or a trip sitter, or somebody that I would feel comfortable with, that I could, I want to do some macrodosing, not microdosing. I think I really need to shake my brain up a little bit at first, to kind of, have a real deep experience. And I'd like to find somebody kind of that would be a good trip sitter for me, somebody that is more familiar with, I don't know. I don't know. I don't even know the questions to ask. I just feel kind of stupid. I'm just here like just fishing around trying to figure out what I want to do. And so I don't know if anybody's got suggestions. I know there are probably people that do this for a living, or maybe they just do it for fun and they just like being with people that want to have these new experiences and sort of I don't know. What do you think, Lovely? Help me out.
There are people that do it. There are people that do it for their profession. And they're, like you were mentioning, I think ketamine earlier too. There's a ketamine clinic. They don't utilize psilocybin or any of the other psychedelics at this time because it's not legal there.
Right.
And there's some people within the group of MPO Society and ADAPT that, like, Eric is one of them. He literally has a church, and he's doing the 5-MeO, or is he doing combo? Combo. What, I don't know. Anyway, there's probably, we all know people where you could do that. This group is probably really a technical thing for us to talk about it on here. Actually say that you would have to definitely take care of yourself, but you could go to like an event or something like that with somebody, get some people's information and talk to them, because I don't personally, I've been I know that Mike earlier was talking about, he's been doing this for years, he doesn't get paid, it's not scarce. It's like, if you look around my apartment, I have probably at least 25 different artists on my walls, because I do psilocybin, kind of, I don't know, different types of, getting together and doing stuff and opening, the doors to talk about things, because psilocybin helps you kind of change from conscious to subconscious, and it lets the subconscious kind of drive, where normally we let it's the opposite way. We live by our subconscious, but we're not conscious of it. And when we are on psilocybin, when I'm on psilocybin, like my subconscious actually takes over more, like in the moment, rather than just like some old tapes playing. So it kind of like erases that, social, norm maybe of what you would or wouldn't talk about if you're not, if you're more of an introvert, you're a little bit shy, you haven't done it as much, where it might let it, that kind of go, well, that doesn't make this moment, that doesn't shape this moment really. You shape this, and this moment is for us to like, get beyond those definitions, those boxes of what society's put us in. Because I found that that's what I feel like my depression was, is I wasn't able to be me. I wasn't able to be, and I wasn't happy, and I couldn't figure it out. And I was looking everywhere else, trying to find that, whatever that is.
Yeah.
And when
I can relate to that.
When I started microdosing and just living my life for what the fuck I want to do, what I feel is right, and you know what, and that means even, like showing love and compassion when I don't want to somebody, because I think they're a fucking dick. Because I am love and compassion. That's what I do. Like I have to go, okay, well, in my trained by the world, I'm a fighter and I'll fight back, and I'm gonna, but my reality is I'm not. That I just became that because it was easier to do that than it was just to take a hit and, or just take a beating all the time. Even it was just like judgments, people's ideas, other people, making decisions, whatever it was. So, and I'm so much better a person for everybody around, not just, and myself, honestly. So I'm so thankful that you are all here, but especially the people like you, Lynette, who are, are curious. And I feel like, that's the reason why some of the people that are working and doing the things that we do, because we have an opportunity to be part of somebody's solution to live a life worth fucking living.
Yes.
Not attached to, the other stuff. It's not just about partying, but sometimes it is. Honestly, this last summer I went to a rave in the woods. One of my favorite things to do. They're blasting music through 3 different, dance areas, different music through in the woods. And I'm like, I put headlights on the end of these big sticks, and I was like, I do flow, I do staff, and I try to do poi, but I mostly hit myself, and I'm like, I was rebirthed and baptized and like calling in strength from above, the stars, and like just with headlamps on the end of these sticks. I got in the river in the middle of the night, cold, like and sat in the river. I mean, it was freezing, and it was where it's 3 rivers that came together at the same point too. It was so spiritual. It was like this huge cleansing, and I danced until like I couldn't move the next day. I was so sore and I was sweating, and I got in the river, and then I was cold, and all of this, it was so much fun. It was so much fun, and I needed that. Like sometimes I just need to like break out and have fun, because I'm not old. I'm so young in my heart. I'm still doing those like raves in the woods, because I love that. That's so much fun. It's like I get to step out of having to like have a 9 to 5 and be a mom and like have a clean house and walk like this and talk like this and wear this and look like this, so yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah. For me, it's kind of like, I just want to feel again, I've been on medication for so long that I don't even know what it's like to feel. Like I don't know what it's like to really feel happy. And honestly, in the past couple of months, a couple of my good friends passed away. I just found out about one of them on Sunday. And my feelings are so stunted because of the medication that I'm on that I haven't even been able to cry. I haven't really even gotten upset about it. And I know it's just because my feelings are so stuffed because of this medication. So I'm weaning myself off of the medication, and I can tell, I'm starting to feel a little bit, but I want to be able to feel happiness and joy. And I even want to be able to feel the sadness. I want to be able to feel again. So I feel like.
Have you contacted, can I ask you a question real quick? Have you contacted your doctor about this? Have you talked to a professional? Just because some medications can have like an adverse effect when you stop taking them and stuff.
Really important, lovely.
Is it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah, I've been working.
Just share that. Like, I suggest you talk to a professional, because I'm not a doctor. I'm not a professional like that.
No, I have been working with my psychiatrist, and he's known for a long time that I've wanted to wean off of the medication, and so we did reduce it by about half. But I've been, and I talked to him, a couple of weeks ago about trying psilocybin as a treatment.
What was the response?
He just balked. He's like, no, we don't want to go there. There hasn't been enough. There hasn't been enough studies. We don't know enough about it. So let's just put that.
I don't think there's been enough studies about margarine. That was brought up earlier too. That shit sucks.
I missed that.
Yeah, approve that shit. That's so dated. That's so bad. I'm sorry.
But so that's what I'm working with. I'm having a hard time communicating with my own psychiatrist because he doesn't want to talk about it.
Yeah.
So
there are some people
want to talk about psilocybin.
He doesn't want to. Yeah, he doesn't want to talk about plant medicine.
I know.
He only wants to talk about,
I can totally relate to this. Yeah, I've been on a new medication since like, I don't know, the end of the winter, and I don't want to be on them, but I know I can't talk to my psychologist, and she's trying to get me like off of like, smoking weed and stuff like that. But she's trying to get me on like these antidepressant drugs and stuff, so it's like.
Right. Well, that's the standard mainstream solution for, if it shows up in the DSM. However, there are a lot, there's over 50 years of study being done. The school, the academia knows, the government knows, people that, there have been people on here, they're professionals that have studied it literally, like there are some valid points about, the test groups and such. However, there's also lived experience and people that can, share with you, like myself, I literally have like my whole demeanor pretty much has changed. And one of the reasons that I feel really thankful that I've got an opportunity to talk with you is because I feel you. I've been there, if not probably worse, because if I wasn't crazy, then I was a badass, hardcore drug addict, shooting up dope and like, losing my life, losing my job, losing my family, losing my home, losing my self-respect, losing not even, I'm just saying, like, I feel you. And I tried the medication, I tried the groups, the rooms and everything. And all of it has, some things that have added to my story and who I am. Mm-hmm. However, I don't participate in all those things anymore. I have found other ways and means that feel better to me. Like I dance a couple of days a week. That's a great way to get into your body too. Great way because you're literally in your body, and you're moving.
Microdosing cannabis really brings me into my body too, to be honest.
Cannabis?
Edibles.
Oh, edibles. I know, right?
Lynette, if you here's my advice as a person I've used cannabis since I was 19. I'm 46 now, and I've had very few dry spells. Slow and low dosage, and always go with full, broad spectrum, organic, live extraction. And use it as an edible or maybe as a topical first. See how your skin absorbs it.
See,
So you feel
unfortunately,
it.
I have one big problem with using cannabis, and in that my employer tests for it and it's
Oh.
mandatory.
Well,
And
you can use it
so,
as a topical and it won't show up in your bloodstream.
yeah, taking
And
psilocybin
CBD.
or other hallucinogens I can take, and they won't show up. Or see, the thing about ketamine is that my insurance company actually pays for partially pays for the ketamine treatments. So I'm thinking about going that route. I'd rather go with the plant medicine and just do psilocybin, which wouldn't show up on a drug test, or maybe it might be in my system for a day or two, but then it will be flushed out. But I have a commercial driver's license, so any trace of any marijuana in my system would make me lose my career, basically. So I can't even go down that road. I'd love to be able to.
You could maybe do somebody talked about it. It's like like it's kind of like a snuff. You could probably chew small amounts of salvia plant.
Or there's also drum circle, things like that. Like actually even Basil Vanderkolk talked about that too, like drumming actually has some proof too, to show like some honestly, like I do these things in microdose. I drum, I dance, I spin fire, I do flow, I play, and I do it with microdosing, and I get into my body and I get into my feeling, and I get to move through so much stuff, and it's literally like rewiring your brain too at the same time. It builds neuroplasticity. So if you're having issues with, at least that's some of the stuff I've read. You could look into it if you want to. I'm not.
Do you know if people? So you said Eric has like a group or something that he does. Should I contact him and see if maybe?
Yeah, absolutely.
He's got something going on that. Because I don't feel comfortable just I have a source for mushrooms, which is great, but I don't feel comfortable just taking them on my own by myself at home.
Right.
I want somebody. I want a trip sitter or somebody. I live in Mount Lake Terrace.
Where is that?
Mount Lake Terrace, Washington, north of Seattle.
I live in Linwood.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Well, come on over.
Okay.
You're right next door.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
I want to come.
That's funny.
Lovely. You sound so fun. I want to come down.
Thank you. I do like to have fun. I do.
Lovely. You sound awesome.
You, and I wouldn't feel like a dork.
Right. I mean,
I'm not good at it.
At drumming? At drumming or dancing?
Drumming or like hula hooping.
Oh my gosh, hula hooping I suck at. I do. I have them. And I just I fly with them now. I put them on my arms. I fly and stuff. Yeah, it's fun. It's and there's some research about that. I'm literally, because of the life that I lived, I've been literally looking for the answers, for the solutions. I want to be a walking solution. I want to be a walking testimony of the things that work. The things that really work. And psilocybin's one of them.
I just had this weird recall of this cool thing that people do in India. Maybe you've heard of it. It's called a laughing circle.
It's called what? Is it called?
A laughing circle.
A laughing circle? Oh yeah, we can do it right now. Everybody just start laughing. Yeah, it's fun. It really works too.
That's all you do.
We can trick our body into thinking we're happy.
And everybody stands in a really close circle, and someone gets right in the middle, and that person's job, their role is that they laugh, and eventually everyone is hysterical. everyone is hysterical. You don't even know what you're laughing at. You're laughing at the absurdity of the idea that you don't know what you're laughing at, and then you do know what you're
Or
laughing
the
at
person's
because
laugh
this is
across
funny.
the room sounds funny.
Yeah, and
It's
that's the whole.
contagious.
It's
It is.
absolutely contagious, and it can go on for like ecstatic dance. You know, it can go on and on and on and on and on and on and on. Eventually, you know, it kind of dies down. Everybody's exhausted and happy, and you've got all these wonderful hormones. God,
Yes, beautiful
we should
ones.
organize something like that. Some, you know, like get everybody together.
Okay.
It's just not that.
Oh
Like,
my God.
look at all of us sitting here. I mean, it's kind of a
So,
little different in your living room, you know.
so Lovely, where are you located?
I'm right by Fred Meyer in Linwood on 196.
Oh, oh my
Right by the
gosh.
transit center. Yeah, it's just right down the street.
I'm on 44th. I'm on 44th.
No way.
Yeah.
You're
We're
literally
neighbors.
just like right down the street.
Okay, we're gonna hook up. That's all there is to it. We're
Okay.
gonna dance and we're gonna drum and we're gonna do art
Fuck
together.
yeah, I'm telling you. And I go by myself usually because I'm like, whatever, you know.
Cool.
And I feel like, yeah, it's so much fun, and it's literally like scientifically, you know, being researched too. The stuff that I'm doing is actually being shown to work for these fucking things. It's like, why aren't they offering it to people that need these kinds of services? I'm like, wait, you know, I don't know, but my life has changed a lot, and I'm so thankful. I'm so very, very thankful for the. Yeah.
I'm
Yeah,
thankful that you're here and you're sharing.
Yeah. Thank you.
It means a lot to me as a kind of a newbie that is sort of just kind of sticking my toe in the water, to have people that, you know, have all these experiences. So many people that I've heard today. Yeah, it's just amazing to me that there's a community out there that, you know, wants to help people so much and has such great stories. And I can relate to so many people that have talked already. It's like, oh my God, you guys get me. You get me.
Could we
Thank you.
have, there's 3 people, Bradley, Holly, and Melissa, who just joined. I'm just wondering if we could solicit them to share.
Hello.
Yeah.
Please, will you share?
Hello.
Hey.
Hi, Bird.
Hi, Patty.
Hi. Thanks for coming back.
Yeah, of course.
How are you?
I'm good. I went to a psychedelic integration circle tonight here in Reno.
Tell us about it. We were just talking about integration.
Yeah. It's a really, really sweet concept. I've been doing it by myself with anybody that'll listen for, I don't know, better part of 10 years. But I finally got to go to a circle tonight with the Sierra Psychedelic Society, and it was great. It was awesome. It was very open, very the lady that was running it tonight did a dream orientation on it. She said she wanted to talk about psychedelics as though we were talking about dreams. And she said to, you know, quote, you know, in my experience, and quote, in my understanding, and quote, in my way of thinking, like that was the best way to start everything off and to keep things going. So I was very, very happy with how it all went. It was very open, very accepting. I couldn't have asked for more.
That's awesome. Well, Bird, will you tell us, you know, everybody that's been on here, with the exception, I think, of Darren and Bradley and you, we've all kind of been here for a good portion of the evening. Do you guys want to maybe tell us, like, you know, where you're at, and, you know, maybe what your experience has been in the microdose universe with psychedelics, or specifically with the mushroom?
Yeah, I'm physically, I'm in Reno. Mentally, I'm in a state of well-being. And I did not microdose tonight, so I'm not in the mindset of being on the good mushrooms. But I have definitely experienced many a microdose in my day. and I believe in the plant medicine. I was actually mentioning earlier before I had to leave that my best friend microdoses because of psychosis. She keeps herself away from psychosis and demonic attachments and possession by means of microdosing, and it's the only thing that helps her. So
Wow.
I do believe in it very heavily.
Thank you. Darren, you want to tell us, say hello?
Hello. Yeah, I don't have too much to say about like the current topic. I'm just getting ready to talk in a little bit about my ideas about psychedelics and how that pertains to addiction,
Nice.
the benefits of it, and the hurdles that the dose of addiction might face. Those maybe expand into the challenges of people who are caught up in addiction with homelessness, legal issues, mental health issues, challenges that they face when it comes to partaking in psychedelic therapy. That area really interests me, and we'll get into that in a little bit.
Do you think I could use because I smoke a lot of weed, right? And I feel like I'm addicted to weed almost, and I to the point where like I don't know if I could like quit like that, you know? So I mean, maybe that sounds like a dumb question, but like, you think that you could use psilocybin to like, you know, stop me from smoking weed, basically?
Well, anecdotally, I had a friend that would shoot up methamphetamine daily for a good decade, and
I'd
with
say that's
one
worse.
experience of doing mushrooms, came to awareness that how that was impacting their life, and has been sober for years. So like, you know, not to
I'd have to set the right intentions going into my trip, probably, and then
well,
ideally integrate it.
It's someone that is I don't want to give my big old lecture or ideas, before my time or whatever, but like it's really comes down to, when addressing addiction, there's a lot of thoughts about like I personally, I've been really have a lot of experience with 12-step programs, and I know there's a lot of stigma about that, and there's a lot of stigma about psychedelics within that organization. And
Yeah, that's like cheating, kind of. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. No, go ahead. I just like they don't like all drugs, is bad,
except for when it's not, right?
That's what I think, right? That's why I don't really like the 12-step.
Use Suboxone for the heroin issues. Bill W., the founder of AA, found that like a spiritual component is essential for recovery from addiction. That having addiction is a spiritual problem.
I think in 12 steps they call them a higher power, but yeah.
And so he struggled with finding his spiritual expression for a long time until, wait for it, until he had a psychedelic experience. And then he was able to find out his way of expressing his spirituality. If you look at the 12 steps, which I don't expect anyone to do now, but I've looked at it plenty of times. I've sat in the halls many, many hours, and they have these big posters on the wall that read the 12 steps on like how to get right and to get sober. And there are 2 underlying passages that are in the 12 steps. And it specifically says, find a higher power
Right.
as you define it. As you define it. And that part is underlined. There's no other parts in the 12 steps that has anything that is italicized or in quotes, or bold print or anything except for find the higher power as you find it. And that is one of the 2 elements that I think that psilocybin can bring to recovery and works within the 12-step program. And it's controversial to some, but it's a dark secret that is there in the AA history, and the AA history is part of NA's history, and any other 12-step program or model is building off of the AA history. So it's right there. And yeah, with anything, psychedelics to me is a serious thing. It's not a casual thing. To me, I think of it as God time. You just don't go barging into God's house, willy-nilly. And yeah, you could play with it and have fun and just, use it as any other intoxicant, or you can do it with intention, with being serious and use it as a tool for growth. And if you are using it in a recovery or an addiction context, that's essential.
I'm just curious because Darren is going to be moderating later. I was just wondering if we could have Holly or Bradley introduce themselves if they feel comfortable in terms of sharing what they're about. And
Hi, I'm Bradley. I've microdosed off and on for maybe the last 6 years, and mostly LSD, but other types of substances like iboga and mescaline, and no, a little bit, but mushrooms as well. And this is my friend Zeke, who's dropped
They
by.
met me before.
Yeah.
But Bradley, what's your background? It sounds like you've been a psychonaut for many years.
Yeah, I was a psychotherapist, retired now, and I train psychedelic therapists.
Wow.
In psychedelic therapy in Vancouver.
Oh, how wonderful.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so exciting. I hope you guys stay on the call and that you can contribute some stories.
Bradley, sorry, Leo.
Yeah, I was just wondering about Holly, if she wanted to introduce herself, but if she didn't, we could just stay with these guys. It's totally fine.
That's what I was going to ask Bradley if he could put the name of his school in the chat, if that was acceptable.
I can do that. I didn't want to share screen. No. So
stop sharing.
Yeah, I'm trying to hit chat. So why don't you tell them about yourself?
Oh, because it's getting boring.
No.
Okay.
You talk.
But I wasn't invited.
Okay, but the thing is, we
I'm here because of you.
Yep. Do you have any thoughts on addiction? Because right now we're moving into addiction as the subject in the next hour or so. Do you have any thoughts on the drugs you develop as do any of them help with addiction?
If you're asking me, because I develop drugs and have been for a long time. Bradley,
I just take them.
No, you also teach people to help other people.
Yeah.
With these things we call therapeutic adjuncts, right?
Right.
So, I mean, how do you define addiction? I asked myself before I ever created any substance of my own, whether or not I'm addicted to food. And the word addiction has been around for a long time. And, in school, we were, Christian F was part of the curriculum. You have to, they scare you, right? And it's called education. Or prohibitionist propaganda. But what about things we really need, but can get too much of? Water, air, food. You can get too much of those things. Is that being hungry? Is that an addiction? Because a lot of the people that we call opiate addicts are simply suffering from chronic pain, and they want to get away from it. One of the substances that I invented is Mark Hayden was here in the sit-in earlier. He talked about MEAI that is being put through clinical trials by Clear Mind Medicine, and MEAI stops people from binge drinking. It's just good enough to make them want to go to sleep instead of getting another drink, but it's not so good that it stops drinking completely. So you can maintain a lifestyle of drinking in moderation. You go from drinking too much to drinking in moderation instead of, cold turkey all the way. And that's sustainable. But what is it about the human condition that makes people, for so many generations, always cycle back to that craving? It's kind of the way we developed as these components of a big society by imitating each other, but only up to a degree. And at a certain point, we begin to cooperate. Now, cooperation and imitation isn't exactly the same. So then it kind of fluctuates in between there being a hierarchy, not being a hierarchy, people pairing up into pair bonds and not. And in that shifting of status, there very often comes a self-judgment that you're missing. So it's not like food, that you're hungry and it's unavoidable and you feel it because your gut is secreting what's the hormone? No, the stress hormone.
Oh, cortisol.
Cortisol, yeah, because your gut's secreting cortisol. It comes from a narrative that drives you to want. I'm not up with the Joneses, is basically what people are saying to themselves. And if they don't say that to themselves, then their mother-in-law says it, right? Right. It's somebody in society says it, that you can't be like that. You can be like that. And my mother is a crystal healer. And a lot of the problems that she tells me that she has with a lot of her patients is people that have just toxic cyclic thoughts, a self-deprecating narrative that makes them miserable. And it's not a coincidence that so many people have that, because
the way the brain works, the use it or lose it reinforcement, will take a certain narrative that is favored by our cognitive processes and keep it in the foreground just because it's already entrenched itself. And if that narrative makes you miserable, well, you know, the very nature of use it or lose it doesn't care. The very nature of our neurons hasn't even caught up with the fact that we are conscious. I think that consciousness is like, in terms of phenomena that are emergent from neurophysiology, it's the newest kid on the block. What do you think?
Well, Gabor Mate would say that.
Oh, Gabor Mate, it's a friend of ours, and he lives like 2 blocks away.
It's a disconnection from self. And when you're disconnected from yourself, you're disconnected from everybody, and you feel lonely and sad, and there's a lot of pain inside, usually caused by trauma. And the only thing that will quell that is, you know, some kind of opiate, or, you know, to get addicted to something like drinking. And it, you know, for a time, you know, makes you feel good. That's all they want to, you know, just want to feel good.
But you know, if you read anthropological texts like Elizabeth Marshall's The Old Way. Elizabeth Marshall is an amazing character. She her father and her brother were anthropologists. And her father was the first anthropologist to be brave enough to ride in with 3 trucks into the Kalahari, even though all of the surrounding tribes around on the borders of the Kalahari were saying that inside the desert live people with poison darts. And it's true. The San people of the Kalahari coat their darts with, or their arrows, with the innards of the grub of a beetle that produces the most potent neurotoxic known to science. And a single arrow can kill an elephant, and certainly a person. So there was reason to be afraid. And so, but the father, I don't know his first name, Marshall, braved that. And Elizabeth Marshall was 16 when she rode in on the back of one of her father's trucks. And she pretty much spent, you know, decades with the Bushmen until many years later, she wrote a book which really gives you the feeling of what it's like to be a Paleolithic human. And it's so, I get the feeling that, I mean, I've never been a Paleolithic human, obviously. I've never really even been very rural, but from the feeling that I get from reading texts like that, visiting caves and, you know, just going out in nature, and looking at like the kind of evidence that we see from scientists like Spencer Wells, the geneticist that works for National Geographic, that did the cheek swab all over the world and map the mankind's exit out of Africa. So you get this very strong feeling that there weren't that many people around, and you were, as a Paleolithic human, you were surrounded by this amazing you know, natural backdrop that's just stunning. And all of existence back in those days was ineffable because there was no language. And then, you know, again, if you follow the anthropologists, you see the first symbols emerging, and then they take on meaning, and then they are revered and worshipped until, I don't know, I guess, probably, I guess, like the French Revolution was the big, like, you know, human culture's like big middle finger to higher powers. But there's something to be said for how inherent higher powers are, because they were there throughout the entire evolution of the brain, even before language.
Are you going to swing this back to addiction?
Yeah, I'm right there. So when you're surrounded by all of that, all of those majestic stimuli, it's like being in a cinema, being in the movies and the movie never ends. And, you know, and getting food or popcorn or whatever, you know, it's part of the movie, right? So, I mean, if you're one of 200,000 people left on Earth, right? Mm-hmm. And you have to really work for your subsistence, what are you going to get addicted to? What are you going to crave? You don't have many opportunities to compare yourself to anybody, right? You don't have anybody breathing down your neck. There aren't that many rules. You're surrounded by nature. Mm-hmm.
Could I interrupt for 1 second? Mark spoke earlier about the substance that you briefly referenced, and Darren was not on the call at that time. And so maybe could you just summarize what the addiction implications are for the substance that Mark was talking about?
Mark was talking about a substance called MEAI.
Which you discovered?
Yeah, I discovered it. It's a 5-HT1A agonist.
I mean, has to do with satiation.
Yes. Yeah. And it satiates. And different people have different theories about what that actually means. I think that the way satiation works is you've got the socially aware frontal lobes kind of sending dendrites to all of the, you know, further back and further down parts of the brain. And when you decide to do something, you get a positive reward in that is dopamine. And when you get a lot of positive rewards as dopamine, the frontal lobes that are watching, quote unquote, watching those neurons because they are connected to them with dendrites will from time to time fire, and they'll fire serotonin. So a more frequent firing of serotonin basically gives you the feeling that we call contentedness. It says, well, in the longer time frame that these neural pathways are looking at, everything's okay. And what does that mean? It means that there was a lengthy frequency of smaller time frame occurrences where things went okay. I went and I didn't trip. I didn't fall. I didn't run into an enemy. I didn't, I avoided mishap. If that happens for a long enough time, then life is good. That's basically what serotonin gives you. Now, if you don't have that, then you don't feel that life is good, which usually translates into the feeling that life is shit. So if you take a serotonin receptor agonist that returns the feeling that you were missing, and I don't need anything to help me escape from this terrible feeling because I don't have the terrible feeling anymore. Is that an explanation?
Yeah, I think Leo finally dozed off.
Oh no! Oh no! I'm just.
You're there. You're there.
I'm ready. I'm ready to doze. I'm going to take a break, and Rick is the backup moderator. Just FYI.
Rick Luna.
Right. And then right now we have Darren coming on at 12:15. But maybe we want to hear more from Doc and his friend and all that good stuff. But I'll see you guys in a couple of hours.
Okay.
Right.
Have a good night.
Get some sleep.
I think maybe we're gonna go to.
Well,
we're gonna go to sleep too.
I would like to say I appreciated you being here, Doxy. If you're gonna go, I think all your work and your knowledge in the field is super interesting. So
yeah,
you created all those. Yeah, but I'm gonna head out too. I just wanted to say that because I'm pretty sure I saw you on TV and stuff. Also, you know what I mean. Like I've heard you on podcasts. Also, I'm pretty sure. The more I listen to you, the more I feel like I've heard you. And yeah.
Thank you.
Then how do you get yeah. All right. Well, that's about it. All right. Thank you guys. Good night.
Good night.
And then everybody else too that I got to meet. It was super cool. So, but yeah. Bye.
Bye. I want to say something real quick.
Gosh, yeah, please.
I appreciate y'all talking about the intricacies of addiction, and especially now with so much money going into research for psychedelics, like now proven by science, like the things that people have been doing for thousands of years. And it's like it's an interesting time, obviously, but like I'm not sure. I think psychedelics are part of it. Like we've evolved with ceremony, we've evolved with these things, and at the same time, psychedelics don't make the stressors of capitalism go away. Psychedelics don't make the stressors of lack of reciprocity go away, or the fact that we haven't healed from racial trauma go away. Those are the reasons a lot of people have issues. And so I just appreciate everything that you were sharing about that. And I'm currently working with the Compassion Prison Project, which I found out through Gabor Mate's book, movie, The Wisdom of Trauma. And I think that it's like ethically wrong, in my opinion, to be having these conversations, especially all these articles and journalists and like therapists doing all this work, like without naming the 244,000 people still going to prison every year for substance related crimes. And like all the money that's going to research, how much money is going to go into help reparations for these communities that have been like fucked. And for like generations to come. And it's not even being in the conversation half the time. So I just wanted to name that and appreciate like the conversations around like trauma and stuff, because it's very much still coming from this like mindset of like the therapy, like Western American colonial therapy office, as opposed to like the actual communities that have been traumatized from the war on drugs as well. And you know, there's not a lot of money, all the money from research going in towards that.
Well, and just the fact that those communities are already neglected in terms of mental health in general, even under the current status quo, which is faulty. And, you know, pharmaceutical drugs, I've lost more friends to this route of suicide who were under the care of a psychiatric doctor who was prescribing them a drug that was supposed to alter their mood so that they wouldn't kill themselves.
Yeah.
Than I care to count, you know, at this point. And that feeds the addiction cycle as well. Yeah.
But you know, if you look at societies that have not been indoctrinated by modern society, and you look at their behavior, and you look, for example, at how much do they express need, sorrow, you know, bitterness at neglect, or at inequality. Let's look at, again, the Bushmen of the Kalahari, and let's look at the Inuit in Canada. How much of those things do they express? Almost none. Elizabeth Marshall remarked on that one day they found a girl that her leg had been snared by an animal trap, one of those that goes clap, you know, and she didn't cry, she didn't complain. They weren't educated to do that. She's got a problem, she deals with it, and that's it.
You know, there's this really,
if we were to wave a magic wand and take all of the new people in, say, Canada away, and the First Nations would go back to, you know, being like they were before we arrived, they probably have, without moving, in the same place with the same resources, you know, same amount of medicine, and we don't have to give them anything. We just have to remove ourselves from their memory. They'll probably be pretty okay. There's, I mean, like, you know, to say it simply, a lot of this is my grandmother's fault. She was a bitter Pollock. I'm saying that metaphorically, right? All of our grandmothers. And again, it's part of the very nature of thinking. The way it is it reinforces. Well, I hate to get technical, but I will for a second, just so that you're convinced that I know what I'm talking about. The neural pathways that are better cemented. What that means is that the dendritic spines have been reinforced. They are more conducive to soaking in and firing out calcium. And once that starts and certain pathways get an advantage, then they're much easier to trigger. And once they've been triggered, they're even easier. It's a vicious cycle.
Right. Yeah. I think of it like, you know, like when you've wired a house, you've got circuits that are just far more active, that are just, you know, they're just, it's just much easier, much faster, much more rapid fire from point A to point B because the wire is thicker, you know, you've got a thicker gauge wire sitting there, right?
And that's why psychedelics is such a revelation for therapists like
Absolutely.
Bradley, because if you've got a toxic narrative that's entrenched,
Yep.
you need something really strong to
break it,
overcome and replace it.
Yeah.
And addictions
Yeah.
like that.
You gotta have a backhoe if you want to dig in a new trench to let the water flow through.
Mhm.
And psychotherapy is one way, but sometimes you just can't get that quote unquote breakthrough. You know, you need psychedelics
Talk therapy is
to be that backhoe
really useful.
to dig that trench so you can bypass that rut that the water's been flowing through, the electricity's been flowing through all this time, because it's just so fucking easy. Point A to point B. This is the route that I go. This is how your brain works. Dup, dup. This happens A, B. And you do that jump. And I know because I'm stuck there 90% of the time if I'm not being fully conscious, because I suffered such extreme neglect as a child and such long-term, ongoing early childhood sexual abuse at the hands of absolute fucking monsters. And
Wow.
so for me, I live in a triggered state, and it has been an incredible amount of work to bypass those responses that tell me fight or fly, do it now. And that is happening as a result of a loud car driving by. I mean, it can be triggered by anything.
Yeah, it's PTSD.
And it has been an incredible, yes, CPS, yes, CPTSD. It has been an incredible journey trying to learn to bypass that, and also not falling into the ruts of addiction that have plagued my genetic lineage: alcohol, heroin, barbiturates, crystal methamphetamine, crack cocaine. I mean, these are things my family, my immediate family.
Oh, you
my
just
mother's
named all the
brothers and
things I love.
Right, yeah, delicious, right? I've never done any of them because I'm not
Have you
stupid,
done
but you know,
MDMA therapy?
say again, no?
Have you done MDMA therapy?
I put myself through a year of MDMA therapy on my own in my living room. I took 10 to 12 hits every weekend for a year.
Wow.
Cried my fucking eyes out.
Oh, yeah, I bet.
Yeah, yeah. It's funny to hear people talk about bad trips. Like, I had the best experience dying on a 40 times dose that I smoked of Salvia divinorum.
Wow.
It was the most beautiful release ever. I died. I got to die.
Yeah.
I've been wanting to die my whole fucking life.
And sometimes
But
you have
I'm
to
too
die to
scared
be
to do
reborn.
it.
That's what
Yeah.
Phoenix is, right?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And so
Phoenix
to
energy.
have that release, to have that experience of watching myself be scattered across the floor and reduced to nanocells, and then only remember as I came to the things that were right in front of my face, the life that I had built for myself, versus thinking about my life from my earliest childhood memories, which are horror and terror and abuse, right? Instead, I came out, and the first thing I see is this person, my husband, and I didn't even know who he was. I had to ask him, "Who are you?" And then I remembered where I was at. And then I remembered that I was a mom. And then I remembered my little girl and her being born. And I had the option to stop there, and I did. And for the first time ever, I didn't put myself, my consciousness did not exist in the context of an abused little girl who had grown up and was fighting against that. For the first time ever, I was a person who had built a life around myself and had an identity outside of that.
That's great. It's good work.
Yeah, it was pretty fucking cool. Bradley, I would love to know more about the work that you do with, like, I think the addiction that troubles me the most, because I've watched family members die, is heroin. and I guess I would just love to know that there's hope for someone like my little cousin who just recently died, and like my aunt who died at the age of 60, you know, in a care hospital. I'd love to know, and then turn it over to Darren and talk about the work that he's doing with that. But I would like to know, you know, what has been the most effective psychedelic, Bradley, for treating heroin?
Well, with certainly with opiate addiction, part of the problem is, you know, getting through the withdrawal. You know, that could be really hard. But, you know, there's iboga, which is apparently, you know, 1 or 2 treatments of that, and all your withdrawal symptoms are gone. There's anecdotal evidence that high doses of vitamin C can help with that. And then once you get the person off the opiates, then you can treat them with psychedelics and deal with their trauma, and probably need some ongoing treatment and integration to help them recover.
Are there any active iboga clinics here?
Yeah,
there are.
Yeah, it's currently illegal in Canada and the States, but they still operate, and they're operating in Mexico as well.
And in Mexico, it's legal.
Yes, but yeah.
Okay.
In Central.
What are the addiction rates of heroin in Mexico, out of curiosity?
It's pretty high. You know, they've become kind of Americanized. Just reading Gabor's new book, and he talks about how Mexico is just following in the footsteps of America. You know, 40% of the population's obese, and diabetes rates are skyrocketing, and just following in the footsteps of
the problem with the opiates is that, you know, I recently did like a deep dive into the synthesis of opiates, and I was specifying that there's 300 different kinds of fentanyl, and their synthesis is described in articles. There's actually one review article that has all of them, lists all the syntheses. So you can kind of get you can get the starting materials for fentanyl if that's what you've set out to do. You can always find one way or another to make one of the species. And so as the authorities try to clamp down on them, supply differs. And that's really dangerous with opiates, because if you're used to taking a certain amount and now you get an opiate that's stronger and you take the same amount of something stronger, it'll stop your heart. And that'll kill Americans, Mexicans. It doesn't care.
Yeah, it doesn't discriminate.
Drug supply is tainted as well, so you don't really know what you're buying.
Yeah,
you mixture of all kinds of.
Well, and now fentanyl. That's what got my cousin. She was addicted to pain pills and I guess she got some dirty stuff, and she died of the fentanyl.
It doesn't have to be dirty. It can be pure, but different, stronger.
Right, but it was toxicology came back with fentanyl.
Yeah, but that can be pure fentanyl. It doesn't have to be dirty to kill.
Well, yeah. She just thought she was taking her standard pain pill. You know, she thought she was taking an opiate.
One of my friends, really, outside, that was panhandling outside 7-Eleven, suddenly went to jail, and another friend of mine told me that it was because he put feces in another guy's needle, right, and killed him. So those stories abound. They know that they can kill each other if if somebody pisses them off. They wait for an opportunity. That's dirty fentanyl, okay?
Right.
And that will kill. And I understand why the confusion is, because dead is dead, right?
Yeah.
So, and we want to blame somebody. When it's pure fentanyl that just happens to be stronger, there's a good chance that the person making it hasn't considered the habits.
Yeah.
Well, sometimes they don't even know.
What we think happened was because she would only typically take like your what are they called? Just your standard, like for your back pain.
Percocets?
Not Percocet, no, but
Something like that. Like
yeah, something like that. Yes, yeah,
Dilaudid.
They give it to you if you've had surgery, but she was terrified of fentanyl, and her ex-boyfriend was in her house, and apparently they found pure fentanyl, and he apparently brought it.
I'm sorry for your loss.
There's
a really good book called Chasing the Cream about the war on drugs and how it's like manufactured in the 1920s, to discriminate against Mexicans and blacks, and it's still going on.
Yep.
Well, I guess I'm going to use this opportunity to jump in. I was invited to speak or moderate or just, help guide the conversation. Since 2019, I got sober, and I've been quite active in 12-step programs. I've had a lot of work with people that suffer from mental health issues. I have worked extensively with people who have legal issues, and I have also worked with people who have housing distress, being homeless or living into group homes or sober living. And when I first heard about the legalized psilocybin movement through Leo, I was very excited to participate and help, and I wanted to bring my experiences with those communities to the forefront, because I believe that these are the people that would most benefit from psilocybin therapy, and these are the same people that would be have the greatest hurdles into accessing psilocybin therapy. And I wanted to be an advocate for them and to make aware of their struggles that would keep them from accessing that therapy. I'm not exactly sure where to start, but I think that specifically Leo wanted me to talk about recovery, and we've discussed about possibly coming up with a model for a 12-step program that would incorporate psilocybin therapy. And so I guess I think that might be a good place to start. My understanding is that the 12-step program was basically well, first of all, I don't know what anyone's experience with that is. My experiences with that is a lot of people are very resistant to it. They think it's dogmatic, it's cult behavior, that and that it's trading one addiction for another, meaning that like you're giving up your drink or whatever your poison might be and trading that in for the halls, as they might say, or the group think or whatever. I would say you are not entirely wrong, but you are not entirely right. I personally think that there could be a better way, and there's a lot to learn from the 12-step method. The 12-step method has nothing to do with being sober. The 12-step method has nothing to do with fighting addiction. My personal opinion is that everyone, and I believe the gentlemen before were touching on this in just a different way of speaking. I'm more informal, more way of talking, but that all addiction comes from mental health issues. Like I have my personal experience, I have never met anyone that suffers from addiction that it didn't have something to do with mental health issues, be that with like coming up with proper coping mechanisms for life or past trauma or what be it. And the 12-step program is built to address that. Once you address that, then the need for your drug of choice is no longer there. I believe that psilocybin therapy directly addresses addiction on two fronts. The first front is a need for a spiritual awakening. Anecdote, what I have learned from my research in that in the 60s when they were doing their tests or studies on LSD, that psychedelics are a very easy way to achieve spiritual ecstasy, and this is irrelevant of your spiritual expression. You could be in a formal spiritual system and adhere to that, and would still, the use of psychedelics would provide your spiritual ecstasy. You could come up with your own spiritual expression, and the results were the same. And then the second method that I think that psychedelics works towards healing addiction is imprinting, where it took a long time for Pavlov's dog to respond to the bell with use of psychedelics, that these lessons can be learned immediately. And so that is why I think that psychedelics can be a useful tool for healing addiction. Um, but there are considerable roadblocks for people who are suffering from this. Often I hear, not often, I'll be blunt. Like in this group itself, I've heard people say, have you tried this therapy? Have you tried that therapy and whatnot? And to just be blunt or whatever, that is coming from a very, very privileged place. Have you tried MDA therapy? Have you tried microdosing on LSD? Have you tried this mushroom or that mushroom? If you
and privileged, Darren, privileged on so many levels, like privileged economically and also privileged socioeconomically, because if you're a person of color, you're going to run a higher risk of just getting an arrest and getting a conviction for the possession of these compounds. These are all Schedule 1 drugs.
Yes, and
historically, look who's going to prison for them. So anyway, go ahead. Sorry.
No apologies. I please give me feedback. I'm not trying to have a monologue. I would prefer a conversation. Back to it. My background and the reason I'm here is I'm not talking about people with the potential of being arrested. Mm-hmm. I'm talking about people who have been arrested. I'm talking about people who are in the legal system. I'm talking about people who are having housing distress because of their mental health issues, because of their addiction, that live in group homes, that are being served by your local missions, that are being served by Oxford, that are basically would be on the streets if they were so desperate. Now,
or who are.
And so, like, if we're talking about someone who is in the legal system already, has legitimate addiction issues, legitimate mental health issues, and they were even suspected of using psilocybin therapy, mm-hmm. that would run them afoul of the court, and they could basically be facing prison time or jail time. Mm-hmm. Additionally, if you are in a group home or in housing assistance or in a clean and sober environment, you are risking your housing. So if you are in one of those scenarios, you need to choose, make a choice of how you're going, which is your priority. Right. Is my priority my mental health, or is my priority a roof? Is my priority dealing with my addiction using all the tools that are available, or is it to pass a UA so I'm not running afoul of the law?
Right. Or like in the case of my little cousin, is it to maintain my ability to stay in this domestic violence shelter and keep possession of my children?
Indeed. And the reality is, because there are the threshold for proof. Okay, I would be blunt. I know we're recording, and I don't. But like, I currently live in Oxford housing, and so the standard threshold is just a suspicion that I'm using psilocybin. I have 15 minutes to get on the street.
Oh my God.
And yeah, so these issues are real to me. I could attain great benefits from having and using all the tools that are out there for my mental health, and they are not available. and those tools would cause great chaos to me. And it is with great like risk that I'm even participating in this movement at all, because it is a bad look.
Right.
And so like, but at the same time, I realize that there are considerable benefits. And so I have to speak on it, and I have to speak onto those people that are not, that are in similar or worse positions than I am, to advocate for them. Because yeah, I didn't try the MDA therapy because I need a place to live.
Right.
I didn't try those therapies or because it's just not an option. And they're and those people, I believe, are the people that I think often need it the most. And I've seen, I don't know, like when I got sober years ago, tomorrow is going to be 3 days I've gotten sober. I haven't like taken a drink. I haven't smoked any weed. Like my poison is coffee and smokes, cigarettes. When I got sober, I realized I had undiagnosed physical issues, being that like I have a motor tic. And I did not know this because like since I was 16 years old, I smoked marijuana like daily.
Mm-hmm.
And so like I suppressed this motor tic.
Mm-hmm.
So when I did not realize what was happening at first, and I just thought I was going cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs because I'm shaking, and it's, even during this conversations, I'm looking at the video of myself. I can see the tic coming out when we're talking. And because of this, I was, to hide my tic, I did not engage in the game. And then things started to compound and my life spiraled out.
Mm-hmm.
And so basically what I'm getting at is I didn't take my medicine.
Yeah.
And then like my life went sideways. Now, was that the whole reason why life went sideways? No. But like my point being is that like, and then now the situation is I'm in, I can't take CBD oil.
Right.
I can't take I can't smoke marijuana. If I have a bad UA, then I'm on the street in 15 minutes.
Right.
And so this is a case of like not taking the medicine that I needed, and then because of that being put into a situation where I'm not allowed to take the medicine. And I feel that is one of the catch-22s for so many of the vulnerable populations that I hope to advocate for. So I always speak on that as like kind of like to give some strength to my background position, or my background for my position, to, I don't know,
mm-hmm.
to speak on like how the 12-step program can be, and psilocybin therapy are actually work in harmony. I really believe that. I think that
and I think
mhm.
you know it your story and this piece really highlights something that was so important that we talked about earlier today, which was the importance of clinging to the status of psilocybin, salvia divinorum, ayahuasca, cannabis, all of these plants, ibogaine, clinging to the medical classification of these therapies and not pushing for recreational use, because keeping them in the medical realm protects them as potential treatments for addiction, so that someone who is going to rely on these therapies as medicine to be clean from actual drugs, which are harmful and deadly and literally cost people everything they have in their entire lives, they're available as therapies. Because right now it's the stigma and the classification and the misclassification of these compounds that prevents someone like you who's in an addiction treatment program from being able to access them.
Yes, and that is I would say with the perception with the marijuana movement, it seems that it was a wink and a nod that the medicinal marijuana was the foot in the door to legalize recreation. And whereas I personally would advocate legalization of everything myself, but that's neither here nor there. I think that so I agree.
The
roadblocks I've hit when discussing the legalization of psilocybin therapy is that the first reaction is like this is not for psilocybin therapy, this is for legalization for recreational use. And I haven't really seen pushback necessarily for the therapeutic side, but then it's like, oh, you're just gonna hand a bunch of high school kids a bag of mushrooms and just send them away. And even within the movement, there has been a healthy conversation about why I can't, hey, come out to this gathering, legalize it, legalize it all or whatever. And that is a clear distinction to me that you're absolutely right that this movement would have so much more traction if we were just talking about it as medicine. One of the comparing it again to the legalized marijuana or medicinal marijuana, the media would be like, oh, legalize pot, right? And I don't see any other conversations about medicine talking about it so informally. We're talking about legalizing marijuana. We're talking about legalizing cannabis. We're legalize pot. And it's because it's not being talked like medicine. right? We're not like, oh, we don't talk about medicine in we got this wonder cure for cancer, and we call it, the blues or the reds or the greens or whatever. They would talk about it in the actual formal language. And that I 100% think that respecting it by, calling it what it is, psilocybin, where it's medicine, and that's what we are here to advocate for.
Yep. And also, the way that addiction is most frequently viewed is like it's part of the criminal justice. It's a criminal issue. It's only very recently in conversation starting to be treated as a real mental health issue, but it's still stigmatized. When you're an addict on the street, the first thing that you face is the legality. And so from your perspective that you brought up of we should just across the board, all drugs are legal, there's no longer a legality. We're dealing with this as a medical issue. This is something that threatens the person's health, and it also threatens the health of their family, of their children, of everybody in their immediate reach. And treating it from that perspective, it looks a whole heck of a lot different as well. So, but that's probably a very, that's a big leap for people to take. It's very hard for people to look at addiction and see it for what it truly is, which is an illness, a very physical illness, a visceral illness. It's experienced in the body as being physically sick. I don't know how many people have access to the compassion that they need to have in order to view it that way. But that's another really sad symptom of our society, and really the lack of psychedelic exploration is the lack of compassion, the lack of the ability to put oneself in someone else's experience and see life through their eyes and feel what it might be like to breathe the air in their lungs for even just a moment, long enough to stop demonizing their behavior and calling them a criminal, when really all that's going on is you've got a person who's just not well.
Yeah, I don't want to get too far in the weeds, but you make a very strong point. My mother had cancer, and she ended up passing away from it. But when she was fortunate enough to be well enough to have home hospice care, and when she was having her care, everybody that professionally, socially, family, throughout her life came to her to have their visit with her. Other people that are close to me recently had a physical injury, and people rallied to assist them. Anecdotally speaking, when people have mental health issues, I've seen this time and time and time again. People get angry at these people for having mental health issues. The people that have mental health issues are isolated, and they are by themselves or alone. And back to one of the first things I said is that every addict that I know, and I believe this to my core, but every addict starts from mental health issues. And so these people are isolated. They are and they seek out the medicine the best way that they know how. And they're just getting the wrong medicine. And then it just turns into chaos where it's a feedback loop of isolation, like and insanity. And then eventually, and this is, you know, then it becomes a legal issue, which is it's actually, that's just a mirror of like the problem in the first place, where these people generally have trauma or like a nature mental health issue, and they were being isolated in the first place by their social and their family, and then
just by the fact that you become defunct, you know, at some point you can't relate anymore. I think at some point I've felt numerous times in my own life, even though I'm very personable, even though I'm a people pleaser. You know, that's what you become when your mother is an addict. You become a people pleaser. You learn how to do the dance to get the attention that you need. You learn to get up and make the cup of coffee for the person who didn't even feed you dinner, because that will stop the yelling, you know. And so you learn to do the right things, and that's not something that makes you feel connected, because you've got attachment issues, and you know, so you might not even really be physically isolated from people. You might have people all around you, but you just don't know how to connect, because that function in your brain that you should have learned from having close contact, because you're neglected and you didn't really learn how to connect, is broken. That mechanism isn't there. You don't even know how to access it. So you don't even have to be physically isolated. You can be isolated, tied to a chair by a thin string that's invisible to everybody else, you know, by experiences that you've survived. But mentally, you're fractured out, you know?
Oh, 100%. Like, yeah, isolation can be expressed in a multitude of ways. And I think that that's part of, like, I believe the psilocybin therapy, that like, maybe it's trite, but like, oh, I am he as you are, he as you are me, and we are all together. And that to me is like that, you know, finding the connection with self, with spirituality, with your fortune of community, that is hugely healing, and is an integral part of recovery from addiction. Like, I don't want to preach the 12 steps, but that's the first thing, is just in the first step is like, is connecting with your spirituality, and like, basically the first step is like actually broaching that conversation with your spirituality. And that is 100% how I see psychedelics, is a sacrament, or like a tool to reconnecting with your spiritual component that, for whatever reason, could be lost, or just reconnecting for those who aren't lost. And, and I don't know, that is time and time again, I hear recovering addicts saying that addiction is a spiritual problem. And if it's a spiritual problem, what are the spiritual tools or spiritual medicines, or however we want to talk about it? And I believe that used in the correct, healthy way, that psilocybin, other psychedelics fit that description.
I shared a poem in the comments that you might take a look at sometime on the topic of psychedelics and oneness and breaking that invisible wall that makes us feel isolated. And I shared that over there. I feel a little bashful to play it out loud.
It's in the chats now.
It's in the chats now. I dropped it over there in the it's a
Thank
YouTube
you.
link. Yeah. Darren, do you feel like it would be okay to say hi to 80 and Holly?
Yes, I would love everyone to speak. I'm just talking out of anxiousness and nervousness and just like trying to get giving.
Well, it's fascinating though.
I want to say something real quick.
Yeah, Annie, would love to.
I appreciate everything both of you are saying. And I think you're touching on some topics that other people are avoiding in really important ways with our medical system and everything. Yeah, I put a question in the chat, but I had another question / comment around like that last piece you just stated, Darren, around like the spiritual wound or with addiction. But we have a value system, as you both were talking about, where like substances are like taboo. Sexuality is too, but I actually think, I don't know, they both are. But like we have a society that's taken over that values addiction to work and addiction to hoarding things and other things. And so just it's all connected, and it's like, so these conversations, are being left out. And so I just really appreciate both of you sharing, because they're not being left out. And you two are super wise. I know that AA was started by Bill Wilson with the support of LSD. So I was curious, I had a question about that. If you think they'll integrate psychedelics back. I have another question too. What do you think about, because I also am a proponent of decriminalization in consideration with legal stuff, because I know for some Indigenous people, it's like, it's the criminalization that's preserved some of these places with plants, for example. So with decriminalization, like people are not having ethics around harvesting. So it's actually the criminalization that's kept a lot of places safe. So just in the decriminalization process, like there's a lot of layers to that, obviously. But so in places like Portugal, where they've decriminalized, it's just all positive. So it's like, why don't we just do that? So my question with that is like, the places that like Portugal, they've all been smaller countries. Like the United States is like large. And I feel like I'm not that educated around this, but I feel like the US has special issues. This is where I live. And that those other countries maybe don't compare to. So I'm just curious on any of your thoughts on that.
I personally can't speak on the effect that decriminalization might have to the exploitation of indigenous spaces. That it would be inappropriate for me to talk on that. My position on decriminalization is harm reduction, stigma, ending stigma. Basically, as we were talked earlier about, like, if people were to use a substance, they should know what substance they are using. Additionally, I think that with the disconnection aspect of addiction, that it becomes a secondary or excuse me, a primary social system. So like someone who is disconnected uses the medicine to deaden the pain from feeling disconnected and inadvertently create a new community with other addicts, and the hustle to get their fix, be it hanging out at the bar or going to the trap house to get some dope. And so that is kind of my angle for decriminalization. I mean, just the question itself leads to my mind that sounds quite probable that decriminalization would lead to exploitation of areas, but like back to I that would be inappropriate for me to speak on that.
Rick, you want to go ahead and chime in?
Sure. Hold on. Hi. So I haven't had to deal with NA meetings in quite some time. And when I did have to go, it was court ordered. So I'm from Santa Cruz, California. And back in 2002, I got popped down in the beach flats with just under a gram of black tar heroin. And so, I had, it was a felony at the time, could have carried I think 3 years in the pen, but they had just passed Prop 36, I believe it was called at the time, which, is a new law in California to offer treatment programs to addicts before, just because it was overwhelming the county jails and state prisons across it. And I mean, it just, kind of sounded like the sensible thing to do about it. Right. And so I just did not like the whole NA meetings or a 12-step programs. It just did not it wasn't for me. I had rejected, Christianity at a really young age. Led to a lot of struggles for me in my teenage years with my dad. But so I wasn't buying the higher power thing, and it just wasn't for me. And it was court ordered, right? So I was caught in this horrible situation where I go to the NA meetings and they say, it's only going to work if you really, really want it. And I'm like, well, I don't really want it. I have to be here by court of law, right? And I can't go to the judge and be like, yeah, the guys at NA said I should go rip and raise for about another 2 or 3 years, and then I'll come back, so yeah, it was just a big, it didn't work. And or at the time, really, I think this was at the time the best that America had to offer people. It's a program that at the time was known to have like a 1 or 2%. Is it like people 1 or 2% might like actually stay clean for a couple of years, but even that 1 or 2%, then right back to the anyways. I ended up finishing up like my probation and stuff, and so I found Buddhism, Taoism like a few years after that, and it wasn't like a fix by any means, but it like started the process, right? It start like doing the soul searching, necessary, the icky that was driving me to that shit. Anyways, that was my whole run with the 12-step program, I guess. On another thing too, like I did had like I was working on fishing boats like around 2013, and they would set me loose in Seattle after a few months of fishing with like 18 grand in my bank account, like nothing to do. Like every day was a Saturday, right? So yeah, spent some time back in the spoon. But there was like, this was when fentanyl was just hitting the streets of Seattle, and they were actually, it had the same consistency, smell, color, look, taste of black tar heroin. And so, dealers at the time were just like selling it as like an extra, like a 100% pure, straight off the boat from the cartel, like pure ass heroin. But man, just like a tiny match head size. Oh yeah, like seriously, like a buddy had to get me through the next few hours, and
right, scary.
Yeah, and then people are, there's a lot of Xanax going around too. That's not helping. But anyways, yeah, I guess that's all I have to say for now. I tested positive for COVID. I was like, and so I feel like a hot sack of ash right now. But like I had a cup of tea maybe about like a couple hours ago. That's really kicking in just nice about now. And this crowd, I'm glad we're on the night shift. I'm really glad to be here with you guys, right? So.
Yeah, thanks so much, Rick.
Yeah. My poor dog, I haven't been able to take her out to play for the last couple of days because I feel like shit. So she's bouncing off the walls right now.
That sounds like my 7-year-old. It was easier when both of us were sick, but I'm recovering more slowly than he is. And he's like, let's go to the park. And I'm like, I could get people really sick right now. I'm still testing positive on day 8. The first 4 days of this thing, I mean, Lord God.
Yeah.
Fuck COVID, man.
Right. Yeah. No, I mean, my symptoms have been like minor. Like I still had, took care of all the shit today I needed to take care of, and I'm here obviously and stuff. But,
yeah.
Anyways. All right. Well, I am here all freaking night with you people. I may not be on camera the whole time, but I am in the room and sign in and yeah.
Nice.
All right. Cool. Well, I'll check in a little while, folks.
Thank you.
Well, I want to just comment what Rick said about the 12-step program is that, and that is very often a lot of people's first impression is like, the joke is like, yeah, the judge sent me, and he speaks on a lot of people's truths, and there is a very strong pressure for conformity, and that it is just to be blunt, we live in a country where Christianity is very strong, and that is a majority of people's ideas when it comes to spirituality. And so there's it is presented often as that you need to find Jesus or you need to find God.
Right.
And
To be saved.
I am not advocating against Christianity, although I am advocating that, like, I do not think that that is what the 12-step program is about at all. I think it's about finding, it says it, I can't, this is a bizarre world where I'm starting to like quote the 12 steps or whatever, but it says explicitly twice in the 12 step to find a higher power of your own design. And it's underlined, and that's the only thing that is emphasized in the 12-step program. Figure it out yourself, find something that works for you. And I always challenge people, and I'm not trying to throw shade at Rick, because I think he's speaking on what a lot of people say and struggle with, is that like that people need to find what works for them. And that's why I encourage, or I think psilocybin is such could be a powerful integration into the 12-step program, because it's a spiritual component and it helps people break down that wall of reconnecting with their own spirituality. I personally chose fatherhood as my higher power. And that is me using what works for me, and is my way of like finding something that like I can look to, is like, what would a loving father do? And that the concept has always steered me right.
So the one, like, as much as I rejected that whole, system of thought, the one that did stick with me, the little, pearl of wisdom I plucked from it was, I think it's like the 4-step, something about a fearless moral inventory, right? Like that's one of the, and even like just worded in that way, the fearless moral inventory. Like I never tried to call it anything else because I hated NA. Like that one fucking stuck with me, and as I was like developing into a man and, shedding the, like, the accountability, and, responsibility to myself, that moral inventory was like a part of it. And yeah, I'm still sorting out the, little bits of it, I think. Yeah. But anyway, so yeah, no, I guess I didn't fully reject the whole thing. I got a little bit of it.
Yes, I one of the challenges I think is that it is not supposed to be aligned with anything. And the reality is because it seems to me that like there is definitely it skews both spiritually and politically in ways that are not reflective of my beliefs and values. And I have theories on why that is, but like you said that you take away from it what has worked for you. And I think that the template itself can be applied to any background or value set. And I often feel like I'm the only one in a room that has that value set, but like I still I see the strength in it. Ideally, what I would like to do with the specifically the ADEPT group in Washington State is, this is might be far out, but I would like to basically come up with a model for like integrating multiple 12 steps programs and like distilling that into like a unified truth, because they're all basically the same, but just, and then basically not dissimilar to how Timothy Leary did his therapy with his patients, where he would dose with his patient and then have a controlled doctor with them. What I would like to do is have basically be the chairperson and have the group be my sponsor while I am their sponsor, and we actually work the steps together, so there isn't a distinction between the teacher and the sponsee, or the sponsor and the sponsee, and literally work the steps as a group, which would be, my understanding would be entirely inappropriate and out of the box in any 12-step program that I am familiar with. But I think it would be way more brutal and honest and breaking down like unnecessary hierarchy where someone is, you know, the teacher and the instructor. You got something, Rick?
Yeah, but I was waiting for you to finish.
No, I'm long-winded, so get in there.
So there was one more element of this thing that I forgot, where it's the NA thing was probably not like good for me. You know, so I was young and impressionable. This is California. You know, I'm in and out of county all the time, and going to a lot of these meetings and like starting, you know, like I have the tattoos of like a dude that's done county time, you know, and I'm half Mexican. So that whole like, you know, graffiti lowrider culture with, you know, the old English tats and stuff like that, all the, you know, the oldies songs, all those oldies, you know, anyways, man. And so, you know, I'm going to these NEA meetings and like these cats are like bragging, you know, like they're talking about like, you know, how they were like running X amounts of heroin, you know, had all these pistols, crystals, and motor siscles or whatever, you know, like these guys were, where I'm like, there's no way I'm done. Like, I'm in NA now, supposed to like find my higher power, work the steps and get, yeah, fucking right. Dude. Like, I got a few years of ripping management. I want some of that shit, man. I want those crazy ass stories about shootouts with the fucking Yakuza in Hawaii. Like, it was like, yeah, anyway. So, yeah, that was, no, it just didn't, yeah. Didn't need it at the time.
I'm curious to ask how much of the sentiment that you're expressing, because it's like that's very vulnerable, that's very raw, that's very real, you know, of like there's like this excitement, you know. One of my really good friends for a long time, this guy Gary, who got sober once he was actually sentenced to 15 years in prison. That got him off the meth. And but he said, you know, one of the things that he would talk about was like the boredom. You know, he's just like, you know, Patty, it's like that life is never exciting again after that. Like you just, it's like the button gets broken.
Right. Yeah. No, I left California. I came up to Washington. I'm now approaching like my early 30s, and I'm, you know, off the junk and I started up martial arts. And just like, man, I can't believe I used to look up to those dudes that I devoted energy and loyalty to my body over, you know, the homies that I've known since like those guys didn't give a fuck about me or my struggles or anything of that shit, you know. Sure, sleeping on my couch, you know, going to my fridge for beer and smoking roaches out of my ashtray. Anyway, yeah, like when you know, I left California, like I think like if I were like a bug on a TV screen, right? And like you see a few pixels around, it's very interesting and cool, but like when you like fly out a little bit and see a bigger picture, like that was my, you know, that leaving it. I went back, yeah, same cast, There was one time too. I was like 26. I was, like I was ready to ride my beach cruiser between the harbor and the hook till I was old and great in the crib. It just sounds so fucking silly now. All those years invested to like, my spot at the local legend, or, whatever the fuck. But yeah, no, it's like I remember there was this one out in front of where I was 25 or 26 and I'm like leaning on the front handlebars and like just kind of chopping it up and stuff. And like I looked around and I realized it was the same, my sophomore year from high school, same exact guys. It was Quincy and Kyle and and like I was like, holy shit. Like it was, I don't know. Anyways. Cool. I did go back actually. So I had a band in 2006 that was like moderately successful. We had a following, it was some fucking good times or whatever. So in 2016 for Sharks and Giggles, we decided, to do a 10-year reunion. So and it's like I dropped out of high school. I got my GED and shit. Like it was the closest thing to a 10-year high school reunion kind of thing that I would ever have. And like the whole gang was there. And my mom and her new husband drove from Monterey to come check it out. And like, I don't know. It was actually really fucking, cool. But yeah, cut back up to Seattle and that was that. But, yeah. Anyway, all right, I think I'm done for a little bit.
Lovely, you popped over. You were going to say something. I was interested in what your input was going to be. Are you going
to? Yeah, I like to. It's easier for me to just listen and watch everybody when I'm not talking. So I don't know if other people feel like that or not, but like I just but I wanted to address this too because this is my heart. This is my passion. Like seriously, because of my own lived experience. I went to my first a meeting probably when I was, I think, 15, when my father went to treatment, and I started going to meetings, and I then subsequently got into treatment, but I didn't actually take it seriously until I got into treatment when I was in my when I was 2021 or something like that. And I've had 7 years clean off of everything 2 times. I've had 8 years once off of everything. And I've done the do. Like I'm like, like I was not a super beater, but like I spoke at events. I, held positions, I had sponsors, sponsees, did the steps. I did everything they fucking told me to do because all they wanted was to be okay. Like seriously, all they wanted to be okay. So, and I kept talking about it too. I've always been kind of pretty much real though. Like I used to always say, well, if I could get away, with taking psychedelics and smoking weed, I would do it, because I didn't have a problem with those things. Right. And they were like, oh no, you can't do anything, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, so, I mean, I've gone back and forth and I've gone to treatment a lot of times and the research shows that and it's like, it's not because I'm a dumb fucking person that this keeps happening. It's not because I want it that this keeps happening. So I've literally, it really started a while ago as a tweak because I would be like, why isn't there a program? I want to be clean. Like I would ruin other people's evenings, be like, man, we should really get clean. How do you think we should do? You guys want to do it together? Kind of like seriously. This is no
buzzkill.
Yeah, and I just wanted a different way of life, and it wasn't working for me on the inside. Like it looked like it was on the outside of my life, and it broke my heart too to see, all of it happening around me, the different people too that passed away and left, and and not only that, but the government is dumping billions of dollars into this industry.
Yeah,
literally, and people are walking around on the streets. People getting kicked out of their homes. It's a predatory. I feel like it's a predatory system. I honestly do. Literally sick fucking people that want and are asking for help, that are ostracized, ridiculed, dehumanized. Like, oh, what if I go to a hospital or something because I'm sick? Or, yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, this is my heart because I felt it and I've seen it, and it infuriates me. It does. It infuriates me. And the worst part about it is that they know that there are things that are good out there that can help people, like psilocybin. We were talking about earlier, they're like, oh, there's not enough information. They've been studying psilocybin since probably like the 50s. Really, they have, because, and I mean, there are a bunch of, hippies and stuff. They've still been studying it. They've gathering information. The scientists know, the academia knows, the government knows, the problem is they're trying to figure out, okay, well, I don't know what the problem is really, but what I do know is a solution. And I feel like I have found some solutions that work for me. And not only, not just my, my addiction, my disease. I used to hate that. I always say, hi, I'm lovely and I'm my problem, because I am my problem. I have to get through me. I have to figure out what's going on in me, because until that happens, I'm always going to be searching for something. I can make anything a fucking addiction. Reading, studying. I just said my fucking tweak. I literally study. It's one of my fucking addictions. Because I gotta yeah, exercise, work, meetings, volunteering, all of that. Sounds like
rage,
good stuff.
Anger.
Oh yeah.
Chaos.
Shoplifting. I miss shoplifting. Yeah, but it really is. And I personally have, I come from I'm an adult child of an addict. I'm like, my dad is the original cowboy, drugstore cowboy, opiate addict till he died. He ended up committing suicide because he was very, very sick, and he was still smoking weed, but he was on like lots of fucking Dilaudid and I mean lots. And I mean, it was prescribed to him, but I mean, he was like a 6'4" man, that weighed 87 pounds. And my sister is, my sister who's like 30, I mean, I don't know how old she's, so 30. Well, her son's like 18 and one's like 15, and they're addicts too. They're all opiate addicts on the streets of Yakima because that's what they knew. They live in a garage with rats and garbage and shit.
Right.
Because that's what they knew.
Yep.
And I've met so many people, because I've always had a big heart. I've always felt this ever since I was little, because I knew what it was. I knew what addiction was. I knew what alcoholism was before I even knew that I knew what it was.
Yep.
And so I'm so thankful that I got involved with this group, and hearing, what's his name? Is his name Brad too? Right. I don't remember that. The guy that was talking earlier. Yeah, I think his name is Bradley. Yeah.
Oh, Bradley.
Talking about having a group. I've literally been designing and have notes and shit and like, ideas and everything. But I mean, mine is like more fun too. Like I want to add more stuff to it. But I have this whole like vision of someplace, because I've seen, and if they're an addict, the chances that their children are going to be an addict are like very, very high. I have friends, whole families ruined, ripped apart because of addiction. And there are solutions. That's the thing. There are answers to this, and look at this. I mean, I've been in this thing all fucking day. I'm so tired right now. I'm like a little bit loopy. I'm sitting here like, I really wanted to say something because it really touched my heart, and I'm so thankful to finally fucking hear. I'm not the only crazy one.
Yeah, no.
Like, like somebody's got, Darren's his name. Okay. Darren's his name. Yeah. Darren was talking about having a model, and Rick, when you were talking about that, and I'm like, I would call people out on their shit too, because it's a fucking farce. It's a farce. Everybody's acting like it's okay. Everything's cool, and the reality of it is they're living the same lives. They're not integrating shit. They're still calling themselves an addict, which we do know now scientifically. They're saying that has power over us, right? Words have power.
Oh yeah,
So
words
all
are
the time, I'm a
incredibly
drug addict,
powerful.
I'm an alcoholic. I'm like, I'm gonna die in the gutter if I take another drink of Budweiser.
Yeah, dude.
That's yourself up.
When I went back in 2016 to play that show, like I was only in town for like maybe 48 hours tops. Ran into so many cats that were like either on probation or in and out of county, or on heroin, or got on heroin but are off. It's like it just blew like cats. I would have never ever thought I would have, anyway. Yeah,
I mean, I feel that. I get it. And like honestly, I like the rooms for some of the structure that they have in supporting their people, because honestly, that's one of the biggest things that people need is support. They need somebody to be there for them, to help, like not only hold their hand, but like fucking hold them accountable. Be like, dude, you're fucking lying to yourself if you think that you can go sit in a crack house and not, get high. Honestly, I mean, I don't think I ever could. Honestly, I wouldn't go. No.
Okay,
I mean,
I'm sorry. I just was thinking about that show we play with my man. So like, I don't know, a few songs in, I started telling this group, our homie Shane was there, and back in 2006, he was slam dancing. We were playing a show at the jury room, and he smashed my microphone into my face and like chipped one of my teeth and shit. So whatever, I was just like telling some silly story about the band. And like, this voice comes out of the crowd, like, I heard you lost that tooth to heroin or something. It's like just some corny. And I looked and I was like, it was this kid named Damon. I hadn't seen him. He was this scrubby little weird 15-year-old kid. And I looked at him, I was like, remember when you got kicked out of my house for stealing my roommate's nunchucks? Which was just like, you can't even make some shit like that up.
Yeah, there's some good stuff there. Some beautiful people too. I mean, I have a friend, honestly, when I got clean, I've known her for 30 years, and she lived in Aberdeen, and I was in Seattle. I called her like at 6:30 in the morning, and I was like, dude, I'm fucked up. Something's gonna go wrong. I need help. And she said, okay. She was in Seattle by 12:30, took me to her house to clean out. I stayed at her house for like a week, and stuff, and just took care of me, took me to meetings and stuff. And she would do the same she would do it again because she loves me, and she truly loves me. So that's awesome about those meetings. That's the kind of thing that I think is important to cultivate. But, like drug shaming or like storytelling like that, I mean, I love a good story. I got a lot of them too. You wouldn't believe. I'm serious. Running guns, man. No. But yeah, they have some good things, and being able to have a safe place to talk about what you're going through is really, really important. And I'm so glad to hear like this. It makes sense. It's the middle of the fucking night too.
Right.
That this group is like, oh yeah, well, let's talk about this now because, there's so much shame, and there's so much like, for me there was and is still, that it's hard to be real about it. It's hard to talk about the real shit, and when I'm in a safe place to talk about the real shit, that's when I really get to process it and I get to move through it. And honestly, I don't really even believe about talking about it all the time. I really believe in art and fucking dance and drumming and music and fucking, yeah. I don't know about slam dancing, but dancing for sure. And, play, hey, I got a bass now. I got a new bass.
Yep.
Nice.
There's some things that are just, they're better expressed in non-verbal,
right?
Primal.
Yeah. Yes.
Expression. Yeah, you know,
Yeah.
for a redundant sentence. How about that?
And
You know, let's see how many times we can fit the word express.
I've gone to treatment, 8 times. I've almost have a full certification to be a drug and alcohol counselor. Okay, so going and talking about it somewhere, just it's not. That's I mean, well, one, I'm gonna pull the wool over everybody's eyes. Okay, and I'm gonna be doing shit, but saying all the right things.
No way, man. I have the longest stretch of clean time I've had since I think between the age of 17 and 22. I was kind of like doing all right for a while, but I mean, that's a long time. It's just, yeah, it's just been haunting me my whole fucking life. And particularly like in my late 30s, just all this, just the worst of the unaddressed, trauma.
Sweep it under the rug.
Right.
Just look and get a job, look all right, do all the right things, it'll be all right.
Yeah, man.
Don't drink in between, right?
I didn't sleep for I kept getting these car wrecks in the morning. I was like a tile setter doing, multi-million-dollar mansions and have underlings underneath me. I'm like, I was not safe to be driving around in Seattle at 7 a.m. when I haven't slept in fucking days. And, I flipped a car out into a spinach field out in Hollister. I got the California Highway Patrol, like doing every test in the lights and the walking the line. And they're, ready to start taking blood. Like they are 100% positive I'm on smack or fucking something. Like, nope, just how I slept, toxic relationships and shit. It got really, really fucking nasty. And I had a flashback the other day. This was like around like 2015 or 16, and I'm been up for maybe like 4 or 5 days, shooting crystal, tar, whatever, and now just finally like making my way back home after a pretty serious fucking bender. And it was torrential downpour. I lived out in Carnation Long. It's just like one of those situations where I like, oh shit, big headlights, really fucking crap. Like this is, about to have a freaking, this is the old country road. He's going 70, I'm going 70, it's
oh my God.
And it was just like one of those just screeching tires, fishtailing, this noisy crap. I mean, it was fucking shit. And it was one of those things where, like, he got out and I got out. We wanted to do like the big old pat down and stuff. And they like sobered me up pretty quick, And like this poor guy's like, hey, why don't I get you freaking tires rotated or bounced or something? Like, it could possibly be the fact that I'm up for fucking God, dude. Anyways, man, and so we're at, and his wife gets out of the freaking, she's just like, what are you guys talking about? It's raining, it's late, I want to go. She comes out of the car and she is like 8.5, 9, ready to burst, pregnant. Like,
oh my God, Rick.
And just like how close I came to just, this poor couple is about to have a fuck, just all the time. And it was it was a really, like, I just normally, like, when I have these like flashback kind of like things, I can kind of like keep it around, but this is like I just just instantly like broke down and started crying like super hard. Like, oh, this fucking. Anyways, that's
yeah, that's a hell of that's something that'll slap you awake, right? Yeah.
And, like I would still be serving at least another like 4 or 5 years on a 11-year sentence for vehicular manslaughter and reckless and just fucking being a piece of shit.
Yeah, because with your luck, you'd survive the impact. You know what I mean? That's how you so frequently work.
Yeah, it's just like anyway.
didn't happen that way though.
No, it
You
didn't.
stood there in front of you, that baby was born.
Yeah.
You didn't do that.
Holy
You
shit.
got lucky. They got lucky. And
Yeah.
that didn't happen that way. And that wasn't your story that day, and it wasn't their story. And it's not your story now.
No.
And it won't be your story.
No.
Because you've disrupted the cycle.
Yeah.
Because you're stronger than that.
Yeah. No, I've been on a super solid, I started cultivating mushrooms back, like a couple of years ago. It's just I grow the mushrooms and the mushrooms grow me. Like I'm still like
right.
breakthroughs. I spent a lot of time out in the woods. It's like I'm not in the forest. I am the motherfucking forest. Like like I just it's just fucking it's awesome, man. Yeah, I still train martial arts. I do these bow staff forms and meditate and do some qigong out there in the woods. Oh man, I'm just like on so many levels higher than that. And really, but a lot of the trauma that I've been able to there's people still like out there suffering, will go their whole lives and not do a fraction of the light healing I've been able to do. It's like I'm really lucky. Fuck, man.
Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah, that's why I'm here tonight. Whew. Was that heavy?
Yeah. I'm just sitting with that for a minute, I'm just sitting with that for a minute because it's like, listening to your experience and listening to Lovely and listening to Darren, I'm coming at this from a totally different, and yet I understand it. I've never been addicted to a substance besides coffee and sugar.
Yeah.
But my grandfather died an alcoholic. All of his kids, all 7 of my grandmother's children, were addicted to various different substances.
Yeah.
And nearly died or died as a result directly. Some of my cousins, who are the offspring of those aunts and uncles, are addicts. And me and a small group of my cousins are the cycle breakers, and we all know it.
Yeah.
We all lived as children suffering the neglect and the abuse and the challenges and the lack of emotional regulation but we had each other, but we all struggle with addiction to other weird things like I talked about before: chaos, sex.
Yeah. Oh man,
exercise, starving myself.
No, tell me about this.
That's a really good one. Try to break that.
Yeah.
Try to break the deprivation addiction.
Oh, right. So that's another something I kept from my days over at the NA thing was the term dry drunk. I think.
Yeah, dry drunk.
So I remember like hearing about this phenomenon, and as I as I started developing in life, like I started seeing like more of these cats around me, right? And the way I look at it is like they were able to stop drinking, right? Like they had the willpower, the intestinal fortitude or whatever to like, they've been sober forever, but like they never got around to addressing the like, what the fuck upness inside led you to that shit. And without addressing that, they find the chaos, they might find a way to manifest it, the chaos that would have come if they were still drinking, 2/5 a day or whatever the fuck. It's like they find ways to like just pick fights with their family or, start shit at work or, miserable guys. Like they're just, they're not developing and growing. They're like, yeah, man, I remember. Oh, sorry. Oh, yeah, I kept that from AA too.
That little anecdote remind me of a passage from one of my favorite books, Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance. And in that book, the author writes about how if we were to tear down any system, that is not enough unless we create a new blueprint. For if we don't create a new blueprint when we tear down a system, we will just rebuild the old system back up. And that is essential when we tear something down, that we use a new blueprint to build something entirely new. And that's kind of how I take the idea of a dry drunk, is that, it very well might be the system might be taken down, but what are they going to rebuild it? And maybe they haven't started building, or maybe they're just getting on the foundation, but until they actually get to the core of the structure or the self, that inevitably the idea is that it's going to end out the same. And back to it, that's what one of the beauties of psychedelic therapy can have, is like, okay, we are deconstructing the old way of coping and living life and seeing self and my spirituality, and I'm going to using psychedelics gives me a clear way of seeing things to give me the opportunity to rebuild it in a whole new way that doesn't have to have the trappings of that were not serving in the past.
I know, man.
And back to your point, Patricia, about seeing the similarities or connecting with what we have to say that you may not exactly live. One of the things, and I don't want to be all pushy on groups or whatnot, but like I've been wanting to participate in Al-Anon, which is a group that is a 12-step program for people who have been impacted by addiction. And even without having the chance to participate it, because it seems like it's kind of gone sideways since COVID. My personal belief is that there is no addict that has not been affected by another addict, even if that addict is only themselves. So if you are resonating with what we are saying, it's because we are also the victims of other addicts, because we are often that addict that is abusing self.
Yeah. Even if that's the only thing, but because it is such a, it's like it's genetic, right? And I live in that fear. Like, that's the thing that's kind of fascinating and interesting to me, is that, like, I had a knee surgery, in 2001. I had ACL repair. Most painful thing I've ever experienced in my fucking life. I wouldn't let myself take an oxy.
Oh, man.
No.
Yeah.
No, I'm not doing it. No. I suffered through that pain on Tylenol.
I'm sorry.
Because I was just like, no, I'm not. You won't get me. And yet at the same time, there I was, I was 23 years old, and I was buying God, this is going to be like public, right? I'm not doing this anymore.
What year is this?
I was this was 1998, 99, 1999, 1999. I was, buying packs of 500 tabs of ecstasy and keeping a sizable amount of it for myself and my friends, and then distributing it to some very fortunate and eager people, and then I was taking 10 hits of that every weekend for about a year, knowing that
knowing that I was I've been here since 11 this morning, so I do remember going this.
I was abusing it consciously, knowing that I couldn't continue to do it, but that I wasn't getting physically addicted. And therefore, I knew at some point I was going to quit, but I was doing work. I wasn't going out. I wasn't going to raves. I was doing it in the comfort of my own home. I was highly functional. I was holding down 3 jobs. And I was doing it with a trusted group of individuals, and we were all pursuing it from this perspective of mind expansion and bonding.
Right.
And it was a toxic bond. I mean, these weren't healthy relationships. These weren't healthy people that I was necessarily exploring this with, but I was processing my childhood sexual trauma. I was reclaiming my sexuality in a lot of ways. I was reclaiming agency over my body. I was processing the fact that I'd had an abortion. I was processing so much.
Right.
But you couldn't get me to a white powder. If a white powder showed up on the scene, get the fuck out of my house. Who are you? You're not my friend.
Yeah.
And I had it happen more than once where somebody would show up and be like, hey, I kind of brought this. And it was like, get out. You just lost your invite.
Yeah.
Because I understood the risk of ingesting those compounds in such a visceral way that there was just no way. There was no way. And even now, like, you can't get me to buy a bottle of hard liquor. I won't buy it. I won't bring it into my house. I'll buy a bottle of wine on occasion. I'll buy maybe a 6-pack of beer. But the second I start feeling like having a second beer after that first beer, I won't buy beer for a year. Because I'm terrified. I'm terrified of not being in control.
Yeah, I know what you mean, man. I worked with this dude named Levi. We actually went on to become like really good friends, but like one of the weirdest things, this cat did not have like the ability whatsoever to discern like what's appropriate stuff to discuss with your coworkers, like and so neither of us like drive. We're both fuck ups on probation and got warrants. So we both would catch a ride with this dude named Rob to the job. He'd meet us at this donut shop at like 5 a.m. and man, the cat would like start talking about weird sex thing, how like the crystal meth started making him like want to stick stuff in his butt or jerk off with other guys or something. Like it was just like really just like I'm not gay, but there's something about like when I'm not, and I was just, I don't know, man, it just like blew my fucking mind. He was actually like a really nice guy, like wasn't in that weird spot, like it was, I don't know, like I said, we actually went on to become like really close. Oh, me, so nice. But anyway, yeah, it was just like,
that's hilarious. He's just like got no filter.
No way, man. I don't, like I said, like I don't care, like kind of weird like sex.
Yeah.
Solid cat. He was a good homie.
Yeah. I've had friends like that too. Yeah, for sure. Where it's like, I hope this isn't an invitation, because no, but okay, if you need to share this,
Yeah,
that's cool. Yeah. Yeah. But psychedelics, I
Yeah.
always felt so safe. It always felt so safe because,
Yeah.
like, I don't crave the mushroom when I don't eat the mushroom.
Yeah.
I don't crave MDMA now, actually, and I could easily get it if I wanted it. I just feel like I did my time with it, and I learned from it, and I just don't know what else is there for me. I don't feel drawn to it, I feel drawn to Salvia divinorum
Yeah.
again, for sure, in a microdose setting. That was a big experience. It was a good experience, but yeah, that and maybe the DMT. I'd like to try DMT. I haven't tried DMT.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
yeah, I did. Yeah, like it's just one of those. You definitely don't buy anything like over the internet and stuff. But it's
no, I
you
would
have to
probably have a friend
yeah, it's not.
make it. Hmm.
But man, if you're like making an oil and putting it into cartridges, they're selling those things for like hundreds of dollars too.
I know, right?
There's gonna be
It's a
all
trip.
kinds of Yahoo selling all kinds of who knows what.
People in Oakland, man, you can buy them. Oakland, California is off the chain, dude, right now. Like, you can buy DMT pins,
I got
crazy
some really
town.
yeah. I'd rather just like spend about 200, 300 bucks on the stuff necessary. I could like extract it myself,
Right? Yeah, I'd rather buy groceries for my kid at this point, honestly. And that's the interesting thing, right? About psychedelics is like, if I had $200 extra right now, I would not go drive down to Oakland and buy a DMT pin.
Yeah.
I would buy food for my children to eat. I'd pay our electric bill, right? That's the difference, right? Like, I'm not going to go buy some cannabis.
Yeah.
I'm going to buy food for my kids, like that's the difference,
Yeah.
I understood food scarcity on a level that, I'm not in Southeast Asia.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm not in fucking Africa.
Yeah, but
I was a kid in the streets in Oakland in a roach and rat infested house with no food because
God.
my mom was addicted to crystal meth.
Powdered I remember powdered milk too. Like, yeah,
oh my god, yeah, like, powdered milk and fucking pancake batter.
Like, mom would try to pass it off and like take one sip, like powdered.
You ever try to make pancakes with powdered milk, dude?
Oh yeah, those blocks of that government cheese.
Oh yeah, the
that
Velveeta
can that just had the silhouette of a pig and said pork USDA pork in a can. Yeah, that being
yeah.
My mom made the best of it though. She'd like turn this whole thing into like making cookies was, who gets to lick the spoon and all that stuff with the like cutters. And she was actually kind of cool.
Yeah.
Best of it, but yeah, powder milk definitely sucked.
Yeah, it's weird. The American experience is weird, really,
Yeah, man. And the it's it's such a crucial thing, especially during between the age of 3 and 5, that there be this very stable nurturing with good nutrition and all that. Like how crucial that is to you going on to be a solid member of society later.
Oh my god, it made all the difference.
Right, and I'm looking
back. The only reason.
Oh god, dude. I mean, yeah. Anyway, like I remember, what my mom got busted in a coke raid, and so there's like we were on the run for a little bit. My sister Erin, but at the age of 5, was pulling out her fucking eyebrows because we had to carry her around in a sleeping bag when so we needed, from the house to the car and take the car back in. Aaron got slung over someone's shoulder in a sleeping bag because we could not be spotted from it, and just like, how fuck God, yeah, the powdered milk was bad, like the least of our worries.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Like,
Yeah, seriously.
Just thinking like how, yeah.
Yep. Yeah. And then the environments,
Right.
like even if okay, so like you take the little capsule that is your house experience, and it's like you like you were saying, you pull back from those few little pixels, and it's like it puts you into these neighborhoods and into these environments where it's like all of that is amplified every door down, everywhere you look, it's the same story all over. So you don't even really know that there's a potential for another existence or another reality, because it's everywhere. It's like rampant, and it's by design.
Yeah.
And then you grow up and you learn that it's by fucking design.
So I actually, in my mid-20s, I found this whim. Someone had left a bag of mushrooms at my house, and I just like called in sick. I was like, hey, I'm not, and I ate like 5 grams. And I remembered I had 2 hits of acid in the freezer. So I'm like, fuck it, why not, man? We're going.
Dude.
2 hits of liquid acid and 5 grams of mushrooms. And I went out in the pony park and had the most mind-blowing mystical food. And like, I was not worthy of that, like I was kind of a scummy dude at the time. Like, no, like the fact that the universe just gave me that one little like, and I didn't shut up about it for like, people were like, all right, man, yeah, no, you told me about the fucking shrimmy thing. I know what you, like, where I was like, no, you don't understand, but yeah, no, that was just like, but yeah, and then it wasn't until I was like 40 or something that I, decided to do mushrooms again. And kind of like,
yeah. Oh man, that's too bad. I mean, imagine if that was if that's what you dove down,
Yeah.
Yeah. If you had just stayed there, stayed in that realm,
Yeah, no, unfortunately I still had some very rough patches of road ahead, but
How old were you when you got high on anything for the first time?
So I actually started sneaking little sips of like Bacardi. My parents had that like one little, fifth with that much, and it's been there for 2 or something years. I'd take little like sips. Me and my buddies would pour a little bit in a can of Coke or something. And then I remember, when we were like 13, 14, we'd snatch beers from the ice chest at 4th of July parties, and take them off around to the fort.
Right. And then how old were you when you did the mushroom?
I think the first time I did mushrooms. So I grew up in Santa Cruz, California. This is like in the late night. Like this was back when they still had the rainbow gathering, these fans of deadheads and all kinds of fucking. We had hippie corner where there was a whole block of downtown dedicated to like buds, doses. So yeah, we started buying these like $3 or $4 hits of acid that would have like flying for like 16 hours straight. It's like, so occasionally you get bunked, an hour later, like, okay, that guy's gone, long gone. But anyways, yeah. But then, just started deeply trouble. I ran away when I was about 17, dropped out of school. Like life at home had just become so unsatisfactory where it's my dad was this like religious dude, and I remember hearing this horseshit story all the time about like the prodigal son, right? Like his son came in like his days, and rejected the ways of God and the Ten Commandments, and had to go out in the city and rip and race and booze and whore and lose everything, rock bottom out, decide, to go back to the family farm and be a man of Christ. And it's just fucking like horseshit. And like, it's the biggest fucking abdication of responsibility. Like, your 17-year-old kid would rather sleep in an abandoned building with the scariest motherfuckers in this town. Like, you fuck up as a parent. This whole bullshit.
Right.
Oh, my son's just out experiencing the ways of the world. No, your son is fucking shooting speedballs in a boarded up building. With some fucking pretty anyways.
I'm glad you're here, Rick.
So I was about like 17 or no 16, excuse me, and I had a girlfriend who was 19. She had a car, and we that's when I started messing around with like needles and stuff. There's like the train spotting, heroin was kind of a fad drug for a little minute there in the 90s, if anyone remembers. But yeah, next thing I know, it's 9 months later, I'm dope sick and trying to break into cars and shoplifting fucking CDs. I did catch a case and was did some time at Doobie and had to do part of this fucking thing where like I actually did like do all right, got clean and started, turned 18, got a job, ended up getting my own little apartment for a while, but and did pretty rad. Skateboarding kept me off the junk. Punk rock kept me off the junk, playing in bands, going to shows and having, that's all.
Mm-hmm. And now psilocybin's keeping you off of it.
Right. Yeah, for sure. But yeah, that was kind of my experience in starting drugs. And then, like I said, it's a lifetime of relapses. And I mean, you can wreak some pretty good, serious havoc in your life on just like 12 hours on crystal meth. Like you can do some fucking damage in a short amount of time.
Oh, fuck yeah, you can. Oh my God. Are you kidding me?
So even, those little like every 2 months, I'd sneak off and go get a little big bag of this or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah. But you're done now. You're solid on that. You know what that's all about.
Yeah, no. I got like 3 years clean, and I'm like actually pretty confident I've started the healing process. But then, there's just I've also, I'm still on Suboxone. I've been on Suboxone since like 2013 or something. It doesn't really it doesn't interact in any way with the psilocybin, but
I'm not familiar with it. What is it? What is it prescribed for?
It's for treating opioid addiction. The cravings as well as like withdrawal symptoms, and it's like one of the most effective tools in the modern arsenal to fight or to help people, help the opioid crisis or something. So super solid path, man. I watched a TED talk the other day. I think it was at Harvard or something. It was like one of the first dudes to decide do a trial run on people that had been already practicing meditation, Buddhists or regular meditators, and have been for at least over like 10 years or something. And like the results are just like, it's so interesting that like how much the meditation is better because of the psilocybin, the trip is better because of the meditation. Like it just kind of creates feedback.
Yeah, it's like a loop.
Just like some serious juju, some serious cosmic goodness right there.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Do you ever feel like the mushroom talks to you? You know, do you ever feel like it has like messaging for you?
Yes and no. There is like a species of mushroom. I think it's like on a planet or thing. Like this thing gets inside the brain of an ant. And like,
Oh yeah, cordyceps. Yeah. Oh yeah, it's the zombie mushroom.
Like me and my brother, it's just like one of those like, me and my brother's like, like what the mushroom like is like bring me more bird seed. Like,
Have you ever seen that Twilight Zone where the kid like gets the mushroom growing kit down in his basement and his dad is like, and then he starts growing the mushroom and it's like, he's obsessed with it. Oh my God, you got to look it up. Twilight Zone.
It's
mushroom.
an interesting it's its own. It's more animal than it is plant, and it's there's the way that the networks of mycelium on the forest floor, and it's all connected to the trees and shit. I mean, it's a whole like an octopus, right? It's just a different type of extremely intelligent, but the things can independently operate 5 hours. Instantly change its flesh to look like coral or sand or what.
Yeah.
Like, like just flash.
Just the way we talk about it, just the way we talk about it, it colonizes you.
Right. And I think That's great. I actually have a tattoo of an octopus on my arm. I had what I call the man beast moment, right? Where I was working on a fishing boat and octopus came up and wanted the like bait. It was like a crab pot, little bait container, just kind of like made a little home for himself in there. So this poor, and like I went, I can't remember the deck, but I was like, all right, get rid of this octopus thing. So I got rid of it, and I'm like trying to shake this thing out of the jar and it just like came out onto my, like I could feel the intelligence. It was just like arms or something, and we're looking like eye to eye and just having the like moment when I was just like, all right, just, chucked him back in the water and sent him on his way. But like, I kind of have like a similar relationship with fungi out in the wild of all sorts, not just the,
right, not just the
trippy stuff too, but like, I spent a lot of time out in the woods photographing all kinds of crazy molds and shit. And so, it's I think of the mushroom the same way I think of the octopus. I wouldn't eat an octopus. I'll eat mushrooms.
I would not either. You know that? It's
like
very
I would
funny. Eat squids, and now I can't make myself do it. Like it's just something about that just feels really weird and wrong. Like, no, I'm cool. I also wouldn't eat a dolphin. You know what I mean?
Yes,
right. Like that. That's like eating a unicorn, like one-way ticket to hell for sure. You get into purgatory. Eating the magical beast, Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Amy came in and said that, she says she often feels the mushroom talking to her, but she perceives it as her own inner intelligence and her own wisdom talking to her through the mushroom as if the mushroom is channeling her own voice.
Yeah. And it's, there's something very profound and powerful happening there. And I hope, we continue to learn and develop, new scientific ways to understand that better. It's just so many cool stories about, Paul Stamets was a lifetime, had a stuttering thing. He was cured of one night. They used slime molds to make these algorithms, and that's how they were, designed the Tokyo subway to like be the most efficient place of like where to have the tunnels, where to have the bridges, where to,
Makes perfect sense.
Yeah, they put these slime molds in this thing with like, little oats right here, and this thing with, they're like
put the food at one side.
Taught the
it'll find
engineers.
its way.
yeah, the most
Mhm.
efficient way to
Yep.
lay out the train. And so
It's a
yeah,
slime mold that's actually cleaning up the toxic waste in Chernobyl.
yeah, man. Like I'm very
Eating the
scientific.
radiation.
Yeah, I'm very much like way more. Actually, I'm all like, Harvard study, John Hopkins kind of like psychedelic as opposed to like the new age guy channel kind of,
Mhm. Yeah.
quantum
Yeah, I'm a
mysticism.
little of both. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Yeah. I believe in ghosts, you know. I believe in spirits, you know. But I've had interactions with spirits, you know. I've had interactions with energies. I've felt energies, and I dreamt that our baby was going to die, and he died.
right,
You know,
right.
Yeah. I don't know.
Right. So yeah, no, I guess I'm pretty down there, but I also can't deny like when I do a lot of meditation and qigong exercises, and when I'm doing my mushroom, it's part of like my journey, and like I have moments that science is that I as a human being I'm struggling to even put it into words and what I'm experiencing, what's happening, that type of thing.
Right.
Yeah, so it's I've definitely had a lot of like really but it's really like I said, we're learning like John Hopkins, like they've quantified it to these different levels of the mystical experience, or the geometric patterns in DMT, like these scientists have broken it down, and it's like so it's yeah, I guess that's just like kind of how like my brain works.
Quantum physics.
Right. Yeah. Precisely.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Have you seen that documentary, DMT, the spirit molecule?
I don't think so.
No, I think it's narrated by Joe Rogan.
Oh, was it on Netflix? Like maybe I want to say something like that was on Netflix.
If it was, I did not watch it.
Back in like,
I
but
saw
this
it in
was
the
years
theater.
ago.
Yeah, this was years ago.
Like popped up on my radar about like 7 or so years ago, I think.
Yeah. It was in theaters for a little bit.
Okay.
And it had a little bit of popularity, and it was interesting to me and other people, because they kind of talked about like this the and it's interesting to me as a woman, from the perspective of midwifery and herbalism, and the control that the American Medical Association really wanted over all of the population, right? In terms of providing care, right? And women were largely continuing to seek the care of midwives. And, so they had to find some sort of way to stop women from seeing midwives. And the best way to do that was to demonize and criminalize midwifery and herbalism, and along with it, shamans, and along with it, spirit workers and medicine men and of all kinds, and medicine women of all kinds. And so all it in a blanket way dealt with all of this stuff. And so that it was just this really interesting thing, and this movie kind of talked about that, like this colonization of spirituality, and how there's this chasm of like, okay, here's science and here's what we can prove, and here's religion and here's what we and it had its whole separate thing. And so you separated out spirituality and science, and it was like so all of this phenomenon and all of these really amazing things that couldn't be explained, all of a sudden it was just like, well, you're crazy, know, and that became the accepted norm. We just had somebody come into the space here. Dana. Hello, sir. Nice to meet you.
When you just lit something, made your face glow in this very awesome way.
You got to unmute yourself, Dana.
I didn't get enough sleep.
Great.
We're
Like,
in-
before I was supposed to go on, but I couldn't do that.
No.
But not too cloggy when I make my presentation.
Well, good morning.
Yeah, I began guy. Very hard to focus on that. They wanted to say I was the marijuana guy. Way back, started the marijuana movement.
Nice. Well, how are you doing on this fine day?
How am I doing?
Mhm.
I need another 3 hours of sleep to do a sparkling presentation. I'm not going to get it. But this is like, I would say ibogaine is the most interesting thing we ever found after cannabis. And got to understand, I'm a big psychedelics guy. I've taken lots of LSD. I've taken ALD52. I've taken mescaline. I've taken clones. I haven't taken a whole lot of. But
Well, welcome.
I guess there was nobody. The guy started it.
I'm gonna say hello to Chrissy and is it oh, you gotta unmute yourself.
Yep, fine. Sorry about that. My name is Mishu Oliveira. That's it.
Mishu, nice
Yeah,
to
Mishu.
nice to see you. Hi, you're our
Indeed,
next
thank you.
moderator.
I am indeed.
You are indeed. We've been having a long and very deep discussion about addiction, and I think you know, I would love to pass the torch on to you. I've been kind of holding down the middle of the night fort here. I'm in California.
I appreciate that.
Almost
Say hi
3
for me. I'm
a.m.
from there. I'm from that beautiful place, so say hi for me.
Oh, hello. What part of California are you
Hello.
from?
I'm from
Good morning,
Half Moon Bay,
everybody.
California.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, that's okay, Chrissy. Good morning. Hi.
I tried to join with video and it wouldn't let me back in, so I had to do it without video.
Oh, that's crummy.
What part of
Yeah.
California? I missed it.
Oh,
I'm
I'm
from
sorry.
Half
That
Moon
was my
Bay.
fault.
Where at?
Half Moon Bay.
I'm from Half Moon
Oh,
Bay,
yeah,
California.
yeah. Cool. I grew up in Santa Cruz.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
Awesome. Neighbors then.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I grew up in Oakland, and now I live in
Oh, cool.
Lake
I
County.
live there too.
Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, I lived in Oakland for a while. I lived in the I want to say over by House Street, right behind yeah, right up the street from
Whereabouts?
Kaiser.
High Street's a really long street. Do you remember what the
High Street.
cross?
I lived on the end of Howe, basically right at where the down the hill. It's at 42nd.
Oh, okay.
42nd
Not the
and
best.
Howe. There's a stop sign right there. I lived right at that house right there, the brown house. Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Yeah. I
Small
grew up
world.
on,
Small world.
East 15th and 24th Ave, and I took.
I know where that is.
Yep.
Yeah.
I took the bus across town
Yeah.
to McClymonds High.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The magnet-
I remember.
magnet program.
Okay, well, I spent a lot of time in that area, and it's near and dear to my heart. And I had to say goodbye energetically. It was not for me anymore. I'm over here
it's a
on
very tough place.
Western Massachusetts is home now for the last 6 years, so I'm grateful for that. And yeah, it's a beautiful place. I'm happy to be here. All the people here are beautiful as well, so I'm lucky, truly blessed. Well, thanks for holding it down for the night shift there. I want to bring in the morning shift here over here on the East Coast. Should I go ahead and take some time to introduce myself now? Is that what we're doing?
That would be great. What we've typically done, I'll tell you who's new in the room. We've got Dana is new in the room, and Chrissy is new in the room. Holly's been present this time, but hasn't really spoken or introduced herself. And yeah, everyone else has been here and has been sharing a good portion of the day, including myself. So I'm ready to rest my voice, and I'll contribute.
You go right ahead then.
Yeah.
Thanks for holding
thank
space.
you. Yeah.
Absolutely
thank you.
welcome.
Thank you
Yeah.
so much, Patty, Patricia.
All right.
Mishu, before you get started, I love your shirt.
Thank you. I figured it was the perfect event. So
Yeah, I love it.
yeah. Well, I'll go ahead and say a few pieces about myself. Mostly this is a time for people to share their stories. So I'm definitely here to hold space for people's lived experiences, questions, fears, curiosities about psychedelics, about mushrooms, specifically since we're talking about the old mushroom microdosing today. But I'm here to share stories though of myself. If people have questions, you're welcome to ask me. My name is Mishu Oliveira. My pronouns are proudly she and her. I am 52 years old. I am from Half Moon Bay, California. I'm a self-realization and psychedelic guide. I actually sit with people in real-time space for all types of journey work, whether that's a micro, meso, or macrodose. I teach people how to use mushrooms in ways that can help them expand consciousness and also can help them essentially pull themselves through addiction, also really entrench negative thought patterns. I help people learn how to cultivate mushrooms as well. And I basically just teach overall everything mushrooms, everything ethic based around the way to use the medicine to get the most out of what it's trying to show us. So I'm still here to hold space for other people to talk, but if you do have questions about me and the work I do, I welcome all questions. So please feel free to ask. Thanks for having me. Boy, crickets right there, huh? I didn't mean to stop the whole flow of conversation, but
Mishu, you're great. You know that.
I don't know. It's 5:30 in the morning. Some people on the West Coast, I don't know where everyone's from, but some might be falling asleep. I don't know, but if no one's going to talk, I'm happy to answer questions. I could tell stories about some experiences I've had, my own personal experiences with mushrooms. Or
I believe that Dana was going to be giving a short, brief. Do you have a PowerPoint, Dana, about ibogaine?
Oh, cool, awesome.
A bit longer than brief. I was told I went on at 6:15.
Okay.
I want to do a little introduction because I was told I had up to an hour.
You're probably after me then.
Yeah, it looks like on the schedule. It's Mishu first, and then Dana. I think you take over at
okay.
At 3:15.
Sorry about that. I just remember Leo letting me know that Dana was going to be giving a speech or like a PowerPoint, and a little bit more in-depth conversation about ibogaine. So,
nice.
So after you, Mishu, I'm sorry to interrupt.
No problem. It's all good.
I'm getting a little rummy. I should probably go to sleep myself, actually.
Rummy.
Yeah, well, I just tired.
Understandable. Yeah. It's all right.
Thank you so much for being here.
Absolutely. Thank you for being here as well. Well, in that case, let's see. Since I've got the floor and no one else feels like talking is the most important thing. If there's anyone here that feels like they want to share something, or if there's a question about any of the work that I personally do, or any of the stuff that you're curious about on your own quest, I'm not sure who's actually currently involved with psychedelic medicine at this time in this group. But for those of you who are kind of still on the fence looking over and kind of trying to understand what it's all about, this is a really good place to ask questions. There's a lot of people here I'm feeling that have a lot of knowledge and a lot of wisdom, personal experience and otherwise. And so you're welcome to, this would be a good place to ask all the questions, concerns, maybe some myth busting if you're ready for, being told some truth. I'm happy to share some of that about what's actual and what's not. So please feel free to ask questions. And if no one has any questions, I'll just talk, I guess. I don't know what else to do. But yeah, are there any questions from anybody? Does anybody have anything that they want to share, comment on, say?
Do it, dude. The floor is yours, my man.
The floor is mine. I'm actually a girl, but thanks. I appreciate that. So I guess I could tell a little bit about my story and how I started in this path of doing this work for people and myself. 2018 was when I got reunited with psychedelic mushrooms. I had taken a long break, started taking psychedelics in 1985 when I was 15. And with a bunch of my friends going to see the Grateful Dead, we would all take all the things, mushrooms, LSD, everything that we get our hands on, basically. Psychedelics back in that time were for fun, and they weren't something that I was using in an intentional basis. I don't think people really knew at that time about the real gifts of that medicine. And so in the 80s, we were taking it all the time just for fun. But it let me understand a deeper level of self-awareness, I guess, at 15. I don't know how much self-awareness you have at 15, but when you're that young and I'm coming from a lot of abuse. My history is sexual and physical and mental trauma from people in my life, everybody. I was the girl who was born looking like a guy. So I got my ass kicked all the time. I got harassed. I got molested. I got fucked with frequently. So my childhood was very difficult. It was very painful. It was very brutal. And my ways of dealing with that was to escape with all substances that I could get my hands on because I didn't have the tools to navigate everything I was dealing with and feeling. So drinking after my psychedelic connection pretty much went away, I had alcohol left, and that was my thing. So I drank compulsively for 35 plus years. I smoked cigarettes since I was 11 years old. And getting back into mushrooms again in 2018, I was reintroduced to the medicine in a way that was unintentional, completely unintentional. It was for just for fun. So I took an eighth with a friend back in January, and it felt really good to connect to myself. I felt, I don't know, I felt back to my peace center a little bit for that day, right? Well, I started to think that if this felt really good one time, I should probably do it again, of course. Well, I was told by this person who grew them to really give yourself 3 weeks in between dosing at those bigger, higher doses for maximum effect, right? So I went ahead with the regime of, I'm going to start doing this once a month because it felt good. And I was drinking all the time. And, you know, this is 2018. I'm 48 years old. I'm looking down the barrel at 50. My life is a wreck. At the time, I was actually dealing with dual shoulder injuries. I had injured both of my shoulders in a kitchen accident and was unable to work. And I was also homeless. So I was dealing with a ton of crisis in my life. It was really bad news. And mushrooms would, at that time, and then for a few weeks after, give me tremendous insight into better ways of managing my crisis, right? Or better ways of managing myself in the crisis. So what I learned really was that I took these doses, these big macro doses, 3.5 to 4 grams once a month. About 7 months, I started really getting into self-care. And then one morning, I just woke up one day and didn't want to drink. It was like there was a switch that got flipped. And I didn't choose this. I didn't ask for the mushrooms. I wasn't asking anything about the mushrooms. I didn't realize that you could do that for them. But they had basically just taken me out of alcohol. They had rewired whatever it was. That morning I woke up and I didn't feel the hole in myself that I usually felt that needed to be filled with a bunch of alcohol. So from basically October of 2018, I started doing extensive research on whether or not that was actually true, if mushrooms did take alcohol away from me in that context of compulsion. And I started doing personal experiments on myself with high doses of mushrooms. I put myself into a spiritual awakening on 4.5 grams. Maybe it was more like 4 grams. But I had a realization, I had an experience where 4 entities came, they were white, and they told me that I knew the way and that I was to share that with as many people as possible. At this time, I was also posting everything that I was doing on mushrooms and with psychedelics online on my social media. And at the time, I had a small following of people that were supporting, I guess, being masculine and staying female. So there was a accept yourself kind of thing that I was, you know, not really promoting, but just encouraging people to look within about the bodies that they come in, right? And how it's important to maybe stay as you are and do the work in this frame for whatever you're given, right? So I had some followers of people for that, for being a masculine female. And they started asking questions about the psychedelic aspect of my life at that time. And because I think I was posting so publicly, people started to really kind of gravitate with questions and curiosity and wanting to do the similar work. They were people from all over the world, actually, though, which was interesting because I didn't have connections with people all over the world that way that I thought. And so the more I spoke and shared about my mushroom experiences, the more people would start to come to where I was getting tapped on the shoulders by groups like Bay Staters for Natural Medicine, which is a nonprofit here in Massachusetts. And in 2020, we were basically beginning the work to decriminalize a few cities here, which are now decriminalized, including the town that I live in. Speaking to city council members, working with Decriminalize Massachusetts, and also other small little factions around the area, we helped to decriminalize Cambridge, Somerville, Northampton, and East Hampton, Massachusetts, the entheogenic plants. Speaking at public events, I was asked to speak at UMass Amherst campus about psychedelics for the Psychedelic Club of UMass back in November 2020. And it just keeps growing. So really, I feel mycelially mushrooms want us to connect in these ways with people. They want us to put our energy out. They want us to share our stories. They want us to share what happens when we take them in ways that are coming from intent and from release and surrender. And so the more you share, the more people know truth. And that's what's important here. And so I kept doing that unbeknownst to my future, which kept continually still blowing up. And now I'm to the point where I had to basically create a business. I had to create something for myself. I had to create a website. I had to really go into this 100% because people kept coming in desperation and asking for help. And I can't turn that away. My heart could not turn that away because I have information and ways of knowing how to use this medicine to where it's actually working. Integration being number one, talking through what comes, what the medicine shows you, tapping into, if someone is listening, if you're looking into doing this, similar type of work, with being a guide, with being someone who's an integration coach, listening to your psychic gifts, basically of what is telling you in the space of psychedelic, sitting with somebody. These are the things that I feel like mushrooms are trying to get us to tune into and really enhance our abilities as far as being able to help other people. But really, at the end of the day, it comes down to just paying it forward, right? Because at this point in my life, I lived 52 years, and most of those years were very self-centered and very much going through the world in a very aggressive way that was not soothing. So, yeah.
On the whole Southern African continent. And I'm delighted that one of your colleagues, Matt, the epidemiologist and co-director of the HRV Nudge Unit, Dr. Sophie Haskell, is with you for us to talk to. And Sophie, I know it's called the In-Yellow Unit. What does that mean?
And we ask everybody to mute yourself if you're not the speaker so that your background noise doesn't filter into the discussion.
In South Africa, and measures were one of these ways that
Lovely. Do you have the capacity to mute people? I do not, that I know of.
Yes, I can do that. Yes, I can do that. I figure out who's.
Oh, there's only Eric's is open.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Speaker view. Who's
Eric Swinson.
Mute.
He might have had an alarm.
Everybody no talking. Mute all.
Beautiful.
Okay, everybody's muted now.
If
you want to speak, then unmute yourself. Okay, can everybody hear me? Awesome. Sweet.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. And I'm going to mute myself now. So you can go ahead and go, Michu.
Thank you so much. So going back to where basically sharing a little bit about my story, to make it a little bit more condensed. At this point now, I'm guiding roughly about 5 journeys a month. I'm going pretty much all over New England to sit with people in varying spaces, whether that's their home, their friend's house, an Airbnb, a hotel, wherever they can have a few hours of safety and comfort to do this work. I am speaking live anywhere that I can. I am doing advocacy on a daily basis. I am cultivating at least once a year my own medicine and teaching others to do the same, because I feel like that's super important for access wise, to have your own medicine on hand, to know how to basically sustain and cultivate that is really awesome. And yeah, my entire life has become this work basically. And I feel incredibly honored actually to be asked to do this work. So I didn't certainly ask this myself. But yeah, please ask questions though. If anyone's sitting, I'm not sure who's been listening or whatever, but if people have questions, if you want to add to stories, please jump in, please share. I'm here to moderate, not just take up the entire space with what I have to say. But if if you have things to say or to add or to ask, you're welcome to ask them. Awesome. I'm reading this, what you just commented. Yep. Yeah, so let me see here. I'm going to finish up reading here. Yeah, so the advice that they're expecting is they're looking for integration. And if the medicine isn't working, I mean, I think a lot of people, I work with a lot of people who have a ton of resistance, like really big, humongous resistance
to everything. They've spent generations of really packing themselves into a little tiny box and pushing everything out. Some people are going to be spiritually more resilient to and more resonant with this medicine. I think bigger doses are going to be helpful to the people who are struggling with resistance. What I've seen with most people that I work with are coming from a space of having never taken anything, no alcohol, no cannabis, certainly no psychedelics. they're taking nothing because they have such a desire for control over themselves. And so when you're dealing with microdosing, these people, I'm not sure what your capsules are dosed at. That's one of the things, not to say anything negative about your practice personally, but what I've been shown by the mushrooms is that they don't want to be restricted to one dose. They don't want to be ground up into dust and put into a capsule, which is mimicking Western medicine's pill situation. It's also giving people the idea that you can take a capsule, and just pop it, and everything's going to be great. Your life's going to be fixed, and it takes no work from yourself on the inside. The way I help people learn how to use mushrooms is to take whole fruit bodies, teach them how to use a scale, have them have calibration weights. Also, I provide links to all of this for my clients, and have them actually break down the mushrooms per dose of the day, because literally what mushrooms are asking is for us to check in with ourselves, to ask what we need in that day, right? Like, because every day is different, and mushrooms are very flexible. They want us to be also creating ritual with them, building a relationship with the plant, with the fruit itself, right? So every day you're going to dose maybe twice a week for some. Some people are in crisis. They're doing it every day. They're doing it every other day. So what I'm teaching and showing for people is to really tap into where you're at in the day. Ask yourself, what do I need? Is my day horrible? Is my day coming up going to be a disaster? Maybe your dose needs to be a little bit more than the usual 0.25. Maybe it's 0.35 or 0.40. I've got some people microdosing 0.50 and having a great time with that. I've got some people microdosing 0.15 and think that's fantastic. So, and it's varying. They might take 0.15 on a day that they're just cruising along, everything's golden, but on a really hard day, they might bump it up. So the medicine is asking to be flexible. The medicine is asking for you to connect with yourself, to ask what you need, and to give yourself that, and to interact physically, ritualistically with the scale, with the medicine, weighing out your doses, being more proactive in it. Now, afterwards, when the information is coming through, they're asking for guidance, they're asking for integration, which is huge, because when you take even a little amount and you're sensitive to that medicine, you're going to have a lot come through. And with people who have no psychedelic experience, even the littlest microdose is going to start to open the vaults of your consciousness, basically, that are probably long sealed, right? Like an old rusty gate. So you take microdosing, it starts to open up areas of your mind that have never been open. And now your thought patterns are changing. Now your belief systems, your personality ideas, everything is going to be spun. So who's helping these people do this understanding? You can't just provide medicine without integration. It's unethical. And so what I'm trying to attempt to do is to really create an awareness. This entire movement is, you don't just provide access to medicine, you have to integrate them to the cause of what's happening, to what's going through after taking this medicine. So to the people that are more resistant, they probably need a macro dose. They probably need something above a microdose to actually bust through where they're basically blocked, because they probably are blocked, and they need to be really pulled out of that foundation of entrenchment, essentially, right? So, but really good question though. And thanks for spreading, spreading things around to where people can have access. And if you're in a place to provide integration, please do so. I'm guessing that you've got experience with psychedelics, right? That you know how to translate the messages of the medicine. If you have the ability to speak to what comes through, I commend you, I invite you to help your people that are taking this medicine, to help them have a better understanding of what's really happening to them, so they can really utilize the messages that come through. Yeah. Does anybody else have any questions, concerns, comments, curiosities, things they've heard, things they want?
You know what? I actually am very curious about having that resistance that you guys were just talking about. Having that resistance, how do you know when, especially if you're trying, just starting out like I am, starting my journey, how
Yeah.
do you know when the resistance is there? You know, because I did try my first dose and I felt absolutely nothing. So I don't know if maybe
Okay.
I have maybe a resistance or.
Well, your history specifically is like, not to belittle your lived experience, but a lot of people are similar in the sense that they're taking a lot of pharmaceuticals at this time. And so the medicine is having to really work through pharmaceutical space, which is very challenging if you're taking a bunch of stuff. Now, over the 0.15 dose, you can expect to feel a little bit more. But the way I'm asking for you to start this time is to really start from the very bottom and go up very slowly to see, because I don't want for these medicines to tick your anxiety up anymore. So I'm really being cautious with you. I want you to take time to start to slowly feel, even at the lowest dose, what comes through for you. Something might come through. But if it's not feeling good to you, bump your next dose up to 0.25. Or if you really want to be adventurous, bump it up to 0.33 and sit back, clear your day. Because if what you might expect
that'll be
is
a day off
emotion
for me.
through, a day off. Well, seriously though, you might expect emotion, you might expect anger, you might expect, there's all kinds of host of emotions that could come through for you. Just make sure your schedule's cleared to have that time to process. And if it gets really bad, call me. I'm coming over. I'm 9 minutes away. I'm right there on your doorstep. I will come and sit with you and we'll work through whatever comes through for you. I work out of Massachusetts.
Thank you,
You're welcome, Chrissy. I work out of Massachusetts. I live in East Hampton, Massachusetts, but I actually go all over New England. In fact, I'm going on Monday out to Manchester, New Hampshire, which I think is about 2.5 hours away, for one of my clients that I've been working with microdosing now for going on 3 months, and she's excited to do her first macrodose journey, which is super exciting. I love that time. But yeah, I do this work all over New England, basically. I go out to Boston, I go down to the Gold Coast of Connecticut. I'm actually going out to upstate New York in December next month. Everywhere. I'm actually going to be going out across the country. I'm going out to California in January to help my mother break down her house and sell it in Grass Valley. And she's going to be moving back in with my wife and I here in Massachusetts. But I'm hoping to host some journeys on my way across the country. I have some people that I've been working with verbally and coaching them basically remotely. So I'd like to, I'll be reaching out to people. If you're in this pathway that I'll be traveling through, I'm happy to do a stay over and sit with you for a night if you want to do a macrodose. So I'll be doing that as well. So, but yeah, all over, wherever I can be. And if there's people there, I'll do the work right there. Everywhere. Does anybody else have any questions? There was someone who wanted to use their voice. Is there any way that this person, I'm not sure how to say your name, is it 80? They want to speak. Is there any way that they can join in with speaking so we can have like an actual flowing conversation? Or is it just me who gets to have the voice at this time? This is a question to the host.
Anybody can talk that wants to talk. We just would like it if it was kind of we're considerate of each other and take turns and things like that. So and I'm I'm fading fast, honestly. I don't even think I can get I'm here in Seattle and I've been on here since 10 a.m. So
oh my God.
I really need to go to sleep.
That's crazy. Yeah, for sure. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, who?
So I'm I don't think there's anybody else in here that's a host or a moderator though. So I'm kind of just like laying here quietly, and I can hear you, but I'm not like going to be an active participant unless something is. I'm actually supposed to be letting people in too, but I don't know how I'm going to do that if my eyes are closed.
Fair enough. Yeah, no, that's totally. I understand.
I think I can.
Okay.
Oh wait, Rick. Oh wait, is Rick in here still? Rick, are you in here still? Yeah, Rick's in here. Oh, he's a co-host. No, I can go. I forgot. I can go now. I'm sorry. I need to go to sleep. But
have a nice night. Sleep well.
Yes, have a wonderful night. You've been
doing
a lot of work.
You can talk. Yeah, you can talk. Okay, I'm gonna go to sleep. Good night.
Good
Awesome.
night.
Good night. All right. So to the person that has some questions, it feels to me that and I'm not even sure how many. There's 13 people in here. Is there anyone else who wants to speak before I launch into answering questions from this one specific person? Does anybody else have anything they want to comment on or ask or share? In all fairness, for everybody. No. Okay. So person with the microdosing questions, if you want to unmute your microphone, then I suggest you can do that. And let's talk about your questions here. You seem like you've got some good questions. So let's ask them. There should be a little microphone button on the side over there on the left, on the bottom. If you want to push that, unmute it, and let's talk. Or not. Or you can keep sending messages through the text. And I can answer that way. Oh, your PC's broken. Okay. Well, fire away questions through a text. I'm happy to answer what you got. Absolutely. And to anybody else, if you have questions, if you're looking to get started and learn what microdosing is, this is a really great place. I will happily answer all questions about microdosing in general, about myself, about the work I do. Awesome. I would love to talk to you about your questions. So yeah, please try to reconnect through your phone. Should work out too with the microphone there. But yeah, Christy, back to yours. Some people who are super sensitive and not taking a bunch of pharmaceutical medicine are going to be very sensitive to this medicine, especially if the medicine has adequate potency, which mine absolutely does. So it really comes down to two factors when it comes to what you're going to feel, what comes through. The first one is obviously the medicine and the potency therein. And not every medicine that you get, not every type, or even you can have two different types. You can have two different strains or two same strains, golden teacher, and one of those genetics, I guarantee you, is going to be stronger than the other, even though they're the same. So it really depends upon where you're getting your genetics from. Your genetics have to be viably potent for them to be producing results to the people who are taking them. So if your medicine is not potent, I don't care how much you take. If you take 10 grams, you're not going to feel it. So you really need to have medicine that has viable potency. It's very important. And also, if you're working with a lot of pharmaceuticals, if you have a long history with pharmaceuticals, there is a chance, although I'm not seeing that on my end, people on my end who have 20 plus 30 years of history with this pharmaceutical medicine are still getting benefits from doing larger microdoses and also macrodose journeys while they're on the medicine. So while they're on the pharmaceutical medicine, even they're not even weaning off to get these benefits. And in fact, the microdosing and macrodosing is helping them to get off their medicine. It's helping them to get more grounded and stay more connected and more solid in themselves, so they can actually have the strength to get away from the pharmaceuticals that they don't want to take anymore. So how's it going, Dana? Nice to meet you, fellow psychonaut.
Mishu, thank you. I actually am very much looking forward to, if not getting off of medications, at least cutting out certain ones that like my anxiety medications. I do have a predilection for addiction, so it's hereditary on both sides of my family. So especially because I take Klonopin for my anxiety, I'm really looking to nix that. Anything that's really can interfere with my ability to grow and self-realization. That's why I really, I think that it helps my panic attacks now. Yes, it does, but it's not a healthy way of coping. It's just a Band-Aid on a big open wound. So
right. Exactly. exactly. And but your mindset right now, your awareness is farther along than most. So please, at this time, give yourself credit for being aware of where you're at and being aware of the bigger picture that you're facing, because that's part of it. And to have a realistic understanding of where you're at is really part of this work. It's actually everything. Awareness and It's the beginning of self-realization, essentially. So congratulations for being right where you're supposed to be.
Oh, thank
right
you. You're so sweet.
You've come further than you think already, and you're really just really
Aw.
beginning. So give yourself credit. It's important. Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm not trying to be sweet. I'm just a realist.
I know, but it's still it's really nice to hear. Thank you. I
Yeah, that's
appreciate
truth.
that.
That's the truth. Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
smiling very big. You can't see it, but I am.
Well, I can already tell, and I'm grateful that you're doing this work. I'm excited for you. Definitely.
Yeah, I'm very excited.
Yeah.
All right, let me mute myself back then.
Does anybody else have anything they want to share or comment on or ask a question about? Have a story to tell? Something that resonates with them that they'd like to share with other folks that are here tonight or this morning, I should say, on this side of the country.
I wanted to interject that you get, some peak effects, and then you can never actually get the same LSD or whatever it was again. It's possible to do that, but the uncertainty of the supply, it's very frustrating to try to get back to somewhere.
I agree.
So,
Yeah.
I did do, they gave me 8.5 grams of shrooms to see what would happen in Vienna in 2017. And they actually couldn't believe, my tolerance for it. But it gave me back a little something. I don't know. I will say you need somebody to talk to if you're tripping on 8.5 grams of shrooms.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
The drug that I work with now, we actually do use shrooms on the gray day. People who take Ibogaine for detox, if they're coming off of coke or meth, crystal meth, they are very energized. But if they're coming off of opiates and they have a long time opiate thing, it's like somebody took their security blanket and they go through what's called the gray day. And somebody figured out you can give them about 1 gram of shrooms and that just dissipates and they're fine, So it's a very important adjunct therapy for people who are doing serious opiate detox with Ibogaine.
Yeah. Interesting.
Also using a 5-MeO DMT a lot. They're using something called combo. It's like vanilla.
Interesting. Well, I definitely agree with what you said about finding reliable sources, especially for things like LSD. I've been looking for a reliable LSD source for, I don't know, about 5 years now. And I've had some good luck here and there. I do have a friend on the black market who is someone that I trust. It just takes forever. It's just and it's a Bitcoin process, and the whole thing is a royal pain in the ass, basically. But I've acquired some really nice needlepoint. I've acquired some white fluff. I've acquired some liquid orange sunshine, which was phenomenal. I have had some good luck, and I've taken a long time in between to find again. So it's really kind of a little hit or miss. But yeah, they're out there though.
ALD 52. ALD
What was that?
can be procured. That was the most psychedelic drug I ever did, as far as 2A agonist goes. Is less the ratio of visual to like mental is
Yeah.
but it's super intense. So you get some mental effects that are just unlike anything I've ever experienced.
Yeah.
I was coming back in 1974 from my hippie conference in Spokane, World Fair, and we had taken ALD, and we had an experience. It was really, I guess it was the power of suggestion, because we did not realize the emotional force of this Jesus freak that was with us. But we were all transported backward in time 2,000 years, and we were at the foot of the cross. Now, having died and found, unfortunately, I guess, or not, but there's just nothing there. And then being revived, I'm a little bit skeptical of the whole thing, because you have to realize that people are susceptible to suggestion.
Very.
2A agonists. The 2A agonists are LSD, psilocybin, mescaline, and
Classic serotonin. Yeah. Yeah.
You're pushing the one key on organ, right? And it's different than some other ways of there's like other drugs like cannabis and MDMA and ibogaine, which are atypical. They don't particularly do anything. Well, they're if you have reuptake a reuptake blocker, that lifts your 2A receptor activity as well. But I'll get on to that in a minute. I'm really worried about the power. This is a nice quiet room.
It is. Let me see here. Connecting now. Well, thank you for sharing some really cool insights.
So the QAnon is on LSD. Or not LSD, he's on magic mushrooms.
What's that now?
He's on magic mushrooms. They did an experiment where they took people who were used to environment of Fox News and put them in a room where they were getting CNN. And after a month, there was a big change. But my point is, with a phenomenon like QAnon and the guy that just hit Paul Pelosi on the head, who was associated by Jesse Waters on Fox with ibogaine, which has been already fairly well refuted. We're concerned about suggestibility in a situation where you have people who are just putting out lies on television. You get a bunch of people who will follow that stuff. And I think that you could use mushrooms also to deprogram people. Are you guys familiar with QAnon at all?
Unfortunately.
The thing about adrenochrome.
What is that? I'm not familiar.
adrenochrome is a waste product of adrenaline. I'll get into it in my presentation.
Okay.
They're trying to say that like secret police are involved in the equivalent of organ harvesting from kids who are kidnapped and sacrificed. And it is, of course, a complete fabrication. But the interesting thing, I'll show a video a little later. The interesting thing is that there yeah, see, I didn't get enough sleep. I hope I can do better in a few minutes, 5%. But the interesting thing is that these guys are talking about something that is completely inert. Adrenochrome doesn't do anything. It's a waste product. So if you were going to like harvest anything, you would harvest something that would do something, you know. Adrenochrome was only, you know, from the equivalent of Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. It's a science fiction thing from horror movies, right? But the real life adrenochrome doesn't do it. There is, however, upstream nerve growth factor that will do a lot of that stuff. Claiming adrenochrome would do, but it doesn't cross the blood-brain barrier. So, you know, there's supposed to be stuff from Anthony Weiner's laptop that nobody's ever actually seen, but they've written about it, right? And they have a thing with supposedly a video of Hillary Clinton and Huma Abedin involved in satanic rites in the basement drinking blood. And the thing is, it couldn't cross the blood-brain barrier. You know, the blood-brain barrier to the brain, it couldn't actually, if they drank the blood, it wouldn't do anything. And this is actually a variation on vampirism, a belief system from the Middle Ages, which they believed the Jews were harvesting the blood of Christian babies to make the matzah or something like that. You know, it's just like justification for pogroms, justification for going in, completely killing everybody in the community. And this is the stuff that's being propagated in some, you know, in some wise, some people like the QAnon shaman doing shrooms. So we have to watch out for that because, well, I'll launch into my presentation in a minute. But,
oh man.
I work on Ibogaine, and Fox News and New York Post said the fellow that like attacked Pelosi with a hammer was tripping on Ibogaine when he did it. That was the implication, and it's difficult for me to see how DePape could have had a source of Ibogaine because it's just not. I don't know. It's a you got to move from one continent to another. You know, it's not like cocaine or methamphetamine that's universally available. And Gypsy Taub, who was at the Ibogaine conference, the Potslam in 2016, and was kind of ushered out for acting really crazy, is now in jail, you know, for stalking a 14-year-old. And that was DePape's significant over. For the boss.
I'm going to say something real quick. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I've only got about 10 more minutes left of my time, and I and
Oh, that's all
your
right.
story is awesome. But I'm just saying that you are up next, and I'm sure that people are very interested in what you have to say. But I am going to ask if I can have 10 more minutes left, and then I'll free up the floor for you for your time. I would appreciate that, because this is a story that I feel is really important, but it's also, I'm just kind of trying to figure out here. I'm off in a couple minutes here. So if you want to continue, that's great. I can bow out and just say thanks for everyone. Have a great night. I enjoy your story.
Unfortunately, I'm not that organized because I didn't get no sleep.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm just trying to, yeah, there's like, yeah, exactly. I'm not sure. I can't, I'm not going to speak to this conversation. I don't know what to say about any of it, but I appreciate your knowledge and I appreciate your sharing. Someone just mentioned something, one of the
You're muted.
keeping the conversation to microdosing, mushrooms, psychedelics, but less politics, less anti-vax, less QAnon. Probably is a good idea, right, Rick? Is what I just read you say in the messages.
Hell yeah, and so what the fuck?
Fair enough. Fair enough. Well, I've got a couple more minutes left. If people want to, there was someone that I was wanting to connect with. I'm not sure if they came back or not, who had a bunch of questions that I was trying to get to. If this person is still here, please ask your questions. If anyone else has questions regarding anything that I've spoken about or microdosing mushrooms or mushrooms in general, I'm here for another couple of minutes, and then I must go ahead and start my day and sign off. It's been a really pleasure to have been asked to be part of this morning, and to be part of this movement is a huge honor. If anybody is interested in finding me on social media, you can find me on Facebook by typing my full name, Mishu Oliveira. You can find me also on Facebook under Mishu Oliveira Psychedelic Guidance. You can actually find me on Google if you type in my name. You type in Mishu Oliveira into Google, and what you're going to find is a lot of podcasts that I participated in. My website is on there, mishuoliveira.com. Pretty much a lot of different things that I've contributed to this last few years of psychedelic movement are going to be found on Google, which is pretty wild, but it's happening. Yeah, type my full name, Mishu Oliveira, in there. If you're curious about microdosing or getting medicine that is safe and basically viable, please reach out to me. You can reach out to me also on Instagram, Mishu413, or basically just my phone number is on Google. Literally just reach out and text me. But I'm here to help people connect to this medicine in a way that is sustainable and is actually going to benefit their lives. People taking the medicine already with no guidance, no integration, please reach out. I'm here to integrate you, even though you don't work with me. It doesn't matter. If you've taken psychedelics and you have questions on how to integrate a situation, an experience, a journey, I'm here to help you do that work. I'm here to help you put those pieces together. So please reach out to me. Anybody is welcome to reach out to me. Even if you just want to talk about psychedelics, I'm always available, and I will happily make myself available anytime for anybody with psychedelic crisis, psychedelic questions, psychedelic myth busting, all of it. So please reach out. It's been a real pleasure to be here today. I hope everyone has a fantastic day, and be good to each other, and take care. Bye for now.
Bye, Mishu. Thank you for everything.
Bye, Chrissy.
Thank you.
Am I supposed to talk now? I'm scheduled for 6:15. Hello? No feedback at all.
Are you on the East Coast? Where? Did you say 6?
I was supposed to go on at 6:15. It's 6:16 now.
Oh, yeah. All right, I'm in Seattle. 3:16.
Yeah.
Well, get to it. Yeah. All right, man. Go ahead. Floor is yours.
Okay. My name is
as per the request from earlier, let's keep it on psychedelics. We don't want to do the conspiracy anti weird.
So,
yeah.
The point is, all this stuff is happening in a world that's encumbered by this other bullshit, is the best way of putting it. Like in an ideal world, there wouldn't really be a whole lot of drug laws, right? But there are. And right now, I'm working with Rick Doblin. We have a letter that we're trying to get on Biden's desk, because as you know, Biden's son did Ibogaine for detox, Hunter. And he called it moderately successful for treatment of cocaine. There's nothing moderately successful for cocaine. There just isn't anything that works, right? There's nothing that works for methamphetamine. And where to begin? Well, I usually do this thing, and it's like not political at all, but I was going to show something, but I won't show it. Okay. To give you an understanding of where we were coming from when we decided to pick up on the Ibogaine thing. But I have a picture here, right here. Can you see this? The little picture.
Yes, I can see it.
That's Howard Lotsoff and Norma Alexander standing in front of the FDA NIDA building. In the period of time when we had an Ibogaine program. Ibogaine is unique because it alone here we go. Ibogaine alone had a NIDA development trial. And we were actually on a timeline that would have led to an approval of a Schedule I substance as a treatment for detox, primarily, by the end of the 90s. And that was abandoned under pressure from people who said that it was not the policy of the National Institute on Drug Abuse to use a hallucinogen in treatment. And of course, this is the big decision that was made under Richard Nixon to never go there, right? And all these drugs became Schedule I drugs. So that was actually reversed in 92. The FDA changed its mind and signaled that you could begin to work on psilocybin at least, which is
Can we get the gallery back? Can we get the gallery back? Can we take? We've all seen the picture.
What?
I said the picture is still up. Can we get the gallery? The event.
I just brought up naltrexone buprenorphine. Do you want me to get rid of that picture?
Oh yeah, I just want to see the event. There we go. Thank you, sir.
But I was supposed to have trying to get the here it is. How can I screen share here? Because this is my PowerPoint that I was supposed to do. I'm trying to get it here. How does Ibogaine work? I see. Yeah. Can you see that?
I can see it. Yes.
No. Okay, good. So that's the first slide of my presentation. Usually I do a little introductory thing. But as I was saying, we actually had a clinical trial at NIDA. It never actually got beyond 2 milligrams per kilogram, but we were doing a safety trial. And it was going to be approved because they had nothing for crack cocaine. And so it was a big deal when it was abandoned. You know, it was like a tragedy because we would have, you know, this would have, like, practically speaking, helped a lot of people. I mean, right now we're in the middle of an opiate epidemic that, you know, 120,000 people a year are dying from fentanyl. So the promise that was made to us, though, at the time was they were talking about this other form of ibogaine called 18, which you jigger with the molecule, you get something that does a lot less, basically. But the theory was we could get a combination of short-acting receptor effects that would not cause a psychoactive experience, but would suppress the craving. And there's a drug called Wellbutrin, which is widely used. It's used in the prisons. It's supposedly an anti-craving drug. It's for smoking cessation. And they have another drug called naltrexone, which is paramorphine, that is part of a family of drugs, including naloxone and Vivitrol, that glom on to the opiate receptor 200 times more powerfully than morphine, and basically crowd things like heroin off the receptor. And you can jigger with that molecule so it doesn't have any respiratory depression, and this will block opiates without killing the person in the process. So they said, well, if we put these two things together, right, maybe we can make up for the fact that we banned ibogaine. We decided not to proceed with ibogaine. And after 30 years of experiment, I can report that by giving these two things together, they went from 10% efficacy to 12% efficacy, which means it works in 1 in 8 people, and 7 out of 8 people are just out of luck. Anyway, this is the molecule. I'm going to use my cursor in the place of, you can see my cursor, right? I'm going to use it in the place of a laser pointer. But I have another slide I don't have here that shows the difference between basically a serotonin and a harmaline. But this 3-ring thing, all your 2A agonists pretty much don't have 3 rings. They have 2 rings. And then this 3rd ring is incomplete. That's what a serotonin looks like. But you see here, you actually put on a 7 ring, right? If it was harmaline, it would be a 6 ring. It would be two 6s, right? And a 5. But they have a 7 ring, and then they have this weird thing here, which has been identified by Deborah Mash as the stimulant part of ibogaine. Because ibogaine in itself is a pretty effective stimulant at very low doses. But ibogaine has methoxy group, or no, Ibogaine has a methoxy group here at the R1. And methoxychloronaridine, which was the synthetic that NIDA pushed for a while, has this carboxyl here, right? Now, this is very important because this makes the molecule too fat to do a lot of things. And that makes it not be psychoactive. Anyway. So anyway, here's a side view of the brain. And we're looking at the dopaminergic system. And the dopaminergic system is what you get for arousal. You know, serotonin is like for experience, dopamine is for arousal, to put you on alert, tell you something important is about to happen. And you have back here in the brainstem, actually, two nodes. And the one on the upper part is for tracking with eyes, and the one on the lower part is for action. And this makes you jump. And you see it goes into like the prefrontal cortex. Prefrontal cortex here is that where executive decision is made, right? But you know, the best way to understand it is this very simple experiment which they did, which proved that Nancy Reagan was wrong when she said that dopamine is the pleasure switch. Actually, they gave a rat here a surprise reward of some juice, and rats love to have apple juice squirted in their tongue. So the rat was in heaven, and you know, he noticed his, you know, oh, this is neat. I'm gonna like acquire this as an experience that I'm gonna like seek out in the future. Well, let's see, they did a little experiment and conditioned the rat, because rats, like Pavlov's dogs, can be conditioned. And they inserted a bell or a light 2 seconds before the jolt of juice. And after the animal learned that the juice was going to reliably come 2 seconds later, the arousal, right, moved in time. Okay. Now, this is very important because, you know, I was once a yippie, right? And they did a thing of throwing money on the stock exchange. And it completely disrupted the economic activity involving billions of dollars of like stocks as people ran around chasing after $1 bills. But I can tell you for sure, if you're out on the street in Massachusetts or wherever, and it's a windy day, all of a sudden a bunch of $20 bills start blowing by, or even ones, you will stoop and grab that money. You can't resist it. So the money is like the light or the bell that alerts you, because you can't spend money, or rather you can't eat money, you can't drink money, you can't fuck money, but money will buy you all those things. So you're gonna like grab the money, and the system of capitalism is hardwired into your brain, is the best way to put it. And this was, you know, early insight, but you know, it's held up over time. Now, I don't know if you guys can see this very well, but this is called the dopamine cascade. And basically you get tyrosine, and then that's turned in L-dopa, and then that's dopamine, and then norepinephrine is adrenaline. So remember, I was talking about adrenochrome. Neuronochrome would be down here. But not to complicate too much, there's this whole other side thing over here, which I'll get to in a minute, which is a nerve growth factor. And you have about 30 of these nerve growth factors in your brain. But there's one specific, actually there's several specific to the dopamine system. And this is not just in the part of the brain I was just like showing you before. This is also on your kidney, right? And you see this adrenal gland. Now, the interesting part is that if you knock out the gene for the nerve growth factor GDNF, the mouse is born without a kidney and obviously with no adrenal gland. But you know that that old expression, you almost gave me a heart attack? That's the power of adrenaline. If you know, dopamine is kind of nice, for sex. Adrenaline will make you run like hell, from whatever, right? And it's absolutely essential for, fight or flight activities in the primitive world that we were once in. But here's dopamine. And this is a rat engaging in sex. And you see, he puts it in over here, right? And it feels good. So he becomes aroused. And then he has a new plateau of pleasure here. And he gets to a point of it feels really good, and he ejaculates. And that's the height of the dopamine. And then they drift off to sleep here, I guess, after having a cigarette. The problem with this, there's a problem, and it's a pharmacologic problem, and that is that you can kind of hijack the whole system if you bring a drug in that directly raises dopamine levels, like a powerful drug like methamphetamine or cocaine. And what happens is you get a flash in here in the synapse, like as bright as the sun. You know what happens when you walk out into a bright sunny day from a dark room. You're almost blinded for a minute. You have to rub your eyes. Then your eyes adjust. And if you try to walk back into the dark room, you could trip over a table. Well, that's kind of what happens when some people get the flash from cocaine or methamphetamine. They can never forget it. And they keep seeking out that flash. So in dealing with deprogramming that flash, it needs something pretty powerful. Anyway, so back at the beginning of time, we were having this argument with the people at the National Institute on Drug Abuse about whether the visualizations on Ibogaine were really necessary. And there was a really strong school of thought that said we should never use anything against visualizations. But at that point, I hit upon this paper by a guy named Hameroff and Penrose, another guy named Penrose, about quantum coherence in microtubules. And what this means is your brain is a fiber optical switch. And these fibers are in your cells, in the neurons, and they pulse with light. And, you know, they say the light went out of his eyes and somebody died. The light is literally how you process information. And it's laser light, because in microtubules, which are only 1/billionth of a meter wide, water spontaneously lases. And the really weak laser light effect of all these neurons starts to wax and wane in concert. So you end up having one big thought instead of billions of tiny thoughts. But your brain is like using quantum coherence to think. Now, if your brain has to use light to process information, it might be a bad idea to shut down visualizations, because you actually see everything in your mind's eye. And you can't see in your mind's eye because they want to put you on some medication that dopes you out. You won't get much accomplished. Now, here's another little thing here. And this is, I like to tell you, I remember I said I died, right? And I was being held for medical marijuana in Wisconsin, and they gave me milk. And turned out it was lactose intolerant. So after 9 months, I warned the judge that I was about to die at the sentencing hearing. I said, everybody in my family dies at 65. Why are you, I'm 64. Why are you giving me 5 years? I'll be dead. And then a week later, right on cue, as I was being transferred to prison, I fell over dead. And for some period of time, like, 4 minutes or something, I was dead. And then they came running in, because it's very embarrassing to have somebody die when you're about to transfer them to prison. And they ended up putting me in a hospital, and I never went to prison right away. Instead, I went in a different path. But I lost a week because they put me in an induced coma. So I had no memory of the day of the heart attack, because if you're at 86 degrees, you don't convert short-term memory into long-term memory. Long-term memory is stored in these calcareous plaques in the brain, like having a bunch of Kodachromes that you can like pull out and, now I remember what it looked like, what it smelled like. And these don't form if you're in induced coma. So here we are. It's like 1997. I've just published the Ibogaine story, and into the world, into my particular world, stumbles a man named Ken Alper, who was a young hotshot doctor at that time. And he kind of formed a new little coterie, because what happened was Deborah Mansch dropped Howard Lotsof, thinking she could steal Howard Lotsof's invention. That was the man in the picture. And Deborah Mansch currently has a clinical trial going with a man named Christian Angermeyer. And my friend Hattie Wells is working for it, but they can't say much about it because they're all under a non-disclosure agreement. But Howard ended up hanging out a lot with Stanley Glick, who had this non-psychoactive ibogaine. So everybody's talking up 18-MC, and nobody's looking anymore at how ibogaine works except me. I'm just still really interested in it. And this woman Prince publishes kind of like the sequel to the Hammeroff stuff with quantum coherence and microtubules, called A Basis of Memory Storage in Mammals. So this explains how you can re-edit memory. And that's extremely important because you can be wrong about things. And if you can't remember, this is stored in calcium, so it's hard. If you want to like change memories, say you decide, this is really important. Somebody stole your wallet and you think it's Joe, but it turns out to be Josephine, right? Well, when you realize that, you finally understand, oh, it's Josephine stealing my stuff. Then you just look, poor Joe. I've been picking on Joe, and he's the wrong guy, right? So you go back and you look at all the little memories. You say, well, that was wrong, and that was wrong, and that was wrong. So you change your mind about something. Well, to do that, you have to use a thing that where you break down and actually rebuild stuff. And she says you use these neurotropins to do ordinary changes of memory, right? Here's the second one. Here's this, it says NGF, BDNF, and NT3, right? Now, it's interesting that BDNF is the main nerve growth factor connected to psilocybin. And that's what the people from Hefner, Dave Nichols told me that, so I think it's probably true. But there are 30 of these things. There's a whole bunch of nerve growth factors. And you remember I was saying you couldn't like drink it. They're trying to figure out how to make the nerve growth factors express, how to make more of them for various purposes, to like regenerate brain tissue. And they're having a devil of a time getting them in there, right? Can't put them on a virus, can't put them on a prodrug, and direct injection doesn't work very well. But this stuff is used all the time in everyday like mental functioning. It's not a special thing. And if you could, I'll do a little bit more about, actually, I do have stuff on microdosing at the end on this stuff. But it got to be about 2000, and they had this conference at NYU in November of 1999. It's a big conference, and there's a book that came out based on the conference, and anybody was giving stuff at this conference. But they decided that this particular presentation that I'm doing was not ready for prime time, and they wouldn't let me do it because they had a bunch of people from NIDA. They had Frank Vacci for medications development. They had Herb Kleber, who used to be the deputy drug czar and is responsible for Suboxone. And they had Stanley Glick. And basically, I was still under a cloud for being pro-pot. And so they just didn't let me present, which was a mistake, because I would have like pointed out some stuff I'm about to say. But what they had at that point was they knew of some short-acting receptor effects, but nothing that could account for the persistent effect we were seeing with Ibogaine. Now, let me explain what happens with Ibogaine. If you take a flood dose of Ibogaine, after about 90 minutes, you're laying down. If you close your eyes, you see stuff very vividly, memories in your mind's eye, and this happens at a tremendous rate. So you end up being in this intense visualization phase for about 6 to 8 hours, right? Then the visualizations kind of go away. You go into the noribogaine phase, which is like a clear LSD-like state. And like after the Paisleys go away, but you still have some acid. The walls are breathing a little bit. So they had some short-acting receptor effects, so they had no idea why, after you did the ibogaine, you had something called the ibogaine glow for about 90 days. And literally, people are in glowing health, right? Who were, previously sallow junkies, right? And they couldn't figure out, they said, it's really strange. This is acting like a sticky Prozac. Now, this is extremely important because ibogaine is not a 2A agonist. It's not directly working on a receptor. It's a selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor like Prozac. But it's atypical in a way that I will get into in a moment. And actually, it is a unique SSRI. Nothing else is like ibogaine. So the short-acting receptor effects they knew, at that conference, all right, were number one, first one was kappa opiate, which is like salvia divinorum. Anybody here ever do salvia divinorum? Usually there's one person who's done it. Anyway, it's a correcting effect for the main mu effect. It modulates mu and keeps the mu from killing you through respiratory collapse. If you have a very severe accident, the kappa moves in and keeps the shock from finishing you off. If you're on a lot of opiates, body opiates, endorphins, the kappa downregulates that, and also it has kind of, what's the word I want? It's dysphoric, weird hallucinogenic effect, right? So it's keeping you up. Then it turns around, and after, the opiates begin to wear off, the kappa comes in and makes them continue to work. So this is very valuable effect. And it was discovered in 1989. And it downregulates beta arrest, which is the thing that makes all your receptors, when they get over, especially G-coupled receptors, when you get over excited, so that you don't get excitotoxicity, you start firing every other time, basically. It's called tolerance. Tolerance is obviously like a feature of like opiate addiction. You need a huge amount of opiates to get the same effect. And if you take ibogaine, you have to be extremely careful. It will clean out your tolerance completely. So the ordinary dose of heroin will kill you. Wait a minute. This is weird. Okay. I'm trying to figure this out here. I think I have a spare slide in here. Anyway, this is the second short-acting receptor effect that they knew about in 2000. And this is alpha-3, beta-4, nicotinic acetylcholine. And it's like a form of that anti-smoking effect of Wellbutrin. And the thing is that Wellbutrin is all through the body. This is very focused on the limbic system, which is where the addiction takes place. And it, basically blocks nicotine, a nicotine effect. And in something called the habenular interpedunculaire pathway, which is part of that. Here, let me show you where it is. Right here. You see, somewhere here, leading from the VTA through here, there's the interpeduncular pathway right here. Right? I'll get to that more later. But this is the effect shared by 18MC and Ibogaine. And this guy was basically saying, this will do it all right? Now, 18MC does get rid of sigma 2 toxicity, which is the thing that makes you puke on Ibogaine. Basically, DePape couldn't have, like, if he was on any kind of dose of Ibogaine, he could not have attacked anybody with a hammer because he would have started puking all over the place if he tried to move. And that, you know, sounded like a pretty good deal. This stuff does, it's like a seconal receptor or something. It is good for blocking NMDA toxicity, which is in the next slide, actually. I think she missed my slides up here. Okay, so I was in London shortly after that, in a year later, and I was talking about needing to get calcium from somewhere into cells so they could proliferate microtubules, which are calcium based. It's like, you know, a mollusk or mussel has to grow a new shell, right? Well, you grow microtubules. And I was saying, if the people of the original French Goderell and Gonhofer, their hypothesis, were correct, then this is a REM mimetic, and growth goes on at night, basically. So something has to control it. And I said, this is, you know, the function of the NMDA. Now, NMDA is got its own drug, ketamine. And ketamine's widely being used for treatment of addiction now. It's also interestingly called a coincidence detector. But it turned out, they discovered this in '93, that like Ibogaine did this, and it was very potent at doing it. And what they found out was it was working like an anti-stroke drug, right? Because what happens when you get a stroke, you get like a little blood clot or something, and it cuts off oxygen and food for some cells. And those cells, as they're starting to die, freak out and send out glutamates to nearby cells. Well, that has the effect of opening up more calcium channels, and calcium floods in and kills the cell. So you get concentric circles of cell death from a stroke. And if you can like put something in there, like dizolpine, you block the stroke and you can save your uncle's function if you can get him to a doctor in time. So Ibogaine turned out to do the same thing, and it turned out the anti-stroke drug blocked two things. One, it blocked what's called supersensitization to stimulants, which is where you eat. You can't just eat one peanut. You can't just eat one potato chip. You can't just do one hit of crack. You know. So the other thing is it directly stops opiate withdrawal and craving. So you have these three pretty potent effects taken together, and the people at night just weren't that like curious to find out what else there was, because they were already off on this other idea of a non-psychedelic ibogaine. So this is a kind of confusing slide. I throw it in because it shows that it is possible for somebody to try to explain this just using a few simple receptors that everybody understands without any reference to nerve growth factors. And basically they're saying that it read this. I'm going to have to skip over this slide. But basically, it somehow modulates acetylcholine and downregulates dopamine. And they keep trying to do this. They keep trying to like downregulate our poor dopamine, when the problem is that people who are severely addicted don't have any. You know, they can't generate their own dopamine, and so they're there's a story about the guy had a daughter. She got off heroin. She was so dysphoric. She used to love to go sleighing. She wouldn't even go sleighing. You know, she wouldn't even get on a sleigh, go down the hill, and then she committed suicide. So around 2003, some other people were looking at this, and they said, there's this new stuff called glial-derived neurotrophic factor. It's a nerve growth factor. It's a peptide. It's a big molecule compared to like the small little molecules like serotonin and dopamine, serotonin and dopamine and so on. And it downregulates alcohol addiction. Alcohol addiction is the gold standard. And so maybe ibogaine does that, right? Maybe it's somehow like making GDNF, which would be, explain the long-acting effect, because once you grow stuff, it doesn't go away, right? So here is the slide from one of the early experiments. And you see these little guys on the side over here are all isolated cells, but here they've like put out feelers and they're talking to each other. So that was within ibogaine had this effect within a day or two. And they were trying to figure this out because, see, the standard way GDNF works is it comes along with a receptor and it recruits an RET. Now, RET is a part of the tyrosine cascade. It's part of the dopamine system, and there's about 20 steps, but you come down here. These are ERKs, extracellular regulated kinases, and then you have a CREB, which is a core related element binding protein that like pries some RNA out of this thing, and the RNA goes out, right? But here, actually, this shows this better. This is the really interesting thing. This shows what happens after it comes out of the nucleus. It goes through it like a series of like little pouches inside the cell where it's cleaved and readied, and then it's squirted out from a large core vesicle. Now, other stuff like dopamine and serotonin is made right at the cell surface. So this is like there's a bunch of these that come out of messenger RNA instead of like being manufactured at the cell surface. But the important thing is this is in the terminal cell. That is, it's not in the receptor side, right? So how does it do it? And this is what they basically found out in the last just a few years. Ibogaine is a unique atypical serotonin reuptake blocker, which infiltrates the serotonin transporter. And they got rid of some of my slides here. I don't like this at all. But you see, it comes in through the thing, gets stuck in here. And then the interesting thing is it comes into contact with the actual cytoplasm inside the cell. And here, see, at first we were like watching this circular thing here, because
hey, Dana, hey buddy, I'm sorry to interrupt you, man. I think you're about like 10 minutes away from passing it on to the next person, I believe.
No, I'll be.
I hate to cut you short. Maybe you want to like have a few minutes for like open discussion if people want to ask you some questions about your presentation. Or...
Yeah, okay.
I mean, I'm sorry. It seems to be going on for quite some time.
Just go on, okay? I'll just try to go faster, okay?
All right. Who are you? Who are you passing it off to at 4:15?
I'm not in charge of this, so I can keep going until you get somebody. I'm not. It's not going to take it much longer.
Okay.
Okay. So the important thing about this process is once you turn it on, it keeps making more of itself. It's like a perpetual motion machine. The question was, how does the ibogaine effect get in there when it's not active at the GDNF receptor? In other words, how does it do that? And the question, the answer is here. It actually gets into the transporter. It comes into contact with the cytoplasm, and once it comes into contact with the cytoplasm, it switches on production of GDNF, BDNF, and NGF, which are respectively, GDNF is for movement, BDNF is for like mentation, and NGF is for basically memory for Alzheimer's. Now, here is how cannabis works. Cannabis works backwards, right? And it's a reverse signaler, right? It stops glutamate. Glutamate heats things up. And you don't want too much glutamate. When we were giving medical marijuana brownies to people who had AIDS, it quelled the inflammation of the stomach or the gut because it's anti-inflammatory, straight out anti-inflammatory. And this is the mechanism that it uses to be anti-inflammatory. But the important thing is it's signaling back to the terminal cell, right? And so ibogaine is in a way mimicking that back signaling because it's SSRI. Now, in 2010, they basically found out that noribogaine, which is the metabolite of ibogaine, that is long acting and actually is the thing that goes into the serotonin transporter. Noribogaine is expressing GDNF, but 18MC does not. So 18MC was kind of a dud. However, 18MC did not have this pesky little effect of this thing called the Herter channel, which is a potassium channel. Now, a lot of drugs have this problem. Hydrochloroquine had this problem. That's why they didn't want to use it. They don't usually approve a new drug if it has this. But we could argue ibogaine has always been around, so what are you talking about? However, you have to be careful giving ibogaine because especially with benzo withdrawals, you can go into seizures. If somebody is dually addicted to both benzos and opiates, and you don't actually keep them on benzos, if they go into seizures, they can end up having a heart attack. And see, this is that part of the thing I was talking about, that benula. It's like one little part. It doesn't make sense. Now, here is Wellbutrin. Right here. And you see placebo is more effective than Wellbutrin. Wellbutrin's really a cruddy drug. That's all they have for people right now. Shit. Here we go. And here, this is from Glick in The Village Voice. The hallucinations are just an unfortunate side effect, Glick asserts, explaining that ibogaine works on the brain like a hybrid of E and LSD. And it's not like LSD. Part of the problem is that when you go through this thing, it's so profound, you got to believe it's doing something. In part, it's an attempt by the person who's undergoing it to make sense of the whole thing. Generally speaking, Glick's research on rats has shown that ibogaine dampens the brain's so-called reward pathway, reducing the release of neurotransmitters like dopamine, which cause the highs associated with everything from heroin to sugary foods. The compound has also been proven to increase production of GDNF, a type of protein that quells cravings and blocks the brain's nicotinic receptors, the same spot that are stimulated by tobacco and other addictive substances.
Dana, you got about 5 minutes left, buddy.
All right, well, anyway, here's, I'm sorry I bored you, man. Here's the guy, this is the reason they're so upset. This guy looks like he's a real threat to people. He's like laying on his back, washing stuff on the back of his eyelids. This shows what REM is like. You see, here's awake and here's REM. They're very similar. That means you can like remember your dreams. Here's basically what it is light. It all comes back to light. Acetylcholine is like this third way of generating a neurotransmitter. It draws energy from the mitochondria. And to give you an idea, from your eye to your brain, where you have a lot of cholinergic activity in the part of the brain that remembers vision, to the end plate of every nerve, right, making the muscle contract, is acetylcholine. This is modulated by glutamine. And I'll just go on to the next thing. Um, see, this is real simple, right? The microorganism is going around, processing light. But here, how do you do that in the brain? This is really interesting. You do it in nerve growth factors. You can cause cells to grow towards each other and integrate. Now, there was a guy named Molliver who had found ascending activity in the cerebellum. And then the French said there's ascending activity in PGO waves, which there's a place called the lateral geniculate nucleus where you actually REM at night, and it goes into the occiput. So you have an effect with ibogaine where you're switching the control from the cerebellum, where you have a habit, right? Like the cerebellum is where you learn to ride a bicycle, so you can talk to people at the same time. And the prefrontal cortex can peer through the lateral geniculate nucleus and see stuff in the cerebellum in this waking dream state and reprogram directly habits.
All right, buddy. Hey, man, we gotta cut this one off. I'm sorry, it's going on terribly long. Is there a way you can generalize? What's the point? I'm sorry. I'm just having a hard time following. What are you getting at saying? What are we learning from this?
Look, you made me go through it really fast, dude.
But it's been. I mean, you couldn't. I'm sorry, buddy. It's just we got to move things along, people.
This is a synthetic drug. These are synthetic drugs being worked on at Columbia University.
Yeah, I know, but you had an hour to do this. I mean, it's sorry, man. We just got to cut this one off, okay?
Microdosing, but my problem is, I got up at 3:30 in the morning. I speak very slowly when I don't get enough sleep. I'm much better when I'm rested, and I can do this whole thing in fucking 40 minutes, and then I have time for questions. The point is, they're now looking for stuff that does the GDNF effect. They dropped, MindMed dropped 18MC. 18MC hogged all the bandwidth for 20 years. Now they're on past that, but these guys won't talk to anybody anyway because it's a trade secret. But I can tell you about microdosing, that we have found that microdosing with ibogaine cures Parkinson's disease. And I have a video of that anytime people want to see it. You guys can get a hold of me. I'm sorry that I was tired. Anybody have a question?
Hey Dana, sorry, I only got the last few minutes. I just want to say thank you for bringing all this information into the air here.
Well, you really should watch the video. Now,
I definitely will. I will definitely go back.
I'm going to give you a video on the chat. Gotta go here. This is not a perfect mouse. Now, nobody thought that ibogaine would do anything at 4 milligrams. And it turned out 4 milligrams twice a day a quarter of a gram over a month. And the guy could button his shirt again. He could use a knife and a fork. He could write with a pen. And I will put that in the thing. So this actually is really big. That's what I'm working on, is microdosing Ibogaine. I'm not really working any other stuff. We're trying
No,
to.
I don't know if you're aware of this, but I know of a company here in Israel who's working on combining the SSRI medication with 8 milligrams of ibogaine as well. There's a few other companies working on and people thinking about microdosing ibogaine. It's actually something that hasn't been discussed enough.
Well, you want to play this video now? Because I think it would be a real, it's only 10 minutes and it would be a real service. Great, man. It's shit.
And I think we're going to move on. See if you can send that link in the chat here and we'll get it out to whoever wants to watch it. That's fine with you.
It's just like fucking the previous stuff came spurting out, right? Oh man. Yeah. Okay. Now I have it.
I've been diagnosed with atypical. Atypical. I don't have a pulse. Well, I was diagnosed with Parkinson's in 2012. And I probably had symptoms 2 or 3 years before that, so.
2 or 3 years before. Do you know what kind of Parkinson you have?
I've been diagnosed with atypical.
Atypical.
I don't have a palsy.
What medicine are you taking when you arrive to Genesis Clinic?
I'm taking Cinemat in a 5200 time release.
Okay, and you've been taking these medicines since you were diagnosed with Parkinson's?
Yes.
Okay, have you changed this medicine?
No.
No? Okay. Do you have tremors right now?
Do I have
tremors?
No, no tremors.
No tremors. What about saliva, rollings?
I had increased saliva before I came here. It had pretty since I've been.
Are you with depression I'm talking about during this treatment, the 20, 24, 29 days you've been with this medicine?
No, I haven't experienced depression.
No experience. Hallucination?
No hallucinations.
No hallucination. What about your speech?
My speech might be a little more improved with diction, the tongue control.
Mm-hmm.
I'm experiencing some increased facial activity, maybe muscles coming alive that were alive.
Mm-hmm.
So I think I could say that when I started out, the reason I was diagnosed was I had an immobile face, like a rock. And I don't think it's that way today.
Now, going back to drawing, what about, have you noticed any change in your drawings?
In
your
saliva, you don't.
The Severia?
No, you don't. With the
Oh, the
saliva.
drool. Yeah, I have decreased drool since I've been here. It's lessened dramatically.
Okay, it's significant.
Right.
Okay, confusion.
I've never experienced confusion unless I'm confronted with 5 or 6 decisions to be made instantly, and I don't feel any difference there.
Okay, now talking about your memory.
The memory has been excellent all along. From the beginning.
Okay, tell me, how are you improving with your handwriting?
Well, my handwriting's gone from when I first came here, it was very small and tight, difficult to write words out, to a much bigger, expansive, more free-flowing handwriting.
What about Latin? What about if when you're handwriting or you're writing something, you like writing for a long period of time, or you go tired easily?
Well, I tire pretty easily, but I can maintain a consistent height now, and I can stay in a straight line.
The way you hold the pencil or the pen, it lasts longer?
Well, one of the first things I recognized after starting the treatment was my right hand started to come alive a little bit. Slowly, it's been regaining my use. So I can hold the pen differently. I hold the fork differently now. I can use a fork and turn it and put it in my mouth. Or I couldn't do that easily before.
Okay. That take me to the other question. What about you eating? What about when you start eating using your knife, your fork?
Yeah, before I got here, I was not using a knife very well with my right hand for cutting. My wife would cut my food up. And I find that now I'm just naturally eating like I did before. I'm cutting my own food, and so I don't need the assistance that I needed.
Okay, so talking about you walking.
I don't walk very far anyway because I have a degenerative disc in my lower back. It's a separate issue entirely. And that's another problem.
What about standing up? When you stand up, it lasts longer when you standing up?
Well, yes, I actually had an epiphany the other day where I was standing up, talking to people, and I realized that I haven't stood up like that in many years.
You're doing pretty good, Dean. Here's another question. Talking about your balance. Remember yesterday we were talking about balance.
Right, and the standing up had to do with the sort of regaining the sense of balance that I'd lost 3 years ago. Well, it's all sort of dramatic. Anyway, keep going. If you talk, it helps me to focus.
Yeah. What about falling? What about falling? During this during the Genesis clinic treatment, you fall and sometimes?
No, I felt like I could fall before, but my sense of balance now is much increased. I don't know if it's perfect because I don't remember what perfect is. But I don't feel like I'm falling. I can walk up and down stairs. And I do it here much quicker than I was able to do it before I got here. Even to walk across the street from where I'm living to this clinic was a difficult task when I first got here.
Let's talk about your hands, control hands. How do you feel that you have more control over your hand? When you reach something, when you get it?
I'd lost my fine motor skill. I couldn't turn a screwdriver. And I can begin to do that now. It's coming back somehow.
Okay.
It's not 100%, but it's 30% better than it was. 40% better.
And now you said it before, but well, would like to hear from you. What about your face? Your smiling, your muscle. You feel sometimes, and like 2 weeks ago, you told me something. You feel like some changes in you.
That was the first thing I noticed was the fact that my muscles and the surface of my face were regaining sensitivity.
Mm-hmm.
And I woke up one morning and I was smiling, which I haven't really done.
Right. This is one of the other questions. Is smiling. That means more action,
More emotion in my face. I could feel my forehead crinkle, my eyelids raised. I wasn't doing that before.
Now, talking about eating, how did the ability to use knife works?
Well, it's not 100%, but it's much better than it was before I got here.
Okay. We have some food. Would you like to show how you use?
If that's what will help you guys, I'm glad to.
Mix. Just a little bit.
Smile on demand. Before I was picking the knife up and holding it with my hand, I would have to grip it like this. Now I can get it with my fingers. I can stick this in and push it cut. This is the soft product, but it's easy to cut. And then I can take the fork. Maneuver it around. Simple stuff.
And that is one of the big improvements that you noticed during this period of time.
I mean, one of the ones I've noticed. Big improvement in how I can use utensils to eat.
What about, do you have any difficulty to swallow the food?
I've had difficulty, but it's never been a problem. So I don't know how to respond. The swallowing and the brewing and all that were kind of combined together. So I don't have any trouble swallowing right now.
Okay. And what about when you start tracing? When you put your clothes on, your shirt,
I have
bands.
I buttoned this shirt myself today. And a month ago, it would have been a very difficult task to grab a hold of that button and push it through the hole. So my dexterity with my fingers, the use of my fingers has greatly improved.
Really? Okay, now this is a motivation. How you feel doing this training? How do you want to say something to the camera to see on your own work? How you feel about the training? What kind of improvements? Anything that you want to say? It's
Okay.
good time.
I've been thinking about it. I know we were making a film, but the improvements are, I can say, mind-blowing. But they are mind-blowing. And I've been blessed, I guess, to come here. At a stage with Parkinson's where I'm uncertain of what was going to happen to me. And researching treatments and different modalities and different opportunities, there are no opportunities. There's nothing available. And I'm old enough and been around enough, I guess, at 71, I'm ready to try anything. And the experience has been extremely impressive to me. I feel a tremendous sense of there's there's progress to be made. I don't know what it is exactly. It's a sense that I can get back into my body again. I read it in a New Yorker this last year by a fellow a story written about Parkinson's. But if you want to put it into a saying, he said he lost his edge in life. And, that's how I felt. I understood that. It's difficult to explain what Parkinson's is, but you lose your edge. And I've gotten my edge back in a few areas. I have a long, whether this lasts, or whether this is a permanent condition, or whether it's change, I'm willing to do whatever comes. But this has been a very rewarding experience for me, and in small ways, some are like really big ways to me. So I'm anxious to see what happens next. And other than that, a month-long study, and I can say that it has tremendously benefited me. I don't know if that's a value, a statement like that, but I'm going to talk to people and be examined and whatever in the future. I did participate at UCSF, San Francisco, in their Parkinson's clinic. The man who's a short-term memory, I can't remember his name, Aronson, I believe, Amanoff, the head of the clinic, examined me, and he said, "Yeah, I have atypical Parkinson's." The doctor in Santa Cruz, California, Michael Ganzauer, he diagnosed me with Parkinson's. And I'm sure both of those doctors are available and have notes on what I've been like in the past. And I'm more than willing to have them. We'll see Dr. Ganzauer again shortly. And I'd like to see the availability of this product for my use in the United States. I guess that's all. Thank you. Thank you, Dean, for your collaboration. Thank you.
There. I went back on. That was 1/4 of a gram. The next month, he had a roughly equivalent improvement. He got back to about 70%, 75%. When I saw him, he could drive me to the restaurant. He had to smuggle ibogaine in the rest of his life. He died of cancer. This is a guy who made ALD 52 and LSD with Nicholas Sands. His brother was on the bus with Ken Kesey. His name was Dean Kornstrom. He's a hero. He was persecuted by the Reagan administration for making a movie about pot and did 2.5 years in prison. We were really glad. Paul Krasner found him for us. So today I represent Howard Lotzow's company. Still exists. Bob Sisko passed away this summer, but we're trying to, we were shut down by Health Canada. We're trying to figure out a way to manufacture our supplement and send it to people directly on FedEx. There's a lot of places that ibogaine is legal.
Pretty amazing.
Yeah. I was working with patient D. He had a lot of stories to tell. And I'm an editor. And he died while we were working on that project.
It's tragic.
Yeah. He wanted to get his story out there, and I thought I could help him, but we just didn't get together in time. But wonderful man.
Well, the thing is, a lot of Parkinson's people in the world who need this medication, man. It's terrible that because it's effective at high doses for heroin detox, and the Suboxone monopoly put terrible fucking negative propaganda about Ibogaine. It isn't available in microdose for people who need it.
Yeah.
I'm a medical marijuana guy. I got marijuana to people when Nancy Reagan was in the White House for AIDS. And I just want to get the medicine into the people.
I want to help you do that. I live in Seattle, and one of the ideas that I had was to declare 2023 to be the year of Ibogaine, and see what we could do, and dedicate it to such people. Dedicate that year to people like Patient D, to people like I'm trying to think. We recent death not that long ago, and I'm 80 years old and I can't think of the name, but
Bob.
Yes, yeah. Okay, so I think we ought to try and gather forces and make something happen with this wonderful medicine. I don't know. I thought I would try and.
I mean, I hate to be crass, but we could always, use more money.
Yes, of course. Yeah.
I'm a pretty fair guy. People have known me. I've been dealing pot for 55 years. I always pay my bills. I have good credit in the pot world. Of course, right now, anybody who would haul away their pot, they'll reward.
Are the Americans here aware of the marijuana legislation in Canada?
Sure.
You know it's
Yeah.
federally legal?
Yeah.
I was talking to a friend of mine from North Carolina the other day, and she didn't know.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. I invited her to come visit me in Canada, and then talking about it, and suddenly, what?
Control, and there's simply too much.
I'm trying to say this. I got a video for you guys. I'm going to put it in the chat. I'm not going to play this, but this is a very good video. This is in line with the year of Ibogaine. I'm trying to talk to this guy, Davis.
If you want to point people my way, I'm doing some research in plants. I've got a whole library of leafy vegetables, and we're trying to find a phytoprecursor that is inexpensive to make, that will be turned into things like ibogaine by the plant's enzymes.
Wow.
Yeah, and plants are really good at doing a few things that chemists are really bad at, because, in organic chemistry, you've got just a soup. So it's really bad at fusing rings together. It's really bad at chiral centers, at chiral chemistry, and it's really bad at hydrogenation or dehydrogenation at a specific place. So harnessing enzyme chemistry is something that the chemical realm has been trying to do for a long time, and nobody's nailed it yet. But I've got somebody at the door. I gotta go. I'll be right back.
Doc, I have something to say to you when you come back about other plants that might be available for you.
Well, there was a guy at our we had a little forum in Amsterdam, and there was a guy from Israel that has a way of
there's a way of getting neuroibogen out of other plants such as Wakanga africana. I hope you're talking about that.
There's a big stack, and it has some way of making I don't know, little kind of clones or something that anyway, like it's a way of getting ibogaine.
Yeah. Can anybody speak to whether or not ibogaine grows well outside of West Africa? I think the preliminary research I did was that we couldn't just start up a ibogaine plantation in Costa Rica.
I visited an entire stand in India, in Rajkot.
Oh my, okay, so that's
there's some places around the world that it's actually quite easy to grow, such as India, South America. There might be some possibility, but there are also other plants that have precursors for neuroibogen that actually grow much easier than the iboga tree. The iboga bush. There's a wakanga, for example, which can be produced very easily into wakangin and then into neuroibogen. There are a few other plants in Africa that are easier to get out of Africa now that the iboga was made kind of like a national treasure and heritage in most countries in Africa. So
it's just a difference between the French and the people in Cameroon. There's a guy who's interfering he has an outfit called Blessings of the Forest, and what he's done is he's introduced an additional level of regulation in Gabon, where now the local people, to take root bark from one part of the country to another, had to pay a bribe. So had that bright idea of like kiting up the price of ibogaine. But there is a real issue.
Hey guys, I'm sorry, I haven't met. Is it Penny? Is that how you say your name? Penny? Hi, I'm Rick. It's nice to meet you, buddy. Dana, thank you for being here and talking, man. I think we're gonna hand the session over to Penny here for a few, and then I'm on at 5:15, I believe. But take it away, buddy.
Could I make a suggestion, please? I joined late. I'm in Seattle, so but this session is to me the most important going forward. Could anybody who is in this session please put their email in the chat so I could be in touch with you after this about Year of Ibogaine? Could you please do that? I'd like everybody here is somebody that I want to be in contact with. And Rick, I've already got you.
Yeah, a little earlier. Good to see you, buddy.
Please do, if you would. Thank you.
Yep.
Sure. Thank you, Rick, and thank you, Dana. I'm sorry I only got half of what you said, but every word I got was amazing. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take this conversation a little bit more global and get a little bit out of the U.S. and North America, if you don't mind.
Please do, and let you and I be in touch.
I'm putting my phone number into.
Oh, good. Thank you. I'll do the same right now.
Yeah. So I asked to get 1 hour away from the U.S. and Canada to talk a little bit about Israeli psychedelic policy and situation. So we're going to be talking a little bit about what this little crazy country in the Middle East has to say about psychedelics. I hope you'll find it interesting. Please feel free to interrupt as much as you want and ask me whatever you'd like. I'll try to keep the presentation part for maybe 15 minutes or even less. I'm just going to run through a few slides that I made. So hopefully it doesn't bore you over there on the other side of the world where it's very late at night. And Eric, if you fall asleep, that's really fine. I'd love to think of myself as your lullaby today.
Absolutely not. I'm sitting up. I used to be sideways. Now I'm sitting up. This is good stuff, and I've been waiting to hear you. So you won't put me to sleep.
Okay. So this is part of a presentation that I made for a webinar I did with psychedelics today. So some of it is kind of irrelevant. So I'll be running through it. Don't get too caught up on the slideshow, please. What I'm going to be talking about today is Israeli drug policy and psychedelic landscape. Like I said, a few maybe Israeli harm reduction stories, some of the research that's happening, and some of the recommendations that I was part of the team writing up for the government ministries. We'll get to that. And a tiny bit about myself and how I got to speaking to a bunch of you here today about this theme. So we'll skip this. This is a bunch of pictures of myself. As you can see, quite an array. I started up growing in the West Bank to an Orthodox family, super religious, super right wing. 8 brothers and sisters, 31 nieces and nephews. They all still live there. For those of you who know anything about Israel, this kind of population that I come from is not the keenest on drug use, definitely not on psychedelics and exploring consciousness and mind, more into religion and nationalist politics, actually.
Were you from Noag Vot?
I was, yeah.
Really?
We'll get to my PTSD, but if you can see on the left corner with the red shirt, that's me at age 16. I used my big body to fight policemen and different settlement rallies and different hafganot. So going to the other corner on the right, on top with the button-down shirt, that's me in the Knesset in the Israeli parliament, talking to a bunch of ministry and other organization delegates about how much the government has no clue about psychedelics, that even though they're trying to change the world and to give us better safety, they're behaving, the police and the authorities were behaving in ways that cause more harm. This is a few years back when I finished the social work school, and I basically lost a friend at a festival that year, and I came to shout at the Knesset committee how they're fucking up things. Since then, it's been 6 years. I've continued on with harm reduction efforts in Israel, both through the parliament committee, both outside of it. So you can see, just last comment, you can see me on the bottom with a blue shirt. That's me holding space at a festival about half a month back. And on the far right, on the bottom, that's me speaking at an Israeli conference with 450 people in the middle of Tel Aviv, the biggest city in Israel, called Talking About Psychedelics Conference. So this was a community conference we organized. I'm going to skip story from this weekend. So a few factors in the Israeli psychedelic scene. The Israeli psychedelic scene is built up probably similarly to other scenes in the world, with a division between the rave and party scene, the ceremonial use scene, the research and therapy scene, which with the psychedelic renaissance has been exponentially growing over the past few years. Another facet of this is the drug policy laws here in Israel, which are kind of different from the States. Scheduling here in Israel is more similar to Europe, meaning that substances can be scheduled as dangerous and illegal, but still available to research. What made MDMA research here pretty easy, what made other substances, and including cannabis actually, substances that are being researched. A few factors that affect the Israeli scene are different social tensions. So we have quite a tension between...
Let me point out something, Pini, that you might not have thought about. One of the big differences between Israeli legislation and European legislation is really the fact that everything has to be translated into Hebrew, and that makes legislators look more closely at the legislation they're passing. If you look at legislation, as closely as I do, because part of what I do is I make chemicals that are the only thing I know about them is that they're legal. If you'll see in English and in French, cut and paste between legislations of different countries because they just don't want to bother with thinking about it. But when they have to translate, like in Spain, for example, you'll see legislation that is not similar to other countries. You'll see originality. And in Israel, it's the same. That's it.
Yeah, that's a very, very good comment. Thank you. As a person who also is currently translating some policy stuff that have to do with substances, I can see that happening actually live. The Ministry of Health delegates that go over the paperwork, it's important for them to be able to read it in a language that's easy for them. So they get it in Hebrew and they waste their money on translating it. And then what you have is also originality, but also, and this may be a good thing, but it also, for some things, it has been proven to be quite bad for the policy. It means that the people who are working in the Ministry of Health actually know what they're talking about sometimes, which can be very different from other places. These aren't paper pushers. These are pharmacists that are reading material in their native language. And for example, last year, Amanita muscaria and Moximol, which is one of the active components in it, were actually taken out of the legal substances and into the blacklist due to the fact that the Ministry of Health was aware of them and was looking out to understand what these substances are. And after 2 people were hospitalized because of the wrong way of using these substances, they kind of outlawed this substance, which was a loophole substance for the past 20 years being used around Israel. So thank you. It's a great comment, Dr. Z. I was just going to say that the scene is also affected a lot by politics and by context. One of the most famous researchers in psychedelic sociology, Ido Autogzon, he's an Israeli sociologist. He wrote a book called American Trip, Set and Setting. And he has this part in the book where he's talking about how the national setting, the politics, the economy, these are all context, which is very, very important for the personal experience being felt under the experience of substances. So here in Israel, when you trip, you're probably going to be experiencing something that has to do with some of the politics, with some of these tensions. And this is something that we see in safe zones that I volunteer in. You have people coming in tripping badly about their military service or about the way they're very different from their parents' religious house, or all kinds of different things that come up during these trips that are kind of, they have to do with the Israeli context. Military service and the militaristic kind of society comes up a lot. Stigma and old school kind of perspective on mental health is very common, especially among religious populations, especially among populations who are kind of farther away from receiving mental health services. And all in all, we're kind of a conservative society, even though it's very common to think of Israel as a very high-tech country and a very progressive in many things. In the context of morality, in the context of drug use, which has been put under morality, we're kind of a conservative society. So this is another thing that affects the scene. Just going to run a bit forward. This is an example from what Dr. Z was saying about the Israeli drug policy being different from the US or the UK or some of the European countries. I want to move for a second into psychedelic medicine and therapy, which is happening right now in Israel. So it's kind of famous that Israel is one of those MAP trial MDMA PTSD countries. So we were the 3rd location for this research. There's MDMA treatment becoming available for combat veterans with PTSD at one of the hospitals in Israel. Another trial is being done.
Not becoming available. It's being given already to Shoalei Shimshon.
No, it was given already. You're right. It was given already to a few combat PTSD patients. What I'm talking about is moving into the Emek hospital is going to be doing a project which is only for ex-soldiers combat PTSD, and doing it in special work together with group work and together with other organizations that are into this kind of specific PTSD. And this is besides 4 other centers, at least that I know of here in Israel, which are going to be doing PTSD for MDMA as a package deal and not specifically for combat.
Available to civilians. That's I mean, if they're not in uniform, they're civilians. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's actually easier to get MDMA PTSD treatment over the next few years if you're an ex-military combat PTSD. It's kind of sexier. In Israel, it's easier to get into these trials. It's easier to get government support for this. Hopefully, the Emek Hospital hopes to get actually.
I know. I was in a combat unit until the age of 45. I know.
Another thing that we have is moving into psilocybin mushrooms. So there are a few companies in Israel checking out and researching mushrooms already. The cannabis department in the Ministry of Health recently gained the control over these kind of researches. So if you want to research mushrooms in Israel today, you need to get through the cannabis unit in the mental health in the health ministry. Sorry. Not a very easy task to do, but better than nothing, I guess. Another thing I put here is a picture of Spravato esketamine nasal spray. There are now 8 centers in Israel where you can get esketamine treatment for deep depression and for suicidal ideation. There are also private means of getting IV ketamine treatments very, very slowly, but they're happening. I'm actually working on a project that has to do with that as well. So as you can see, there's also medicine and also therapy here in Israel being done slowly, but I think faster than a lot of other countries around the world.
Pini, this Shamir Institute, is that named after Yitzhak Shamir?
Shamir Institute is, I don't know who they're named after, but they're a research institute connected with Haifa University, and they operate in the Golan Heights, and they have mushroom research going on.
Because there was a prime minister, right, called Yitzhak Shamir, and he was very right wing, right? If he knew
you'd be surprised, but right wing people here in Israel are researching mushrooms as well. I mean, I think it's good.
I would be surprised. I would. Yeah, that's right.
Another thing that I'd like to point out is a beautiful movie done called Trip of Compassion. It's a movie done by Gil Karni and a nice team of Israeli film people. This movie basically tracks the life and the therapy of 3 PTSD patients in the MAPS trial here in Israel. Very interesting movie. It really made the ground shake here in Israel when it came out. The whole idea of using MDMA as a medicine, the whole idea of moving from, I think even the rave scene, people since this movie have been using less ecstasy and more MDMA. So I see this even as a harm reduction kind of movement. There's a very big conference planned for next year, 2023, Psychedelic Medicine in Israel and Tel Aviv. It's going to be a collaboration of the health ministry together with MAPS, together with other organizations. And I just put this here as a pointer to the fact that the different sectors are holding hands together. And this is very unique, I think, in Israel, because the market here is much smaller than it is in USA or in Canada. The ministries, like we said, they're kind of more conservative. And this is kind of surprising to see the different sectors, the public sector, the business sector, and the national health here in Israel, we're kind of socialist in that way. So we have health given as part of our social welfare system. So the different sectors working together, it's going to be super interesting to see where this goes. And there's also quite a large underground situation here in Israel with treatments with MDMA, with psilocybin mushrooms, with 5-MeO and other substances as well. I think per head of per person, we probably have one of the biggest undergrounds happening around the world. That's how I'm guessing, but that's how I feel. So this is also partially due to the MAPS trials here, but also to the fact that it's become very, very easy to get substances here in Israel compared to past years, due to several apps such as Telegram and others that have just made it really easy to get almost anything you want very quickly. So that's happening as well. This is just an example of a few startup companies here in Israel that are working with the psychedelics. That's me in a suit. I haven't worn a suit since my bar mitzvah, but I put it on for the psychedelic business conference. And just a few words about Israeli cannabis policy. In the past few years here in Israel, cannabis has become less criminalized. It's become medicalized, and there are now 130,000 patients here in Israel that get their cannabis from the pharmacy. It's very different from the rest of the medicine here in Israel in ways that, for example, people pay for this medication as opposed to most of our medicine, which is covered by, at least somewhat subsidized by the government. Cannabis for a patient here in Israel is quite expensive. It costs a few $100s a year to get your permit, and then a few $100s a month to get your cannabis, but it's better than getting arrested. So more and more people have been doing that. In the picture here on the left, well, my left, I don't know, your left, Professor Uzi Mishulam, one of the founders of modern cannabis research, just celebrated his 92nd birthday and is still researching cannabis here in Jerusalem. Another scene that I spoke about at length in the webinar I was doing, but I'm just going to briefly go through it, is the spiritual use of psychedelics. There are many Israelis who've been to South America and returned to tell the tale of ayahuasca ceremonies, of San Pedro ceremonies, of mushroom ceremonies, and this has become more and more common here in Israel. There are different accelerators for this, but there's also been some archaeology work done to show that cannabis and later other substances also were found to be used very, very anciently here on this land. There are a few local plants that have been utilized for medicine work, and music from the medicine spiritual scene has become more and more mainstreamized through sacred music circles in Israel. So I'm not going to play it for you, but on the corner here, there's a video of center of Tel Aviv, a few hundred people singing ayahuasca songs together, without ayahuasca, just in music. But it has a cultural impact as well that I was trying to show here. Like I said before, psychedelic culture here in Israel is also quite widespread. There are a few big Facebook groups. There's a student movement by SSDP here in Israel. I think we have one of the biggest Facebook groups in the world. We have a group called Medabrim Psychedelic, talking about psychedelics. It's almost 20,000 strong, a very, very, very active group. There's even been some research done together with the government into psychedelic rave scenes, done by myself and other delegates from the psychedelic scene, together with the Ministry of Health, together with some of the universities here. Psychedelic culture is something that's become more and more fractaled and differentiated. It used to be very, very similar. There was one nice Facebook group. We have met every few months. Now there's all kinds of different activities. There's integration circles. There's sit-ins. Maybe we're going to be starting an inspiration of what Leo was telling us about, and other activities that are happening. One interesting point that I just want to raise is we can't talk about Israel without talking about Jewish-Palestinian relations, or Jewish-Muslim, or Israeli-Palestinian, or call it what you like. Like I said before, as someone who migrated across the political field from all the way to the right to far beyond the edge of the left, I am super excited and naturally I felt very happy to see that there was people doing research about the possible use of plant medicine, specifically ayahuasca, for creating bridges between these cultures. So a dear friend of mine, Dr. Leo Rosman, he works also on the team in England that was doing some of the first research in psychedelics in the past 10 years. And he wrote a beautiful article about relational processes in ayahuasca groups for Palestinians and Israelis. Basically, Muslim and Christian Palestinians together with Jewish Israelis doing ayahuasca together, and then discussing what came up. Holocaust trauma, IDF Palestinian trauma, all kinds of really, really interesting places that were bridged in this research. Hopefully to see more of this. This is just a specific little point. Raves, parties, and festivals are very big in Israel compared to maybe other places. In the beginning of the Goa trance scene, at the end of the 1990s in Goa, Israelis were very, very much part of the scene there. They brought it back with them to Israel in the late 90s and early 2000s. Trance raves, as we call them, or outdoor parties, or EDM festivals sprung up everywhere in Israel. To this day, they've been quite a scene. We have people coming from all over the world to listen to music and to use substances here in raves. And the Israeli trance scene considered one of the, and there are a lot of really, really big names in the music world coming from Israel. Together with the rave scene, the psychedelic harm reduction scene sprung out. And we have 3 different organizations providing safe spaces here in Israel, as well as my organization, Oxygen or Khamtzan, which does harm reduction and education services with different parties. Here's a few pictures of us in raves. As you can see on the left, there are a bunch of beautiful people in white vests. This was one of the more interesting safe zones I got to organize. This was a safe zone in a political demonstration 3 years back. What we did is we utilized what we learned from raves and trance parties and opened a safe space in the middle of a demonstration in Jerusalem where there were becoming more and more violent protests against Prime Minister Netanyahu 2 or 3 years back. 3 years, sorry. And this was basically an emotional safe space for people to come and get support, but it was populated by volunteers from the musical trance scene and from psychedelic harm reduction. So here's another example of psychedelic culture seeping into the mainstream culture in kind of very weird ways. This is just the 4 principles set down by Zendo for safe spaces. So I'm just going to run through this. This is the kind of the manual that we operate by. I think most harm reduction organizations around the world use this for their safe spaces. And like I said, we have some effect on drug policy and harm reduction efforts in Israel. This picture is a bunch of us rave goers and psychedelic harm reductionists in the parliament. We basically went into different parliament committee meetings for about 2.5 to 3 years. And we got ourselves so annoyingly rooted in there that they actually gave us parts in some of the research committees, in some of the harm reduction efforts. And we basically wrote down, we wrote down also kind of suggestions for how to create better, safer spaces for people to have fun instead of to get injured or get killed, as we have lost a few members of our community to bad practice, I'd say, and also bad intervention on behalf of some of the government authorities. And
What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that?
So this is exactly what this shows. You can see we had August 2017 and October 2018 and September 2020. These are 4 Israeli civilians who died while partying in raves here in Israel. All of them in the later findings in the autopsies were found to have other conditions besides just psychedelic use, obviously, whether it was heat stroke, whether it was being left untended for close to 8 hours in one of the cases. There were all kinds of things that happened, and a lot of them happened due to really bad choices made by people afraid of the policy. Like the people who were arranging the party didn't call the paramedics because they were afraid the party would get shut down, or that the police might arrest them for what's happening. In the end, they ended up going to jail for accidental manslaughter, but they made really bad choices due to mostly due to the policy, mostly due to the fear of being being taken away or being shut down.
They should have
As
read
a
The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, right? Don't
yeah,
panic.
yeah, and this definitely could have helped.
Yeah.
Since November 2018, and just wanted to mention Gennady Shankar in 2018 was the friend that I lost personally, and in November 2018, which was a month after it, I basically crashed the committee, yelling at the people there that they're killing people in the street and they don't know what they're doing. Since then, I've calmed down a bit, but my demands are very similar and my ideas are very similar. And in the past few years since 2018, I've been part of the research team setting down the new ground rules and publishing research and making suggestions for policymakers. And this is something that I just want to point out. This is not specific to Israel. In most democratic countries or semi-democratic countries in the world, you can go visit the committee. You can go say what you think in drug policy lawmaking. You can have an opinion. And even if your opinion isn't very big or doesn't matter that much at the time, if you keep up to it, if you organize a group of people around it, you're probably going to make a difference. This is something that we can see. Yeah, this is my beautiful cabbage head in the Knesset. This is a paper that was published. This is my first academic publishing since I only have my BA yet. But this is a publishing that we got out about substance use, harm reduction, attitude, and behaviors among visitors of raves in Israel. I still have 800 open answers to analyze with recommendations for the government authorities by the people who answered this. But we basically asked 1,000 people who go to parties how they think we can change the situation. And then we offered these as recommendations for the government. This is just, if it's interesting to you guys, there's just a few numbers here of, this is prevalence of substance use in Israeli rave goers. Sorry, one second. So there's some interesting parts here. For me, the fact that psilocybin has been climbing way up, if you can see, as opposed to other substances. Cannabis is super prevalent. Alcohol is still very prevalent, even though more and more people understand that it goes not so well with most of these other substances and have been changing what they're doing. Ketamine is on the rise as well. DMT has been more and more available, so it's being used more. Cocaine is kind of going down compared to other years that I've seen, but it's still happening. And we also ask actually about San Pedro and ayahuasca specifically, just to see if people from the spiritual kind of circles have been bringing them into raves, and they haven't really, actually. So people are smart about their drug use still. Just gonna close this with this. This is a meme I made last year for Thank You Plant Medicine Day, and this is just a quote that I had from a personal integration session that I was kind of putting out stuff there on the paper, and this jumped out for me. So I'm just gonna read this out to you guys. I used to think of myself as a tree, understanding that as I grow and stretch my heart, my old center widens and becomes the bark that protects me, and which eventually I shed and release. Imagining myself as a mushroom showed me the bliss of thriving off dead bark. And this to me is just a kind of a saying that says, you know, there's some really horrible, shitty, bad things out there that have to do with policy and criminalization and the stigma and the way that other people might view us or the things that we choose to do. I think that we have the privilege to be taught by these substances and encouraged by them to do this work that we're doing here. And turning dead bark into new mushrooms is what I think we can all continue doing. Just to share with you a little bit of my dreams for what the psychedelic Israel could look one day. So this is a picture I made. I started using AI for AI art for integrating my own trips, since I'm not a painter and I don't really know how to paint. But I wanted to make some visuals of this. So here's my try. I really wish to see more and more cross-cultural Middle Eastern kind of collaborations. So multi-faith and multi-spiritual kind of work. Palestinian and Jews coming together, similar to that research that I showed. Right-wing and left-wing people doing medicine together. There's all kinds of ways I imagine this can be really interesting. Another thing is that I'm working hard to create an access center for people here in Israel to get legal access to treatments that are already available, such as esketamine, ketamine, cannabis, and hopefully soon to MDMA and psilocybin as well. And for me, having the therapy component as part of this is super important. I'm really supportive of people using substances recreationally and spiritually and for whatever reason they might choose. But I think once we go into the realm of healing and therapy, the therapeutic component needs to be really good, really serious, and it needs to be integral and part of psychedelic access for people who are looking to heal themselves. So I'm working on creating that, as well as integrational community setting, meaning more and more people who organize themselves in a community and do integration work together. I think that's something that as modern Westerners we lack, even though we have access to all these medicines, and it's something that we can definitely learn from ancient cultures. So that's it for my slides. I'd love to open the floor for any of you who want to comment or ask questions. And thank you so much for your attention.
I think you forgot to say the thing that Richard Feynman said about quantum mechanics. If you think you understand, then you don't understand. Whoever thinks they understand Israel, from what Pini just told you, doesn't understand. I lived there for 34 years and I don't get it.
I don't know if you can see my shirt, but it doesn't say get it. It says get it done. There's a difference. I don't think we need to wait to understand everything before moving on and pushing for change. And I think that the fact that what you said is super important all over the psychedelic scene. I think the fact that we've reached a place where some of us think we know when we're only starting to research these amazing substances. I think knowing is something that we're not up to yet. We'll get there, hopefully. But I think personally, and also as a species, we don't know too much about a lot of these substances yet, but we still got to get moving with getting access to them, with getting criminal activity out of the way, because these things are not criminal. They're medicinal, they're recreational, they are empathogenic or entheogenic or all kinds of things, but they're definitely not something that the government should be banning us from using and using complicated regulatory efforts to try and keep this inside corporate monopolies or medical monopolies. These are things that I hope to see change in Israel. And I'd be surprised, because we're such a small country and things are so crazy here all the time. I'd be surprised if things would happen slowly. Things happen very quickly when they actually move here. So I think we're looking at a very busy few years.
You do understand, Pini, that
Cool,
things
man.
like you do understand that things like Chok HaShvut is diametrically the opposite of cognitive liberty, right? Because it's you are a citizen if you are a Jew. You are a Jew if you believe in something, right? It's a belief system. It's you know that the Hebrew University looked for the Jewish gene for what, 10 years? And the bottom line of that research was that Jews are more similar to their Gentile neighbors than they are to each other. There is no Jewish gene. You know that, right?
Yeah,
I'm sorry, man. We got to clip this one a little bit short. Penny, thank you so much for coming and speaking and donating some of your time so Dana could finish up. And right on, man. And thank you to everyone else that was that's here. My name is Rick Luna. I was around a little bit earlier today. Sorry. Hey. Sorry, barking dogs. Anyways, hey, go lay down. Go lay down. What? Go lay down. Good girl. Good girl. I'm sorry. Anyway, I also tested positive for COVID today, which really freaking sucked. So I've been kind of feeling cruddy. But hey, that's enough. Good girl. There you go.
Kenny, I want to say thank you for your presentation. First rate. Thank you. Learned a lot.
Okay. So, yeah, anyways, this is my first time doing an event like this. Doing my best, but I'm also like kind of winging it. I didn't put together PowerPoints or anything like that. So I'm just gonna, I guess, take about maybe like 20 minutes to just kind of like share my story about how I ended up here and all the circumstances and whatnot. And then yeah, we'll open it up for questions. And I believe Annie is taking over at 6:15. And yeah, okay. So I've been cultivating cubensis for the last couple of years, and it's just done amazing things to accentuate, my kung fu and my Buddhist path. I've been able to, address a lot of the trauma that, I've been suffering from insomnia and depression and panic attacks for years. But I've actually been doing really killer. I take about 10% of the pharmaceutical crap that I was taking a couple of years ago. I've been working with a prescriber at Sound Mental Health since 2016, but really had otherwise untreatable, anxiety and depression. I did start working with a service dog, and that really started to help things get going in a positive direction. But it really was the heroic doses on psilocybin that I've just been. I have the longest stretch of clean time off of opioids. I've got about 3.5 years of clean time, which is more than I've had in decades. And I've done some just awesome spiritual growth and healing and whatnot. And so I guess I grew up. I was born in '79, so I was part of that satanic panic of the '80s. I have my dad was just hardcore evangelical conspiracy dude, and this was the era when Judas Priest was making kids kill themselves, and Dungeons and Dragons was possessing kids with demons and shit. There's a lot of silliness going around. I also was deeply traumatized by the notion of the rapture. As a little kid, this happened multiple times around the age of 8 or 9 years old. But when you're a kid and you're at the grocery store, whatever, Fred Meyer with your parent, and you stop to look at some, toy pistol or whatever, and then the next thing you know, you've lost your parents. I used to run through the freaking store in hysterics, thinking that the rapture happened and I'd been left behind. And so, yeah, I just did not, anyways, it really sucked. Around the age of, when I was, I think in the 6th grade is when we started, learning about the Ice Age and Neanderthals and, the dinosaur fossils and all of the evolution and whatnot. My dad I wasn't allowed to participate. I had to go sit in the library by myself while other kids learned about all that awesome stuff. Except for one time when I had to give some presentation. It was mainly my dad's pet project, and it was a bunch of garbage creationist talking points about why science is wrong about everything from the Big Bang and whatnot. There was, I think when I was in the 7th grade, my dad didn't allow us to go trick or treating that year. Halloween was a demon thing, and and kids that did come over trick-or-treating, we handed out like these like Christian pamphlet thingies, and like I got super clowned on at school the next day for being the house that was handing out Jesus shit on Halloween. Anyway, so about like the around like ninth grade, it was my first year of high school, which is when I just like, like told my dad, like, hey man, this is America. I don't have to be a Christian if I don't want to. I'm just not buying it. Sorry, it's not my thing. Which put this huge rift between me and my dad. Right, like we already didn't have a great relationship, but that like pretty much got me disowned. I had to go. It made me go live with my grandma for the rest of that year and so on. Anyways, yeah. So it sucked. I ran away at the age of 16. I dropped out of high school. I was, shooting up heroin in abandoned buildings and stuff. So yeah, I just had a deeply troubled childhood in that sense. And so as I was approaching my early 20s, I hit this like milestone around the age of 22 or 23 where like I actually completely for real lost my fear of hell. Right? Like I was one of those dudes, like I knew I wasn't a Christian, this Jesus thing isn't for me, but I still just had this weird little thought in the back of my head, like if I were on an airplane and engine blew and we were all gonna crash into the ocean, like would I be able to ask Jesus into my heart before the plane hits the mountain and get into heaven or hell? But this took a long time to undo that brainwashing and psychological damage, but I really did by the age of like 23 was just done with it for real. They just had found some caves of Neanderthals in Spain or something, and like I was just starting to really get into like science and stuff, and but I had not I was able to like steer myself away from religion, but really had not learned how to think critically by any means yet. And unfortunately, like I spent a lot of time in my early 20s. I got roped into the lizard people thing. I don't know if you guys remember that whole like the Hillary Clinton's undercover lizard lady or whatever. I was all about that in like 2000. And it's like really kind of silly to like think about now, but yeah, so you've gotten into conspiracies. The 9/11 conspiracy stuff was just all over the internet around like 2006. I don't know if you guys remember. I got pulled into that. Alex Jones, like I didn't really understand the consequence of it. Like I just knew like I was a punk rocker and talked shit about the government, and it sounded like Alex Jones was talking shit about the government. So,
Rick, could I say something?
What?
In 9/11, I was in Manhattan when the planes hit, and we were partying like crazy. And I was really surprised for the 3 days that the island was closed. All the drinks were free. Americans were really nice to each other. I was like, what?
Yeah, no, I was deeply traumatized by that event. Now I'm talking about like around 2006 or so. A bunch
later.
of conspiracy stuff started to flood the airways, and I bought it, man. Like I was all about that conspiracy garbage, and I don't know if you guys remember. There was a documentary. Air quotes documentary called "What the Bleep Do We Know" that came out around 2005, which like really roped me into a lot of like new age mysticism and stuff. Started trying to read auras. I actually I saved this ticket stub in the film What the Bleep Do We Know, there's this dude named Dr. Masaru Emoto who like did this whole study with water. And he had done this whole like, thing where he would like play Mozart and these water crystals would form these beautiful things, but other crystals, if you like played heavy metal or went, cursed it out or did negative things, would make these distorted crystals. It was really a bunch of like fucking silly shit, but I was all about it. It's there was another something that happened in my early 20s was like my dad died of cancer around the age of like 23, and like this he was a serious piece of shit. I had to give my sister away at her wedding because he refused to show up because she hadn't asked for his permission. Like he had this real cult like Abrahamic sense of like the man and father of the household, and really saw himself like I don't know. It was fucked, but I went up to go live with him, and he had got multiple myeloma, right? He had this tumor in his thigh that started spreading to his bone marrow. And, he turned down chemotherapy and a lot of medical treatments because he got hung up on this notion of a faith healing, right? And like, it was just for months, you're going to see, son, you're going to see the healing power of the Lord. You're going to see the healing power. Jesus is going to take this cancer out of my bone marrow. And neglect, it wasn't until too little too late when he finally, tried to, realized he wasn't getting his faith healing. He started to turn on he was getting together with my family members for these, prayer things, and started to, you guys aren't pulling your weight. So you guys aren't 100% on fire for Jesus, and it's robbing me of my faith healing. And then he turned on me because of you, son, because you won't get Jesus, your life right with Jesus. I'm gonna fucking die. And it was this big, mind fuck. He died with tickets to go see Benny Hinn's, this, charlatan faith healer and whatnot. Anyways, so I did, at the age of 30, I read a book by Carl Sagan called The Demon Haunted World. And it really it got me going on a super solid path. For many years, just adhered to this rigid academic idea of the world. With, if it can't be independently verified by everyone, then it's, most likely a bullshit. That's science and whatnot. I guess this unaddressed trauma in my mid 30s, really started to rip my life apart. And I get, it was, I didn't sleep for years. I wrecked a bunch of cars. I was a tile setter at the time, managing, jobs and stuff, and just could not handle Seattle.
You didn't sleep for years?
From the year 2014 till I started taking retarded amounts of Seroquel and Trazodone to help me sleep in 2016. So yes, I suffered agonizing acute insomnia for about 2 years before I started.
You should have called the Guinness Book of World Records. The world's record is 11 days, I think.
Okay, man. Do you really want me to break it down by like the fucking?
No, I just wanted you to get the money.
It was super fucked. Okay.
Oh, it's terrible.
And
not sleeping is terrible.
Yeah, and I wrecked a bunch of cars. My insurance was through the roof. I kept getting these little like fender benders and nodding off in morning traffic. It fucking sucked, man. And so it, even with seeking mental health treatment and getting a therapist and all of that stuff, it really wasn't until I started doing these big doses of psilocybin that I was like truly able to get down in there and start getting that deep down icky that was ripping my life to shreds. I truly believe that when I'm in my 60s, I'm going to look back on my life and say that life started at the age of 42. I was just been, suffering, frequent relapses, toxic relationships, the fucking works, man. But I really am a lot better now. I'm a martial artist. I've been training martial arts. I won a grappling. I got first place in a grappling tournament like a couple of years ago. And there's just like something about the psilocybin world and what I already had going on with kung fu and meditation and qigong that just put me on this just this amazing path. And I guess it's because of just letting my dog in, and I'm still like really dealing with a lot of that pain of having science denial shoved down my throat. So it's something I really like passionate about, making sure that people are getting good information. And I just I have a fucking mind-blowing spiritual path going on, and I was able to do it without any energies or chants or crystals or auras or any of that stuff. I'm much more like John Hopkins Harvard study and zero of the quantum mysticism Gaia channel Deepak Chopra stuff.
Have you read Julia Sweeney's Letting Go of God?
No, I don't think so.
Send me your address. I'll send you a copy.
All right, thanks, man. Yeah, and I'm just about ready to like turn it over to the floor. I mean, if you guys seriously, you want to get in touch with me, come over. We'll crack a 12-pack. We'll go over all these points. A lot of the modern quantum mysticism stuff. It's based off of a misunderstanding of an experiment from the 19th century called the double slit experiment. It's when we discovered that these photons were both a particle and a wave, right? And it's blowing people's mind, but making these observations, we noticed that when we were watching it, it would always collapse down to a particle. And so the conclusion was drawn that the atoms knew we were watching them, that human consciousness can affect matter. And it's led to all sorts of, BS about quantum healing and people mind over matter. So if anyone wants to go over this stuff, I will bullshit with you about it till the cows come home. And I'm going to turn it over to, I'm going to open it up for questions. Thanks for listening. It's Annie's coming on at 6:15, and please, have at it. The floor is open.
So I just quickly wanted to say that Michael Shermer debunks quantum healing in this book, The Believing Brain, in a very elegant way.
Cool, man.
More reading.
Yeah, please send me the go ahead and message me the link. I'll definitely check that out, man. Anybody else? Oh my god, Eric looks so adorable sideways. It looks like he's like standing up because the way his screen is rotated. Like he's like leaning against the wall, sleeping. Sorry. Anyways, who else is with us? I don't see Dan anymore. Anybody? Anyone want to check it? We only got 10 of us. I've been here all night. It's just been amazing, man. We had a really killer crowd going from about like midnight to it's been one of the coolest. Even though I have COVID and I feel like shit, this has been like one of those like most awesome and rewarding evenings of my life, being around all these like-minded people and getting, just awesome. It's just fuck yeah. So yeah. Yeah. What do you got? What do you got, Dr. Z?
Wow. You got to get me started. I won't stop. I just don't know where to start.
Where are you at on the spectrum? How much mysticism? Where are you at?
I've got a PhD in mathematics.
Oh, fuck yeah.
I model cognition. All right. I on the flip side, I come from an Orthodox Jewish family. I'm friends with a lot of rabbis. And I live in Vancouver, where everybody's very spiritual, and I hear all the spiritual talk, and a lot of the time I can explain it mathematically, being able to model cognition. Oh, by the way, yeah, I wanted to say that the duality of photons it isn't the only place in science where we have a very serious problem with duality. There's also Kurt Gödel's theorems of incompleteness and inconsistency, which basically tell us that language, natural language, any formal logic of second order and over, that includes all natural languages.
Yeah, man. So math
and incomplete.
Math wasn't my strongest. I did not do great with it in school. I was always much better with reading and writing comprehension, stuff like that. During the pandemic, my nieces heard, they're now they started sophomore and freshman year of high school. It was getting to the point where like I couldn't help them with their homework anymore. It was kind of embarrassing. So I did go back to the basics and it started at algebra and the quadratic formula and worked my way up to like graphing functions and trig, and like it's I'm really glad that I got back in touch with the math. It's like the predictive power of it, right? Like the neutrino, the Higgs boson, the Neptune, or all of these things that were mathematically.
The Higgs boson, it cannot be discovered by mathematics. It can be you can calculate what exactly you're looking for in order to be able to say that's a Higgs boson, but you have to experiment.
Okay, well, so back in 1962, the concept was come up with, and it wasn't until I want to say like 2012 when they fired up the Large Hadron Collider that it was actually like conclusively, verified. Actually, and I wanted to pick your brain. The one that really like is bending my noodles these days is the Banach-Tarski paradox. Are you?
Tarski taught me set theory at Tel Aviv University.
Yeah, man. I watched the can't remember one of those YouTube dudes.
I think that's actually his son. It's not the Tarski you mean. He couldn't have taught me.
So basically, like they like mapped out all these points on a sphere, right? And then separated like all the up directions, right direction, left directions, and broke it up into 6 different categories and colors. And we're actually able to reassemble that sphere, but with parts left over. Like they didn't need all 6 parts to put it back together again. It's a fucking paradox, right? And like I just like it keeps me up at night. How that's represented in if it's like actually like part of our reality, it's I don't know, kind of sad.
Listen, it's the reconciling Riemann the spherical coordinates with the with Cartesian coordinates, right? Space with axes is really hard for a lot of people.
I'm very much a layman. I tip my hat to you, sir, for taking math as far as you did, and I can learn from you. But like I watched the Vsauce thing on the Benoit Tarski, and it fucking blew my mind, man. Like I really wonder what that. Anyways, I love shit like that, and so yeah, fuck yeah, man. I'm glad you're here to talk about this. For real. It's yeah, that's really fucking cool. Anybody else got anything to add? Where are you at with math, Dana?
Huh?
Math. Yeah. You any good with math?
Say that word again. Do you say math or meth?
Math.
Mathematics.
Oh, mathematics.
Yeah, we're talking about math. Nice.
There's some good stuff in that woman Wolf in the second papers, talking about how you can mathematically model a system where you make decisions based on inadequate information, which is basically where we're always at. We never have all the information. That was interesting. I didn't understand it. My mathematics are weak.
Yeah, me too. Not my strongest suit. Yeah. Anyway. Same with like the Mandelbrot set. That's another one that just still like fascinates me. Yeah, like they make all these really cool like YouTube videos where people just like, I don't know. It's a lot of fun. I really like the math of the Mandelbrot, I guess. Fractals and whatnot. I think the Fibonacci sequence, a lot of people with the Fibonacci sequence do some like heavy lifting when it comes to like.
Go back to fractals. Do you realize that since your brain is a fractal, and it is, right? The dendritic kind of splitting in 3-dimensional space,
like the actual brain matter, the tissue of the brain, or
yes,
okay,
yes. It is a fractal. What is a fractal? It's
like capillaries in the eyes, right?
It is any pattern that you observe that is self-similar at different scales, right?
Right, precisely.
The brain is like that. And
okay, I can see that. Like when they tried to measure the coast of the UK and if you keep losing all the little inlets and stuff, like sorry.
No, it's a valid point. So but your brain is like that in 3 dimensions. And what that means is that it doesn't have a limit to the surface to volume ratio. It can continue as long as it grows new dendrites out of old ones or new axons, splits. It can increase its surface to volume ratio within a confined volume. So there really isn't any limit to the brain's capacity to learn. Maybe the limit is the amount of time that we have during our life, but if you can if you can raise the density of experience, and you do that with psychedelics, then you can take the time, the limited time that you have, and utilize it to the extent that we don't really see any limit to what extent you can take your thinking to, because the more information that is thrown at you, the more your brain can become a fractal.
Yeah. I think so I've come across a lot of people who are like that was what tipped them over to the idea of there being a creator, right? Like the Fibonacci sequence, like that pattern being concrete proof that we had to have this intelligent designer to make all, the ubiquitous through nature and the way it is. Was they let the Fibonacci swingers do some serious heavy lifting, when in my mind, there's so many, the cosmic constant, Planck's constant, all the,
it doesn't have to be that it's such a complicated explanation. I just try living with the idea that all of this existence is meaningless. It's hard. You want there to be an intelligent designer because because living with the meaninglessness of all of it is crushing.
Yeah, I don't believe I'm been fully atheist for a long time, but I've had on psilocybin these deeply mystical experiences where I'm so connected with the universe that my brain, the only way I could describe it, I felt like I was held by God or kissed by God or something it was contact with the divine where there wasn't a word for what I was trying to describe, but so I had to settle for God, I think was what I was trying to say, but I don't.
In Judaism, it's simple because God is everything. So your dog and the couch and the can of beer that you throw away, and that's all part of God.
Hermeticism, the one or the all, I believe they call it the all, I think.
Yes. Yeah. What's that book? The Kybalion?
Yes, precisely. Yeah. I love, alchemy. That's another thing too. We're talking about spiritual, alchemy, that description, or the solvate coagula, dissolving, this base lead and then, reassembling it as pure gold, something incorruptible, that being a metaphor for the spiritual transformation was
I do not know, but I read a paper published by the Russian Academy of Sciences that they demonstrated in 2 institutes on different sides of Russia that there are terrestrial bacteria, from deep in the ground, that can transform elements. And this was 10 years ago already. And they showed exactly how.
Oh, right. The way, the basic life form that are on those thermal vents on the ocean floor where they
maybe they can do it too. This was demonstrated in terrestrial bacteria, where it's really important. If you're a bacteria in the ground, you don't move around very much. And if there is a heavy metal that is impeding your growth, right? And it's not as if any kind of ore is just going to be in one spot and nowhere else, right? It's a metal. It just goes around by diffusion. it's gonna, so you have to deal with it. They evolved molecular methods that go down to the subatomic level and can knock protons and neutrons out of nuclei and change the element.
That is some wild shit, man.
It's like the equivalent of you wanting to settle somewhere where there are lots of bushfires. You learn to put out the fires. That's what it is for them, right? Radioactive decay is like a burning bush. They're like, okay, let's put it out, and then we can grow in peace. It's just that we're so much bigger than they are, right? Yeah, I mean, do you know how many atoms there are in one cell? And we've got 100 billion cells in our body that are eukaryotic and 900 billion that are prokaryotic.
Like, there are more Planck units in 1 second than there have been seconds in the entire length of the universe.
That's because time is infinitely divisible. It doesn't have quantum. So,
oh man, that's another. I've had some really wild time phenomena happen on psilocybin trips too, where it's just appeared to stop, or I was experiencing all of time at once, or I don't know. I've
been there. Yeah. Okay. Hey, I gotta bounce for a second.
All right, man. I think we have someone else taking over at 6:15. But thanks. Bye, Doc. It was awesome chatting with you, sir. If you can still hear me. Woo. All right. Anyone else got anything they want to say? Nope. Eric, you're the only face I see.
Yeah.
How you doing, buddy?
Well, I think by the time this is finished, I will have listened to 22 of the 24 hours because I plan on staying with it. This has been a great learning experience for me.
Oh man, yeah, hasn't it?
Yeah.
And
making the contacts. I mean, you and I don't live far apart.
No, yeah. I believe I sent you an email earlier today. I will certainly be in touch, man. That sounds like something I'd love to be a part of. And yes, no, this night has been one of the coolest nights I've had in a long time. The whole day, really. It's been amazing, man. But yeah. Well, I guess I don't know what to say. I'm just gonna keep on. So I believe you mentioned that there's a church you had at one location, but you're establishing one in the Seattle area now?
Right. It started in Oakland, and it's a fairly large enterprise down there. But the first satellite church, the first charter church outside of Oakland will be here in Seattle. We'll be opening it next year.
You said it'll be built next year?
Oh, it's not going to be built. It's not that kind of church.
Oh, okay.
They call it the portal.
But you'll have a space leased or rented or something like that, you mean?
Well, we're meeting right now at the Sacred Embodiment Center on Capitol Hill. You know it?
No, I've not heard of it, but the Sacred, one more time?
Sacred Embodiment Center.
Embodiment.
You want to come? They're having an event this tomorrow. A gong concert, and you'd be able to meet some of the people involved. Also details.
Yeah, man, I tested positive for COVID today, so I'm indoors for the next, I don't know. I was supposed to go out to hunt for azarescents on the coast this weekend too. Oh man, that's a bummer.
Well, we'll get together before long.
Yeah, sure, man, for sure. Sacred Embodiment.
Yeah, it's above the Monsoon Restaurant on Capitol Hill.
Okay, cool.
Or just look up Sacred Embodiment Center. I think if you looked at that, are you on Facebook?
No, not for
They've got a
quite some
Facebook
time.
presence. But yeah, we'll be in touch, and once you get well, that's the place you ought to visit.
Cool. Good morning, everybody. Is Annie around? I think I was passing the baton to her, but I do not see her in the. Oh, shit. I'm sorry, man. This is kind of awkward. I really don't know what to say at this point. Yeah, I I also photograph fungi out in the wild. I like to,
Yeah, you mentioned that.
This like has been the worst. I thought last year got a slower, drier, not as many mushrooms, not as great of a season than the year before. But this year is worse than that, and I'm just fearing that, like, you know what I mean? That this
Yeah, no,
climate
the
change.
weather's been horrible, and I mean, we had one of the driest summers ever right here in this place. I mean, it didn't rain for 3.5 months in Seattle.
Yeah, that was crazy too. And then that awful smoke for that one whole week where it was just like we turned into, oh man, that was awful. What? Yeah, that smoke sucked. I went down to Multnomah Falls. Oh, it was good. So did you know that there's a life-size replica of the Stonehenge monument in
Yeah, it's over on the North Shore.
Yeah, just on the Washington side of the Columbia River out there. Yeah, I'd never been, and I've been just like, wait, so yeah, we drove out there. It's like Stonehenge when it was like in its prime, you know what I mean? It's like completely intact, and they have these like also awesome like solar observatories and stuff. It's and then it was dedicated as a World War One memorial, I think in like 1924. But
Yeah, I love Columbia Gorge. It's my favorite natural place in the world.
yeah, it's beautiful. Definitely going back out there. Because it's not just the Multnomah Falls, like there's all kinds of,
There's
falls.
about 75 falls on the Oregon side of the river.
Yeah, there's all these trails connecting them and stuff. It was amazing. It was a fun weekend. Yeah, that was a big yawn. I am looking forward to, as soon as I hand this thing over, I'm gonna pull up the rocking chair, smoke up a bowl.
Yeah.
Finally kick back. I've been on my feet because I was from about 11 till late at night. Like I had other stuff. Like I had to do a bunch of agar plates today. I'm a mushroom grower too. Like spawn some jars and stuff. So I was kind of like, taking care of my mycology stuff, and then we'd come back and check out the thing here for a couple hours and then go do that. But yeah, this is just an amazing last little while.
Where'd you grow up?
I grew up in Santa Cruz, California.
Uh-huh.
I was born in Klamath Falls, Oregon.
Yeah.
But we moved down to Santa Cruz when I was about 8 years old. And then I stayed there till I was about damn near 30. And that's when I moved up to Washington. So I've been here in Washington for almost 13 years now.
Wow.
So yeah, it's my
math right. Are you 43?
Yes, sir. Yep, that's right.
Oh, drop that sir shit, would you? Right.
Yeah, for sure. All right, man.
I grew up on the East Coast and came out here for graduate school in 1965. And if you were with me earlier last night, I had my first psychedelic experience in 1965. It was the first year I came to Seattle, and I had acid, and I just became a dedicated psychonaut in 1965.
Oh, cool.
I've gained a lot from the 16 times I've gone to Burning Man.
Yeah.
Learned, had the incredibly good fortune to be campmates with Sasha and Ann Shogun for several years, and also Amanda Fielding. He came to a couple of Burning Mans in, it would have been the first decade of this century.
Yeah. I growing up in Santa Cruz, we had like I caught that last like ass end of like deadhead culture, rainbow gatherings. Like
Yeah.
we still had a lot of traveling hippies coming through, and you know, we'd get these hits of acid for $3 or $4. They would just have us flying for like, you know, 60, 20 hours straight. It's crazy. Some guy actually, this was maybe about 10 years ago, came back from Burning Man, and he was like, "Hey, you want some acid?" And he gave me like 3 or 4 hits, and I tried. Like it was not even like a watered down Coors Light version of what it used to be. You know, the acid I was taking back in the 90s. So
Big difference. Big difference.
yeah, you know, maybe saw a couple wavy lines. Yeah, it was just not, you know, back in the anyway.
By the way, our church services every Sunday from it's a Zoom meeting, so you can come spread Zoom over the internet. I'll send you the information, but please plan on taking a gander at what we're doing.
Oh yeah, for sure, man.
True community. That's I've only lived in 2 actual communities, and the Sacred Garden community is one of them. The other was when I first moved here to Seattle in 1965. I bought a houseboat for $600. Last time it sold, 25 years ago, it sold for $250,000. They tell me that my old houseboat, 12 by 30 feet, would now sell for $1 million.
Wow.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
but in the old days, we used to have a community on the houseboats.
Yeah.
And then now the Sacred Garden community. And then I should also add that there is a true community that came out of a project that I worked on at Burning Man called the Trojan Horse. It was a huge horse, 50 feet tall, 28 tons, and it had an absinthe bar and an observation deck inside.
Yeah. Yeah, that sounds cool, man.
It was best project I've ever worked on or off the playa. So
yeah, I remember in the Santa Cruz Harbor once a year, it was like the equivalency of a block party, you know, like the whole harbor was partying. You just like kind of walk from dock to dock and boat to boat, you know, go on a boat, say hi to some people, have a beer, and move on to the next boat. It was a lot of fun, man. I'm glad that, you know, coming up to Seattle too, like there was enough, you know, like it's steeped in maritime culture, just, you know, like, you know, like growing up on the beach, and it's like, you know, we had the redwoods and like all this natural beauty. Like coming up here, there was enough like natural beauty to rival California, you know, to tide me over. I'm like, okay, yeah, this place, I could settle here for sure.
Yeah, there are things that Washington offers that California can't even touch. Like, how about a temperate rainforest?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you've got the deserts in California, and we've got them here. More spectacular in California, of course, but and our mountains, I think, actually, the Cascades, I think, and the Olympics actually beat out California mountains. But It just no sense getting into invidious comparisons. They're both beautiful states.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. Lake Tahoe is gorgeous. Yeah, you're right, man. It's beautiful. Where's Annie? I thought Annie was taking over it.
Who's taking over at 6:15?
It was supposed to be Annie, but I do not see her.
No.
So we might need to switch her spot with someone. Someone needs to take over for my spot. I'm about to drop dead. So yeah, if anyone wants to fill in Annie's spot or trade spots with her or go wake her up, if anybody has her phone number, or can go throw some bucket of water on her or something.
Oh, you got a phone number for Annie?
I do not actually.
Yeah, and Leo was in here briefly.
Oh yeah,
a little after 4.
Is she? Yeah, no. She told me she was gonna crash for just a few.
Why don't you call Leo and get her on the horn and see whether you can determine what's going to happen and.
Okay. All right.
Give Leo a ring.
Before I do that, is there anybody in here right now that is scheduled to speak this morning?
No.
Nope. Okay. All righty. Well, I'm gonna. Yeah, give me just a few minutes here to.
Oh, wait a second. Noah Potter just said he could moderate.
Oh, far out, man. Hell yeah.
But computer isn't working.
Uh-oh. Okay. And you know what? Yeah, I'm such a bonehead. Oh, there he is. Looks like he's up and running. Hey, buddy. Hi, I'm Rick. I don't believe I've met you, man. It's nice to meet you.
Hey, how's it going? Hold on a second. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
All right. Let me see. I'm on my phone. It's a little bit wild and crazy because I woke up this morning and computer was dead as a doornail. Let me see if I can get my video up.
No, where are you at?
I'm in Brooklyn on the East Coast, so it's a lot easier for me to I'm awake. You know, you guys.
Yeah. It's 9 in the morning over there. I got you.
Yeah, it's 9:15. I got to go out to the Genius Bar, and in about an hour I got to go. I was supposed to moderate later. I had an hour, and then I was going to be on for an hour with Noam, but I guess I got a little bit of time now. If you want to take over, I'll take over for a little while. Unfortunately, I can't see you all now, so I don't know what that's about. But you can see me, I guess. And
okay, yeah, sure, buddy. If you want to start, telling your story and whatnot, that'd be awesome. I'm gonna see if I can get a hold of Leo. And
yeah, I can tell a little bit of a story. I'm kind of curious to know if is anybody else awake? I can't tell. I don't know if anybody wants to drop some.
We do a check-in. we need to find who the real boozers and cruisers are.
Please call Leo and find out if she can get in and start providing some services.
Okay. All right. Give me 5. I'll check back in.
All right.
Okay.
All right. Pardon me.
Leo's back in.
All right. Yeah, I sent her a message. I sent her a message on Facebook Messenger, and I sent her a message in the chat to let her know the situation. So I guess I'll just jump in now because if I can come back in later, I'll come back in later to close out. But since Rick was seeking relief.
Yeah. What is Leo? Are you there, Leo? What do you think?
Her symbol's up on the screen. Leo, come out here. Help us out here.
I'm gonna send her a text right now.
Look, I'm ready to go for at least a little while. I can talk a little bit, and this is being recorded for future civilizations, right? This will be in the memory bank somewhere of the space station
where people are living 100 years from now, I guess, and trace it back to like history and so on. So I'm not just speaking for the moment, generally we're speaking for posterity. So
Well, thank
Rick,
you for offering to take over. I'm gonna sign off, man. Thank you so much. It's all
sure,
you,
sure.
buddy.
I'll step in for a while, and then I'm gonna have to ring off, right, to go get myself to Manhattan.
Sure thing, man. Sure thing. Thank you so much.
All right, blessings. Okay, so hey, Eric, you're hardcore. You're like the eternal flame. So
Yeah, right.
I know.
I missed a couple hours, but I will probably have 22 of the 24 hours logged.
Very
So,
good.
but
Very good.
I don't know why. Before you start, since I'm the only one now actually active. Before you start, let's try and get Leo on in conversation. Her symbol's up, but that doesn't mean she's and you would be preaching to a single person. So
It's whatever. I mean, like I said, this isn't necessarily even for people who are online now. It's it just is what it is, and be the like again. This is like leaving the artifact, planting the artifact for future archaeologists. So
I tell you what, I'm gonna go get my phone and I'm gonna call Leo. Why don't you hold off before?
I'm on it. I'm on it right now. But yeah, if you want to call her too,
I was just gonna say, if she's totally exhausted and crashed out, then
no, she's not. She hasn't been on. She came on briefly around a little after 4, and then left. So, but her symbol's up there, and okay, I'm gonna still go get my phone. So if you would just hold for a tad until I come back, I'd appreciate it. And then I'll be your audience.
All right, no problemo. If I'd known it was going to be like this, I would have brought my harmonica to do some musical accompaniment.
Yeah, man. No, what's the way? How old are you? Where are you at? What do you do? How did you get involved in all of this? I'm curious.
All right then. Well, I'm 51. I live in Brooklyn, Crown Heights, Brooklyn. Beautiful September day here. Oh, I guess it's November. This is what September was once upon a time. I got into the space in '93. The May of '93, I met Dana Beal, who his symbol's up. I don't know if he actually moderated earlier. But this coming May will be the 30th anniversary of my first encounter with the New York City Cannabis Parade. At that time, the pot parade and eventually the Cure Numbers Parade. Dana is an evangelist, and when I learned about that there was a political movement to legalize a psychedelic substance, I said, "That's it. I'm good. I'm signed up. Just point me towards the front lines." And so I got involved in advocacy and decided to go to law school as the most useful thing that I could do to bring about psychedelic legalization. And cool. That's me. I'm an attorney licensed to practice law in the state of New York. In 2010, I founded a blog, the New Amsterdam Psychedelic Law blog, to articulate the idea that the psychedelics require their own special legal analysis because they're not like anything else. And it was a very different time because drug policy reform, I mean, when I got involved in '93, drug policy reform was this bizarre policy backwater that only like really weird people would be hanging out in drug policy world because it was just a given. It was societal wisdom that drugs were bad, and it was most important thing to do is to maintain strict prohibition. And if you suggested anything to the contrary, you were an enemy of society and humanity and stuff like that. So that was the general position on drug policy reform generally. Your choices there in drug policy were basically Do you put people in jail, or do you send them to abstinence-only mandatory treatment? So the idea that there was scenario C was heretical and is off the charts. And then within that bizarre liminal marginal space, focusing on psychedelics alone was even farther off the charts at the uncharted edge of the solar system. So that was a different time, a very different time from the way it is now, where everybody and his brother or everybody and her sister is a psychedelic expert, and it's the in thing. It's the de rigueur, the status symbols of the day. So I'll tell you, so a little bit of my story. So again, 51, I graduated high school in 1990, and in the spring of 90, right, in your senior year of high school, it's like, well, what else is there to do if you're headed for college and you're already accepted? So then you're just cruising through the second half of your senior year. And so I was partying, I suppose. I had a friend at University of Pennsylvania. I come from the Philadelphia area, and I spent a lot of time in Philadelphia. I graduated from high school in Philadelphia, and I had friends who were college students in University of Pennsylvania. And a friend of mine, actually sort of like my role model, and yeah, basically my role model in life, had told me that about acid, that he dropped acid. He said somebody there had introduced him. He said, you know, it's really different. You got to see it for yourself. I said, well, all right, bring it on. And so first acid trip was sometime in like March, April, May of 1990. And I immediately perceived the political significance to the psychedelic experience, to the extent that pretty much every time he was dropping, probably had like 20 acid trips or so in 90, 91, 92. And I mean, I was in college by 91, but I introduced my friend scene. I was in different friend groups. I went to a Quaker school up in Northwest Philadelphia. And so I introduced my friends in that scene. I spent a fair amount of time off in West Philadelphia, sort of at the far edge of the University of Pennsylvania, like the edge of the college town, where it like borderlined into African American neighborhood. That was
Gerald, you can join back in to the event. Noah's.
I stepped into ad lib. Anyway, so I had a friend group there, and I brought acid into that scene. And I just the typical psychedelic evangelist, right? Like so many people, when you have so many people have a psychedelic experience, and you just want to share the good news with the entire world. So that I was doing my part back there, like a little bit more than about like 30 plus years ago. And so usually around like 6, 7 o'clock in the morning, when people were like sort of able to communicate a little bit better, I'd say, okay, everybody, we need to go leave this place, go to 30th Street, the Amtrak station, take the train down to DC and overthrow the government. We got to do that because the government prohibits psychedelics. And so our next task is overthrow the government. Okay, we're good. Nobody ever took me up on that. And I guess if I'd like taken the lead, maybe somebody would have followed, but I was a lot more talk than action. So again, I perceived the political significance to the psychedelic experience. If psychedelics provide a departure from normative waking reality that you can choose, it's not something that comes to you comes from nowhere unexpected. It's not something that requires years of training and meditation, but it's sort of like an instant snap out of it for a moment. The availability of an experience like that can be chosen and that can be brought about sort of reliably by introducing an external substance into the body is an amazing, phenomenal thing. And I understood our society to be the function of what we experience in society is the function of psychedelic prohibition. And the only, at that time, this was before cannabis legalization, of course, that the only available psychoactive substances were basically start and stop. You know, the press on in the form of a stimulant and the turn off in the form of a depressant. For example, alcohol. And they were basically, I mean, everybody will forgive me or not, but I would say, you know, alcohol is essentially a stupefying substance that it truly incapacitates. It has a tendency, you have a possibility. You got a happy drunk, you got an angry drunk. You hope that your drinking partner turns out to be on the happy drunk side, not on the angry drunk side. But you're going to get some form of shutdown, of incapacitation, true incapacitation, loss of rational faculties in a bad way. You figure that alcohol is when the person needs to check out and shut down, perhaps. But that's the culturally accepted form of psychoactive substance and change in perception. It's an understood thing. There's a longstanding societal model, presumably as a result of medieval prohibition coming out of medieval Europe. I can't trace it back to what's the root of that. Somebody with greater knowledge of ancient religion and medieval religion would be able to speak better to what shaped that perspective, which manifests sometimes in an abstinence-only approach in Christianity and an abstinence-only approach in Islam. I don't know too much about Hinduism and Buddhism, but people tend to different societal structures will swing into abstinence as a reaction to the kind of chaotic and anarchic effects of psychoactive substances, and we swing pendulum one side to another. So I got to New York in '91. I was always trying to find, I wanted the truest revolution to take down the system, because I perceived that our society is an organization that's this back in '91, and this wasn't an original concept. I was picking up something that's been expressed. You can find this expressed everywhere, that the Homo sapiens is this dedicated lust for self-destruction. It's just in there, like a form of a bloodlust, individually and societally. And so I perceived that we were all going to die. We were going to take ourselves down and take down every other species with us because of this, crazed, whatever the orientation is for self-destruction. And I was looking for something that would stop that. I didn't want to see that happen. I wanted to turn the car and keep it from going over the cliff. And it seemed to me that psychedelics were the only option that could possibly bring that about, the only policy intervention that could help with species survival. Because the rational mind, left to its own devices, goes in circles. We have exercises of logic that take us to really bad places. And it's, I like to say that it's really difficult to do brain surgery on oneself with a mirror, right? But that's what we have to do, in a sense, in practice, locked into the relying exclusively on the rational mind, and believe and stuck in a logic system that says there's nothing else other than this, that you have no access to other forms of perception, no ability to gain other experience. You're trapped in a logic loop. And so the only possible viable option I could see on a mass scale, not on an individual scale. Individual scale, great, perfect, love it. You have a moment of enlightenment and you perceive your role in existence, perhaps, and have a sense that it is possible to change, and one changes one's way of life, because the psychedelics engender so frequently might engender a spiritual awakening or an opening to other ways of thought leading to other modes of conduct, etc. But that's on the individual level. The individual, you can get an individual, a small group of individuals possibly, but you're drowned out by the collective. You're subject to these societal forces. So you need some kind of a critical mass to create, to present an alternative model of society. We saw that on a significant scale in the 1960s. The counterculture presented different ideas or models, but everything's a work in progress. These are all experiments in a sense, that do better and do worse, and when they do worse, they're deemed to be failures in their entirety. So I was looking for that, and it wasn't around. Maps existed, but maps existed in the form of a little newsletter. And once upon a time, this was the day of bricks and mortar and snail mail. This was the time before the internet, which now is incomprehensible to people who have grown up only with a World Wide Web. But once upon a time, you had to take a piece of paper, like take a pen, and or maybe you had a typewriter, and you would like write a little letter, piece of paper, put it in a paper envelope, put a stamp on it, and drop it in a mailbox, and hope that it got to its destination. And you'd say, please, 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 here's some money, here's a check, whatever, and send me your magazine. And maybe your magazine would show up and say, great, and you couldn't like write back, you couldn't click on a link. That was maps. I didn't know about maps. I wasn't in that space. I ran into the yippies, the latter day yippies, and form of Dana, who was pushing ibogaine. And it was an information war to try to get a few lines of text and like cultivate reporters and organize events. And to organize them, you'd have to take a bucket of paste and a bunch of posters and go out at midnight or 1 o'clock in the morning and find a construction site and wheat paste a poster up on the wall to try to get the news out, or try to get a reporter to cover a story, to cultivate and find the reporter and write to the reporter and call the reporter back, et cetera, just to try to get something into a newspaper, a magazine, et cetera. Or you like scored television, you hit the jackpot. So that's the way it was back in the day. And again, there's a huge credibility deficit. You couldn't talk about this. The idea that psychedelics might be beneficial in some ways, like, I would talk and say, drug policy. I'm very interested in drug policy is very important. People would say, you have a drug problem? I mean, is that why? And say, no, see, it's like really important because it could be transformational to the society and whole. It's like, oh yeah, it's like that was this crazy thing that they did in the 60s that like ruined society. Oh, okay. So it was difficult to present that perspective. But so nonetheless, I was like the happiest clam in the ocean to find a political movement oriented towards policy change on psychedelics. I won't go into specifics there. But let me flash back again to the personal story. I like to tell this story, and then I'll try to expand this discussion to bring it up to the present and talk about the role and offer some ideas about psychedelics as an area of policy reform and what it potentially means in the present and for the future of the species and the future civilization. So like 90, maybe the summer of 90, it was probably summer of 90, two friends and I went off to the Susquehanna River, which is like, about two, 3 counties west of Philadelphia. And we got out of the car, parked and hung out and dropped some, I don't know, it was supposed to be mescaline or acid or whatever it was. My friend at the time, this giant bag of purple pills. And he said, yeah, this huge bag of mescaline that we just like hand out like the candy man. Okay, so we're hanging out. It's the middle of the night. They're like, on their backs, checking out the sky, communing with the stars. And I hear the sound in the background. And I go to check it out. It's a freight train. They're train tracks. Like, wow. And I go down. I was like, that's so cool. Like, I wonder what it would be like to get under the train. So I walk down the hill and I think, yeah, I'm just gonna like lie down and like roll over next to the tracks. So I do that. I get down and I kind of like roll carefully and put my head next to the train track, so I can see the train like pass the side of the train passing over my head. Like, wow, this is amazing. This is like being in Star Wars, like flying around the Death Star. Whoa. And I said, that's kind of dangerous. It's like, somebody could fall off the train. Gee, it's like maybe there's like a low-hanging piece of metal. I should probably get up and go back to my friends. But I don't want to stand up because that'll kill me. And my parents would be really sad. I mean, there's been like some issues, but like they blame themselves. They're like, wow, we let him down. Our son is dead. Like, I don't want that to happen, I mean, just only for them, because I mean, it doesn't really matter one way or another if I live or die, I guess. But I managed to like turn around and kind of like, on the ground, roll away and get out from under the train. And I got up and walked back to my friends. And I was walking back, I said, it's really kind of unfortunate that this stuff is illegal, because in order to take this stuff, I got to go off somewhere where nobody knows what I'm doing, and I get myself into trouble. These should be legal. So that was my reaction. That was kind of like one of my motivators to think in terms of policy change. So I went to law school with the goal of legalizing psychedelics. I'm not going to say that I took a direct path to get there. I got a little bit distracted by some other things, but it came out always with the goal of advancing of legalization, focusing on psychedelic specific. What I call at this point, I call psychedelic specific legalization, as opposed to general legalization approach, which has become the sort of like the orthodoxy of the movement. You're not really allowed. You get kind of, you're like heading, in some circles, you're heading for cancellation if you propose the idea that psychedelics need their own legalization approach, and you should be able to advance legislation that's specific to psychedelics. There's big controversy in the space. Still depends on where you go when you're an activist space, complicated. I will, for your possible interest, refer you to my blog, which is psychedeliclaw.com. I have a piece there called "It's a Big Mistake." I think it's one big mistake, which I try to propose reconciling the idea of general drug legalization, or even just decriminalization, and psychedelic specific legalization, and say, look, this is all one big problem, but there are different elements that are mixed together. It's like untangling a bunch of threads that are pulled together. You can like pull on the threads simultaneously and probably just going to tighten the knot, or you can find the individual strings and try to loosen them individually and untie the knot. That's essentially, that's a metaphor for what I'm proposing, a way of dealing with of these issues. So when I went to law school with the idea that law is the place, and let me just say, my perspective, having been in practice for 22 years at this point, that if people who are looking for systematic change, societal change, let me propose as a way that I don't believe is proposed before, that law should be a class in middle school. There is no reason whatsoever that everybody should not have at least a basic legal education. Every person should know how to look up a statute, how to look up a case, how to look up a regulation, and how to read a judicial decision. No reason whatsoever. And in fact, nothing really, history doesn't make sense. Political science doesn't make sense. Your vote doesn't make any sense unless you at a certain level, unless you have a legal education. You don't understand legal reasoning. People are out there with assault rifles saying, defend the Constitution. Like, okay, well, which part of the Constitution? There's lots of parts of the Constitution, and you know how they interpret the Constitution? You know how to find those cases? Okay, well, how about that? No reason whatsoever. So that's sort of like my meta comment. Not psychedelic specific, but a meta comment based on my time in law and an understanding the role of law in society. So, but I went into law as a verbal person with the concept that Law is the language that controls societal human behavior. You can have, I don't know, save the whales is a position that you articulate in a letter to the editor. You take your can of spray paint and you graffiti the wall that said, save the whales. Okay, that's a great idea. But if you want to compel, reorient society to save the whales, you need to get that language into a statute through legislative reform, or perhaps a ballot initiative, depending on where you are. So law is the language that controls human behavior. Well, that's where I want to go. I want to see it, make it happen, actually bring about the on the ground change in society. And law is the set of instructions. We come up with essentially a set of instructions for society. You want to see how to make things happen. You go check the law books. You go check the law reporters that report the cases. Or unfortunately, because of the nature of the market, you got to find a lawyer and have a lot of money to pay a lawyer. This is part of the injustice in society. I like to say the law is the mechanism for depriving people of their rights. That's one way of coming at understanding the law. So I articulated then the idea of psychedelic law, which is, and I believe that I actually coined the term back in 12 years ago when I founded my blog. And now there's psychedelic law everywhere. There's a whole crew of psychedelic lawyers. That's great. I'm glad that they went for it. But then the idea being that psychedelics are their own unique area in the law. At a minimum, psychedelics represent an intersection of law of religion and law of medicine, which come from different places. In the United States, and I can't speak to the law of other jurisdictions, although I hope for the day when I'm able to do comparative law, be able to study Indian law. And I don't mean Native American, I mean on the Indian subcontinent, and European Union law that governs these areas, and South American jurisdictions, et cetera, et cetera. I hope and pray for the day when that should come about. Good morning to all. I'm curious, we're still following the schedule. No, I jumped in early because Rick needs to take a break, and there's nobody else who is ready to step in. And my laptop is dead. Look, if somebody else is supposed to step in now and moderate, I can wind up and step back. I just don't expect I'll be able to moderate later in the day during my time because I got to take my laptop to the Genius Bar and hope that they can bring it back.
Thank you, Noah. This is Lucia. Annie actually was scheduled at 6:15, and I'm scheduled at 7:15, and I actually also have a schedule to keep. So yeah, definitely. I don't want to interrupt you at all, but if there's a way to come back and I thought you were going to be closing us out, so I was really excited for that.
I know. I'm so sorry. Well, the spirit is willing, but the hardware is weak. So I don't know if I can do that. My laptop may very well be in a back room of the Genius Bar with somebody trying to bring it back to artificial life. But let me know. I don't need to. I was just kind of just stepping in and moving up my time because I suspect I won't be able to do this later. And I'm sorry if Annie, if you were scheduled, you were back free. Please to tell me that you had arrived and it was your time. So let me know what you want to do. I can wind down and just hang on.
I'll see you tomorrow. Okay. I don't really have an agenda, so I'm just here. We're all chilling. My power went out at my house, so I'm in a cafe, so I didn't exactly have my situation set up as I would prefer anyways. I saw Yuri popped on here, so I wasn't sure if they wanted to check in and say hi. I know Rick's been on for a minute. Yeah. But yeah, I appreciate what you were saying, Noah. I mean, I think it's a matter of, law, but also who basically has the bigger guns to say that their law is better than the other people's law.
So you actually just inadvertently muted you. So the last 5 seconds of what you're saying, and if I should have heard it, could I trouble you to?
So I said, like, I appreciate what you're saying, and I was just gonna respond to a couple of things, and one is that law, you know, and even within law, it's a law of whoever has the biggest guns, basically, you know, and it's just this colonialism turned into capitalism at this point. Modern day capitalism is a continuation of the settler colonial project. But I wanted to respond to the alcohol piece. Alcohol used to be made out of wild herbs, and honey mead was quite medicinal, and peasants were actually wanted to keep them very happy, because you don't want the peasants to revolt, you know. So the alcohol was actually, you know, one thing they used. And when, you know, royalty realized the peasants were so actually healthy from this and very bright because the herbs that they'd use the wild yeast from were very medicinal, that's when they started making it out of hops, which is a sedative. It's great to take if you need to go to sleep. And yeah, turned into it's a very specific law around alcohol, so people can't make it themselves. But yeah, I just wanted to say hi to, I know a couple of you, Lucia, I think you were on earlier too, but I didn't know if you wanted to say hi. I'll do a brief intro. I'm Annie. I'm also in the Santa Cruz area. I'm a somatics coach, so mind-body connection therapy type stuff. I'm a trauma specialist. I'm a somatic experience practitioner, as well as a foster parent and registered counselor in California from foster parenting. And yeah, psychedelics are my church. And my background's in ecology. So I have a degree in biological ecology. And when I was graduating college, just dove into this world for adventure, to get to know myself, to undo the anxiety that college had instilled in me. And I started studying herbs. I worked as an herbalist for 5 years, working on a regenerative farm. And because I have spinal issues, I was born with an extra vertebrae. I can't do a lot of physical labor, and I basically, you know, full-time somatics work now because of that. But psychedelics are my teacher, and I'm pretty much everything is in efforts around helping us all wake up to the climate emergency. And getting back to the fact that we are an extension of nature. We're not of nature. We are Earth. So especially with psychedelics coming into the medical model, it's very much a concern because of this extractive mentality that we have in the Western world. And that psychedelics are non-specific amplifiers, so they don't turn people into good people. And if a bunch of people taught to be materialists and individualists take it, you know, it doesn't inherently make that go away. So I think that these conversations are very important, so we can help that the actual work in between times. I'm in a 12-month program called Vital through Psychedelics Today, which is, to my knowledge, the most comprehensive like Western training around psychedelics, considering their content. A lot of these trainings for like therapists and stuff are, you know, the minimum and oriented around what's legal, cannabis and ketamine. So I do recommend the Psychedelics Today podcast. And yeah, so Yuri, anyone else? I don't know. Eric seems like he's sleeping maybe. But yeah, I don't know if you just popped on. If anyone else wants to say hi.
Hello.
I'll just say hi. I mean, I actually here because of, is Z still here? Doc, are you here? Probably not. Anyway, Z asked me to join this Zoom. I mean, from now to now, which I'm just here mainly to listen. I connect to psychedelics through Z because I'm actually doing a documentary based on his life or his story. Depends from where you are looking.
Who's the documentary on?
Did
you say Doc Z?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Sort of. I mean, it's now less of a documentary and more fiction. It started as an animated documentary, and it's less animation now. I won't start dwelling into it now. It's interesting, but I think it's not in the focus of this meeting. I mean, I'm mainly here to listen, and thank you for the invitation. And I'm here caught doing a million stuff, but I'll probably hang here around here a few more minutes and maybe pop out. So thank you.
One thing I'm interested in, like culturally, and this could be a prompt if other people are interested in it, or we could talk about something else, but because of we've so normalized like pharmaceuticals and other substances as like to support us with our coping mechanisms that happen organically when we're forced into this like machine like working structure. For some people, psychedelics, the microdosing is replacing their pharmaceuticals, which of course is really positive for people if they're having a natural medicine that has less negative side effects and are helping people. And then also for a lot of people, like I'm near Silicon Valley, it's just it's being used for productivity. It's being used to help people run this machine just more efficiently, and just support as a coping mechanism around that. So I don't know if anybody else has an opinion around that. I know that it's actually, I've used it for that reason when I was working for social workers in the foster care system in Silicon Valley. It definitely helped me. But yeah, I'm curious how you or other people in your community use it, or how you use it, or what type of conversations are happening in your communities around it.
Well, I definitely use psychedelics to help me get work done. It's kind of you can use it for almost anything where you're looking for some kind of enhancement. If in my opinion, extra energy and just a deeper use of the brain, a more enhanced use of your brain and emotions. It just seems to add depth and intensification of the dimensionality. Your inner world becomes brighter, and so dosage dependent and different substance dependent. So depending on the psychedelic tool that you go into your toolbox for. But yeah, I know that a lot of the Silicon Valley people are reputed to use it to help them with their coding and to see. I'm not sure exactly how that works for them because I don't do coding, but I definitely do a lot of gardening, and it really helps when you're trying to be in the garden. I'm a cannabis farmer, among other things. I mean, one thing that psychedelics reaffirmed for me, I think I knew from an early age, like in middle school, even in late middle school, when people started the discussion of like, what are you going to be? And I sort of knew, like, I'm already. What do you mean? What am I going to be? I'm here right in front of you. I am and I am. I'm this guy. I'm this person. And psychedelics just hammers that really home. Like, wow, I am everything, and everything is me, and all those other people are me. And so, but it can help you in gardening. Like I said, one of those things that I am is a gardener. And when I'm in my garden, I learn and get so much more out of the sensorial aspects of being out in the nature and noticing all of the small things that are happening in my garden and with the animals and the plants and the insects and the soil microbiome and the smells coming in. It really just enhances the whole experience, and it makes, as psychedelics do, it can make in that environment, it makes the very still come alive. You know, you see the movement in the staying still. Like we or at least some of us think that we're on a round ball spinning around through the planet, moving, you know, the spin of the earth at 800 miles an hour, and then the rotation around the sun at 60 some odd thousand miles an hour. And then our galactic spin is like, at some point the spins get up to light speed, right? We're all moving at light speed, just sitting there. And you can really feel it with psychedelics. You know, there is no stillness. Everything is dynamic. And when you are, the stiller you get, the more enhanced you feel the motion and that dynamic stability. Like spinning is the most stable you can get. I mean, you try to balance a bicycle without movement, and you fall down. And it's sort of the same with psychedelics. You know, you've been trying to balance yourself with trying to stop your whole life, and we fall down. But when you add the sensitivity to your mind's motion, with the stiller you get, you're feeling all that motion, and it somehow creates a sense of stillness, but in a dynamic way that I can't get, which for me enhances my ability to focus and do work, I guess is what I'm saying. I found it very helpful to get things done, you know, to assess the moment and all of the things that are spinning and see them in a very stable way, even though they're all, you know, chaotic, and put them in perspective. But that's what I have to say about that right now.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I'm getting there.
sharing?
Now for a comment.
What'd you say, Noah?
I asked if I could offer a comment.
Please do.
Okay. Eric, I think you so maybe I just, all right. Well, thank you. Annie, if that's okay, I'll make a comment.
I think it's an open floor, yeah.
All right. So along the lines of the comments that you made earlier, I think that it is in this economic system, the justification for psychedelics will be cognitive enhancement. And that's not according to the people in the movement. That's the policy justification, essentially, is that psychedelics will improve productivity by, and that's their ultimate justification, will be in policy terms. Not necessarily personal satisfaction and personal fulfillment, except to the extent that they contribute positively to the economy. That's the ultimate justification, I think, for most policy formulations. And so, you know, but they go beyond just bringing people out of an unproductive state, according to an economic measurement, to an idea of competitive enhancement, which poses a risk for class stratification, in which they're essentially competitive technologies. So that, and I think, run the risk that due to unequal access, you have the possibility of a class structure in terms of access to what I would call, from a very narrow perspective, technologies, neural enhancement. No, I don't see that. I mean, there's an aspect of that in the crossover with transhumanism. I think that's my sense, which I consider the transhumanist thing kind of sketchy. But I also offer that whatever is going on in this, I know there's a lot of different elements in the psychedelic sector, but one of the open questions is our relationship to a competing sector, which is the device sector. The FDA has the FDA there's got a food track, a drug track, a cosmetic track, and a device track. And so psychedelics are in competition with certain aspects of the psychedelic sector are in competition with medical devices, i.e., brain implants, and the idea, the use of different kind of technology for cognitive enhancement, whether it be bringing somebody out of a what people would characterize as a dysfunctional state to perhaps a higher functioning state. And so that's, I think, one of the relationships that hasn't been explored so much, but you can see it reported in the idea of the tech sector that wants to incorporate psychedelics into their product line. So perhaps it's a bit of a digression, but wanted to offer that.
How do you see it as competing with the device sector instead of the drug pharmaceutical sector?
Excuse me, how do I personally come to the approach that, review that? Is that the question? Me personally, is that?
I think that what Noah is saying is that both devices and psychedelics are enhancing. I was asking right? For Noah.
Okay, so for me personally, my laptop is dead as a doornail. I can't access material that I need. I have great distrust. I mean, I'm a Luddite, not particularly tech savvy, and I have great distrust. I like to say that The Terminator is a documentary. How about that? Right? So from that perspective, I have great concern about the power dynamics inherent in more and more sophisticated technology. So I'm not a big fan. I consider it highly problematic. I think one of the legal safeguards that we will need is legal protection so that a person who chooses not to have an implant is not subject to discrimination under the law. I mean, eventually, I think we're going to need to get there. And one of the important things about psychedelics, and particularly naturally occurring psychedelics, and particularly in a legal model in which one can cultivate their own, has unmediated, unimpeded access to psychedelic substances, is a great challenge and threat to a device-based approach to mental health. I think we need to focus on the context of what we're doing and forge alliances to the greatest extent possible to protect against the encroachment of the psychedelic sector. We've got problems in terms of intellectual property rights, patent rights that can come in a sense, supplant criminal prohibition. So you have a form of prohibition or restricted access through civil intellectual property rights, where you have the private sector is able to control access. So, but there's multi-party conflicts. So you have that element within psychedelics, which may fuse with a device sector approach in trying to incorporate or co-opt psychedelics, perhaps somewhat analogous to the concerns about big tobacco, big alcohol just bringing in their own cannabis brands and incorporating cannabis into their conglomerates. So I have great concerns over the interactions between psychedelic sector with the device sector.
I see.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, the
I just want to I'm sorry. I want to presence that Katie asked a specific question in the chat, and I know that Annie had been talking a little bit about this. The question is, I wanted to swing back to alcohol. Ask the Vice Insights how to better use mushrooms to break habits around drinking, or if anyone has a personal story of how it helped them overcome depression and drinking habits. I know Annie, you as a somatic, are you a therapist? Maybe you have a little insight into that. Not to cut you off, Eric, but I do want to presence the people who've asked a question just now.
No, like I'm not a therapist, so, but yeah, the somatic work. And I know, yeah, Katie and I have talked about this a little bit. Yay! I mean, my understanding, I just think it's interesting is like so much of this, the conversations with psychedelics and the research is oriented around obviously PTSD with veterans, end of life, but also addiction. And at the same time, like we had this conversation earlier around addiction where it's like, it's just what's sanctioned and what's not. So like it's sanctioned by our society to be addicted to work, or to be addicted to caffeine, or to be addicted to certain things that work for this particular, social situation. So alcohol is one of those turn off at the end of the day. My understanding from my limited amount of studies and experience is that we've evolved with ceremony, community, and substances. And so, and that includes alcohol. I mean, alcohol has been used in beautiful ceremonial and to be jovial and celebration and community with people since the beginning of fermentation. And that if we don't have ceremony in our lives, if we don't have ritual and community, it's just whatever's easily accessible, and society says that that's okay, because if you were doing something else every day, it's less acceptable. I am skeptical of there's many studies right now being done, like tons of money being poured into research around addiction with psychedelics. And my understanding is that people have addictions for reasons, and the reasons aren't necessarily that they're not doing psychedelics, although that's helpful, but the reasons are that they have a coping mechanism to being in this machine of capitalism and being in a society where people want to ignore healing deep trauma. So we have to cope with that. We're still living in a colonial settler situation, patriarchy, all these things are still factors. So until we collectively decide to evolve, we're all going to just seek whatever coping mechanisms are easily available. But yeah, I think it's kind of a fine line because it's just what's been sanctioned, and it's also not inherently. What I was gonna say was, in my experience in like Hippieville, USA, out here for my whole adult life, is that many people are helped with psychedelics, and then it could be 24 hours, it could be 3 years, but that coping mechanism comes back because the stressors of society are still there. The lack of community is still there, or lack of secure housing, whatever it is. So I just think it's a little bit comical and slightly depressing that all this money is going into this research. And, it's like we have thousands of years of experience with these things. And anyone who's spent any amount of time like in raver land or hippie land can see that it helps people. And then it stops helping people because we are still in this situation. And it's not that complicated. And for some people, it could be more impactful than that. But yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, if anybody else wants to share anything on that subject.
Yeah, I was reading a book about fermentation by Shandor Katz just recently, and he's an amazing scientist, and he said that there's a lot of places in science that science is just verifying things that traditional cultures that do a lot of fermentation have known for millennia. So, you know, it's not what you're saying is not the only thing that we are like amazingly rediscovering that society already knows. You know, there's a lot of things like that. It's just to bring them into legislation is so gruelingly difficult because the politicians are so careful.
Say that again. How do you mean? I'm not sure I understood that.
Okay. Your name is Annie.
Oh, my name, I guess, on there is iPhone.
No, not you. No, your name on there is iPhone. But no, Annie said something about how we're putting money into research for things that we've actually known for a long time. And I was just seconding that opinion from a book, which is quite popular these days. It's on the, bestseller. What's it called? I think The Art of Fermentation by Shandor Ellis Katz. In chapter 5 or something, he says that there's a lot of places in science that we're reading all kinds of discoveries that society has actually known for a long time. Now he's addressing fermentation, which has nothing to do with what Annie is saying, but it's just another aspect of the same thing, that when you want to formalize something that has been known, there's a lot of hoo-ha, and they make it seem as if it's a great revelation. And we're, people that are down to earth are like, well, we knew that.
We've known this,
yeah.
And we're doing it. Not only known it, we're practicing it. We have standards that we already practice, and they're working. And it's funny with alcohol that is a product of fungal activity also. It's just that fungi really, yeast. It's the waste of yeast.
Yeah, yeast is a type of fungi. Yeah, it's
a fungi.
Yeah,
so fungi. Just doesn't have a fruiting body, but it's fungi.
Oh, no, yeah.
It's classified as
body because it doesn't have any multicellularity, but fungi have been their nemesis since I don't know, 2 billion years or so, are bacteria. And if you are a fungus and your worst enemy is bacteria, and you discover a metabolic pathway that happens to have a byproduct that kills bacteria, you're going to stick with it.
Well, as a grower, I don't know much about the science. I have a rough understanding of the things that I use. I think it's a lot like when you're using things and you're applying them, and you don't deeply understand the science. It's a lot of the way that it's kind of a mirror of what we're talking about when civilization has been using things and it hasn't been justified into the legal framework. But when I'm using fungi, the stronger they get, they exude peroxides. The peroxides are in the immune system of the fungi, and then they will battle those bacteria. They suppress the bacteria.
I would say it's more the digestive system of the fungi.
Sorry. I just want to step in because I'm moderating, and I know Lucia is going to be up in a minute now. So just want to check in real quick. It's a very interesting conversation because I've heard recently, like apparently in cancers, they've found a lot of fungus. So
Candida.
Yeah. So, fungus is our friend, and also fungus is our enemy. We can definitely have fungus in our bodies. That's not good. Dark and moist in there.
Fungi don't know we exist. They, they didn't get the memo.
Some are benefiting greatly from us spreading them around. Somewhat. Okay, so I didn't know if Katie, you wanted to say anything else around that subject too, and then Lucia's up. Sorry, I don't know if it's Lucia or Lucia. Is up next. Lucia, thank you.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the comment. I think you're spot on with like just sort of having the mushrooms highlight that there needs to be more of a environmental congruency with like how we're living, so we're not needing to, use those substances. And it's insightful like to have, because I do that too. I'll like get high on caffeine all day to keep up with, the work I'm doing, and then you need something to like bring you back down. So just being aware of those things. But yeah, it's very insightful. Yeah, to have more community around it. I love the idea of going back to the medicinal, like herbal, ceremonial part of it, sort of like bringing the specialness into it. But yeah, it's like a great conversation, and I appreciate the insight.
And I, at the community, I lived in a hippie commune for about 7 years in my 20s in Santa Cruz here. We would host free school, and one of my friends hosted like wild fermentation. So we would make alcohol mead, honey mead out of wild herbs. So that's definitely, and I know Katie's an herbalist, by the way. I'm outing you. Definitely all in there. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Annie, I wanted to say when you said that that I think that even for people that aren't really trying to escape from any problem, as soon as you add more diversity to your cognitive palette, a whole world opens up. You don't have to be trying to solve any problem. It's just enough that you stumble onto something new. Novelty is a huge attraction for humans. I mean, Homo sapiens is man the tinkerer. We're really just an extreme version of Homo habilis, the tool maker. Does anybody agree with me, or am I alone here thinking that novelty is extremely attractive to people?
I think novelty is pretty delicious, so I would say that's what I go for. I really enjoy the new and the discovery, and so yeah, novelty. Let's hear it for novelty.
I think it's more extreme than that, really. If you
Yeah,
take
I'm
away
sure.
novelty, people they wilt and die. Really, it's that extreme. I think that's my opinion.
I agree, Doc. We seek newness. We seek a lot of people like the quick fix, or the things that come into the novel, right? But the true lasting of the ages, the things we base our myths on, is not novelty at all. It's actually the oral traditions. It's the words.
Tradition.
Right?
Yeah.
It's like, so yes, we might get like the initial high of the novelty, or like a new lover, right? That happens, in our inner apothecary. But I'm just like anybody else. I'm like, ooh, this is something new. But the things that take us into surviving millions of years are not novelty. They're the things like mushrooms. Mushrooms are not novelty. So I appreciate that the talk today. If if it's okay, I'd like to thank Annie. Annie, I wanted to jump back in and just see, are you feeling complete in your conversation? Is this a good time to transition?
Thank you. Yeah, I'm good. I'm going to put my website in the chat, and I'm super grateful to be here. Super grateful for everybody showing up and just being a part of this community and conversation. It's really awesome to meet some of you, see you here. And yeah.
Thank you. I'd love to connect with you personally, Annie. Santa Cruz is like my home base for 23 years. And I'm down there quite often, and also
all right.
in somatics.
Okay.
Cool.
I'm going to raise a DMT pen
All right.
in tribute,
Mental
Annie.
health.
Yes.
Beautiful.
Right. Okay. Well, yeah. Enjoy the sun while it's
Mhm.
still a bit warm.
I hear Noah, you're unmuted. Would you mind muting?
Okay.
I don't know if you can.
Maybe you can mute him if you're.
I don't think I'm a co-host.
Oh.
So maybe Leo can Noah. Or Annie, who I'm not sure who's.
I don't think I have
No, it's just
the
Leo.
abilities. Actually.
Yeah, none of us really have
Well, he's
that
fine.
capacity. Okay. Well, first of all, I'm going to do a reset, if that's okay. I want to take a moment to take a sacred pause with everybody. I know it's been a long journey. My name is Lucia Pavone. I am a somatic sex educator, mushroom strega, pleasure instigator, permission granter here in the SF Bay Area, and I'll share a little bit more. But I want to invite you all to take a moment to close your eyes and give thanks to the native people of the land that you're on. Here I am in Berkeley, California, on the territory of the Quechua-speaking Ohlone. And I give thanks to my own ancestors. And I invite you to presence your full body, your mind, heart, spirit, and also your genitals. Place that we often forget, this beautiful source of energy. Taking a moment to just recognize and thank your body for this journey, for being here. Breathing in, slowly opening up your diaphragm. And calling in a pure source golden light protection sphere around this beautiful space, commanding any energies, entities, anything that is not a pure source, divine golden light, whatever that means to you, commanding that to be returned to whence it came with consciousness. Thank you. So I'm going to do something a little bit different than the other presenters. I'm going to share my screen. I wanted to share a little bit about myself, and this was a presentation I actually was able to just so honored to be part of the Detroit Psychedelic Conference this past August in honor of the late Bobby Kalindi, talking about healing the womb space with somatic sex practices and psilocybin. I want to first give thanks to my mentors, Baba Mudubaki, who was the premier student of Bobby Kalindi, Mama Ayana Iyi, who is my friend and amazing support for me, Dr. Urquidi, Juan Acosta Urquidi, who is a neuroscientist and shaman who passed away several years ago, who I've done neuroscience research that I'm going to talk to you about today around sexual energy. And he primarily worked with shamans and psychonauts around the world and has some incredible research on psychedelics. And then my Papa Laz in Jamaica, who recently passed as well, who is one of my spiritual mentors. I'd also like to give thanks to my ancestors. These are my grandparents. I am first generation here in the United States, born in the East Coast. My parents are from Sicily, which is a small island in the Mediterranean, colonized by many, and finally taken over by Italy. And so I returned to my ancestral roots for a lot of my connection to the sacred fungi. And so I wanted to introduce you to my ancestors. And the reason I do what I do and why mushrooms are a big journey is my daughter, Miss Safira Tallulah, and she is the person who set me off on this journey of exploring my own healing path over 22 years ago. In my journey, I want to introduce myself formally. My name is Lucia Pavone. And back in 1992, I was 19, traveling, living in Spain. And I hit my ancestral homeland of Sicily for the first time. And I was going through a major transformation in my body, which I didn't really know what exactly was happening. And I've gone back almost 30 years later, teaching women around embodiment, sensuality, and connecting back to the land. So my journey of my own sexual emancipation, my healing around trauma, is what brought me back to mushrooms. My first encounter with psychedelics was actually in the early 90s with LSD in upstate New York. And then when I was 23, I started traveling the country. I have a background in education. I used to be a Spanish teacher, and I quit my job and was looking for my bones. I had read Women Who Run with Wolves by Clarissa Pinkola Estes. And I somehow ended up in Arizona, Apache Junction, Arizona in 1995 or 6. And somebody said, here, take these, and gave me a handful of mushrooms on a full moon. And we walked out into the desert, and that was it. I knew that my pathway would be around honoring the traditional cycles of my body and the moon. It led me on a path to now where I've traveled around the world seeking information around the traditional mysteries. We call them, the Greeks named them the Lucian mysteries, but originally based in Egypt, in Kemet, ancient Kemet, in the Temple of Philae, also known as the Temple Aset or Isis, and then carried on into other cultures as well. These mysteries included entheogenic components, and my favorite is the mushroom. And so it was a way of being. I wanted to share a little quote on a article that, or actually it's a book called The Return of Isis, published in 1976 by J.L. Bernard. And in the entrance or the beginning of that book, he says, in Egypt, in Egyptian psychology, this is a translated from French, by the way. In Egyptian psychology, two preoccupations are clearly more important than all the other preoccupations. In other words, the psychology oscillates between two poles, love and death, two passions, the long term is right. In Egypt, love is either tenderness bathing in eroticism or eroticism bathing in love. Another singularity is that Egyptians didn't have a sense of pornography. They talked about sexual questions with a frankness that would shock any other nation. In hieroglyphics, there is a sign that represents the female sexual organ, another that represents the male one. And not to exclude all genders, but this is in context in writing. So I wanted to make sure to presence that. So what is a somatic sex educator? A somatic sex education is trauma-informed, body-based somatic sex therapy. I'm not a therapist though, but this is the best way to describe it. We teach through body experiences designed to nurture, deepen, and awaken the sensual self. These experiences can include coaching in breath, movement, body awareness, boundary setting, communication, anatomy, sensate focus, massage, erotic trance, and other body-based teachings around sex. Uniquely in the professions, we are trained to do genital and anal touch for education, healing, and pleasure. And we touch in ways that assist students in developing presence within the body, opening interior awareness, and learning how the body can feel more alive. And this is an illustration of Calf and Jesse. Annie touched on this earlier, that soma, the living body, really is a integration of nature, body, mind, spirit, emotions, community, mysteries, universe, culture, and soul. So it goes way beyond what maybe you might find in cognitive therapy, where there's a focus on the mind. But because our trauma is actually body-based and stored in the body, that this is a place where most of us skirt over. One of the greatest forms to support the healing of the soma, the living body, is touch. And it's been so taboo, and because of our puritanical culture and colonized viewpoints, what we call settler sex. Annie also touched upon the settler mentality in how we teach that we totally push away one of the greatest ways to heal, like things like hugging and kissing and breathing together. With touching bodies. And how does microdosing actually play into this? Well, nature. This is the gift that was given to us by the aliens. We'll just put it like that. It was given to us by beings outside of this world. And most of us who have, like myself, been on high dosing experiences. I'm not talking 4 or 5 grams. I'm talking above 5 grams, 10, 20, 30 grams. We all know how this comes in. But as somebody who uses microdosing myself on a daily, with a few days off here and there, and also supports the people who come to me for this support, it is the piece that we actually are not taught as somatic sex educators to use. And it's kind of still taboo, just like sexuality is. So I am on the forefront of starting to write the manual for somatic sex educators and how to actually integrate psilocybin into their practice in a way that supports consensual practices of being able, because most of us know that, like, after a certain amount of psilocybin, it's really difficult to have any kind of consensual, acknowledgement during a session. So I'm very specifically controlled in how I support people. The next slide is very quick. This is the clitoris. Why is this important? I'm going to show you in just a little bit. And orgasm versus climax. So in our culture, we talk about orgasm and that's usually commonly thought of as the climax, the end result. But orgasmic energy, extended energy, orgasm is actually the breath of God. Orgasm is energy, and we are all electromagnetic beings. We use this life force energy through our body to support us in healing. And how that happens is that orgasmic energy acts in some ways like a neurotransmitter to support the release of oxytocin and dopamine. It helps your inner apothecary just open up and expand, and you feel freaking good. Like your body is like, I feel great. And not just at the climax. So learning how to actually use your breath to move this energy, not necessarily just for sexual pleasure, but as the healing agent for your trauma, for, so many other pieces, is essential. Okay. This is who I am. This is actually my artwork on mushrooms. I'm also an artist. And so I think it's really important to facilitate and understand that. So I shared a little bit about Dr. Juan Acosta-Ruquedi earlier, and I'd like to just share a little bit about my research with him. I think it's very important. I'm going to skip through this, but can everybody just wiggle your fingers?
Getting ready to.
Okay.
QEEG
So this is Dr. Juan Costorquidi,
Here in
and this
Santa
was
Cruz,
the research that
California.
we did together
Dr.
on
Juan
extended orgasm. And I'm
Urquidi,
going
sí?
to just fast forward a little bit through this,
And
just to
just a
show
little
that we
back
actually
behind the
took
scene.
very base readings for this.
So
And
now we're seeing
this is the end
peaks
result.
of theta when the alpha is suppressed, and now we're seeing also peaks of beta here. This is like a low beta.
So for people who
green.
don't know what's happening,
that's
these are the
14
the frequencies in my brain.
hertz.
And this is
This is what
this
I'm
is me doing research around
5,
extended orgasm. So in a
maybe
heightened
6.
state,
See that?
orgasmic state with something called deliberate orgasm.
So-
So physical touch on the clitoris,
This is definitely like.
not climaxing.
Are you seeing colors and
I'm buzzing, the whole chest is buzzing.
there you
I'm
are?
like in this state
Where my
of,
peak
like,
frequencies,
are.
alpha
Oh
frequencies,
yeah.
and definitely seeing
shifted.
colors, but usually the colors.
My
are
theta
And
waves,
then so look at this. There's also another peak up here in above 20.
theta waves are
21 or so,
increasing.
22.
Beta
So there's
frequencies
new
are
and
entering.
interesting peaks forming, and that's exactly what I was hoping to see. You know, it means look at this. Your alpha is breaking up into multiple peaks, but that's because it's a very small
Why is this research
selection.
significant?
And
These preliminary studies,
it'll smooth out once you start.
and why? What does it have to do with microdosing?
It's just a few seconds. Yeah. Wow.
So
Now, gosh, kiddo, look at this. Your alpha is speeding up.
this
to
is important
12.
because of what he says.
That's the
If you
peak.
bear with me for a moment.
That's amazing. That you're shifting your peak frequencies. I mean, typically that's something that's set. Yeah, here's the big alpha peak. And 11.5, 12. It depends exactly where the cursor settles. So there's some error there, but it could
And this
still
is
be a little- look at
in
here,
2017 where we did
So it's
the
getting
research.
kind of disorganized. You know? Losing cohesion. Yeah. Look at here. This is a really big one. Let's scale this down just a little bit. Yeah. See that? So you're entering perhaps a hypnagogic state. Do you see visuals sometimes?
A little bit, yeah. Sometimes I see visuals. When
There you are. Sort of like a little bit of sort of like psychedelia, huh?
yeah, it could, yeah, for sure.
That's the whole, yeah. Very cool. Well, thank you.
So he says at the end, sort of like psychedelia. And it's actually exactly like psychedelia. So to give you the framework of what that orgasmic energy feels like, it feels like being on a microdose. It feels like, or even more. In my training, it feels like probably being on 1 or 2 grams. So within my own body, I was able to actually do the deep healing work through my orgasmic energy. But I knew that in order to actually have other people get that kind of support and access, especially people who had gone through like traumatic experiences, ancestral trauma, sexual trauma, PTSD survivors, that sometimes accessing that energy can be really daunting. Like most people are avoidant, and because of our puritanical ethics in this country and patriarchal overview of 3,000 years, we've actually skirted around conversations around sexuality and sexual energy. So when I decided to start supporting people and infusing microdosing into that support, I knew that this would be the access point, with pure consent, of course, to support people to learn how to relax and also produce that beautiful dopamine and oxytocin that would be able to come out and come through. Mm-hmm. And so this is not something new. Mushrooms are everywhere. Demeter, Persephone, all of these, the Ankh is personification of the mushroom. So these are pictures that I actually took in different places. And, I'm kind of like a little history buff, and I'm, amateur anthropologist or art, who likes to go places and specifically get my eyesight into the things that were really happening that supported how people actually existed. And pleasure and mushrooms was always something that came together. So maybe we didn't talk necessarily about the ancients and how they actually, we don't know the actual how, but we do. And how do we find out the how? And that's when people like myself and people, psychonauts who go in deeper into higher dosing start to understand and bring back this ancient technology, because it's actually stored within our DNA. And mushrooms are available to everybody. It's the only entheogen that you can actually pick in every continent and just ingest exactly as it is. So it makes it like the perfect ancestral tool, ancestral technology to support our healing in so many ways. And what do people look like who come to me, or who have, and it's not just about me. What are the people saying, and why is this so important?
Hi, my name is Angie, and like many, I grew up with certain learned hierarchical beliefs around my sexuality, telling me that it was something to be ashamed of, and that I am not the recipient of pleasure. I am merely a vessel for others to experience pleasure through. And in working with Lucia and doing the somatic womb healing, I have found myself to become so empowered. I have seen how beautiful I am and how sacred my body is and how deserving I am of pleasure. Incorporating the psilocybin in this journey has been amazing, to say the least. It has allowed me to tap into the parts of myself that the world has tried to silence. It has shown me that I am sacred, I am safe, and I am sovereign, and that the amount of self-love within me is endless. And now, after experiencing that, I know that those feelings and that truth is always within me, and that I'm able to tap back into it at any time. So, hi, my name is Angie.
Wow. Wow.
So I'm going to stop there. And because I don't want to go into promoting, I want to go into like bringing this back into community, because I know that this can feel, I know I've been on the fringe for the past 20 years around human sexuality, and I'm also on the fringe with mushrooms and using it to support somatic healing of the womb space in all genders. And I have clients around the world. And I speak very openly about it, but it's taken me my own personal journey of healing. I'd love to thank the space, coming from, I am a daughter of a Vietnam veteran. My dad, who got a citizenship, he's Sicilian, got a citizenship by fighting in Vietnam. So I grew up in a very trauma-filled home with a dad who had PTSD, didn't know how to utilize it. And now at almost 80, I've been supporting him with the idea of microdosing when I come back home next month for his 80th birthday, and with mushrooms. So, please hold that intention for my papa, because I know that that would help. And of course, I'd love to support my mother this way. And this pathway is really personal. It transcends generations and lifetimes, and knowing that I come from a lineage of divine feminine healers, for lack of a better term, the oracles, the hore, the people who worked around the sexual energy to support the healing of the planet. This is not, it's an individual thing, but at this point, I know that my purpose is more around a planetary support and healing. And this is why the support of microdosing is so essential. I am in some ways a proponent more than anything around keeping the traditions of our ancestors alive, rather than getting the technologies in the hands of pharmaceutical companies and corporate America. While I see the benefits of the bigger scale, I feel like if we actually went back to the true beauty of our ancestors' wisdom, which is being able to be unlocked so beautifully through the technology, through mushroom technology. So I'd love to open it up to everybody here, and just I'd love to hear about any experiences that you've had with microdosing and your own connection to your body. And I know this is a little bit more taboo. So, this is a brave space. And if you are feeling triggered at all in the communications, what I'd love to support you with right now is just taking a moment to look around the space and find 5 objects or 5 sounds that can bring you back in here. And know that, this is a sensitive topic. So to preface it with, you can also take your hands, rub them together, and let your body know, patting your body gently, letting your body know that, body, you're good, body, you're here, you're whole, thanking your body. Knowing that you came in through beauty, you came in through this beautiful light in this womb space of the Divine Mother, and a portal to the universe, much like our sacred mushrooms are.
That was a beautiful presentation, really deep. I'm sorry I missed part of it. I had to go out for my morning coffee, but every part I caught resonated with me. Thank you, Lucia. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. And I've come in and out through the past 24 hours, and your beautiful presence I just want to thank you for your consistent being here and really showing up for community. Thank you.
Well, mutual thanks.
I'm curious if anybody has any questions, or if they just want to acknowledge their journey this morning. Is anybody microdosing like I am right now? Is anybody else microdosing? All right. Good.
Not really micro per se, but definitely dosing.
Thanks, Rick. I appreciate that. It's wonderful to share energy in that space. And so I love that. I definitely have a full day, and I made up some capsules this morning. And that's the other thing I wanted to touch on is understanding the energies that go into your mushrooms. And so as people who are supporting others with microdosing, I really encourage everybody to learn the process of growing. And understanding how to actually grow your own mushrooms, even if you're not the person who's going to continuously grow for others. That was probably one of the most empowering pieces for myself, was when I learned to actually grow and learned the cycles and was with the cycles of birth and death. Because they say orgasm or orgasmic energy is la petite mort, the small death. And so we have cycles within cycles of birth and death. And as you heard earlier, I was talking about the Egyptians, either talking about, life, love, or death. And so this was the very simple mysteries, because within death, you have to be willing to receive the greatest amount of love that you've ever known. And so learning to love in this lifetime is important. And so learning to cultivate the love through the mushrooms, learning how to, if you haven't had fresh mushrooms ever, encourage that even with microdose. And so know that the potency is a little bit different. Curious if you have thoughts about women and men's relationships based on your work. Absolutely, Leo. So I work with couples and in mushrooms. I generally work with higher doses when I'm with them, supporting them together. And I did this work actually most often, but in Detroit, we actually had a setup there for couples to come into 1.75 grams, which seems like a lot at a conference, but it was actually perfect for couples and individuals to do this work together. What I noticed that Mama Yana says the couple's dose is 7 grams of mushrooms. She believes that when couples come together in 7 grams, that they can really support working out so many of their basic ancestral traumas, their all the things that they thought they had the problems around start to dissipate. And then with when I work with people, it's usually around communication. So I work with the Wheel of Consent, Betty Martin. I'm sure Annie, Betty Martin's work, and the Wheel of Consent is really important in this because it allows us to understand the boundaries around when we actually come out of the Wheel of Consent, and why we get triggered, and how we get triggered, and how we put people in certain boxes around the perpetrator or the victim. And so it's a really great reference for everybody to actually understand consent in a way that is palatable, but not like how mainstream culture talks about it. It actually has a very beautiful foundation that's very easy to look at, and it's based in the out of what's called the 3-minute game, which is a game of touch and learning how to touch. And because our culture doesn't actually utilize touch, and cognitive therapists generally don't use touch in their practices. So for somebody who actually went to therapy with my husband, all I got out of it was a date night, which was awesome, but it didn't really help heal our deep wounding, because we were actually going through healing our own childhood traumas. And so most people in relationship, when they love each other, they will feel comfortable enough to mirror and bring up a lot of the significant imprints of trauma within their body. Suddenly they relax enough with somebody, that stuff comes up. And so then they start entangling in a way without having the communication tools or how to navigate their own sexual and sensual experiences and intimacy. This is the big piece, is that our intimacy with ourself first is essential. Most of us come into partnership not really understanding. We're actually completely numb, are very freaking numb. And mushrooms, especially microdosing, supports us to what I call bloom out of atrophy. And so I look at it like that because it allows for us to expand and reconnect our neural pathways. And because we are electromagnetic beings, our sexual energies, like the force, the electric force, the heart is emanating out there, and we're not separate from the divine. And so anybody on mushrooms that says they're an atheist is probably not really taking enough mushrooms. Okay. Let me just put it that way. Like
I am gonna disagree with that 100.
Oh, good, Rick. And probably and now let me explain. Like I am not of organized religion. I am definitely of energy and spirit, and I feel like you have to understand the bigger entity to understand that we are the god and goddess embodied. We are here on earth. And so there's a reflection. Mushrooms supports us to understand that reflection, but in ourselves. And so I feel, and I'm so curious, Rick, I want to know like what your experience is, because I think it's important to talk about that.
So I had been practicing both martial arts, Kung Fu, as well as like Zen meditation, for about the last like 10 years. And so, I had these horrible symptoms of PTSD, and I started, heroic doses of psilocybin, and the first year I kind of just took like whatever the universe threw at me. But the second year, I kind of honed it in and really made like meditation and kung fu and qigong like part of my ceremony journey, and it's created this feedback loop. Like the meditation makes the mushrooms a million times better, and the mushrooms makes the meditation a million times better. And I have had some freaking mind-blowing like third eye experiences. Like I have a banging spiritual life going, and fully, I contacted the divine. I'll call it the cosmos. I don't attribute it to like a god or something. But anyway, yeah, that's me. I'm a motherfucking Jedi. But yeah, anyways. All right, I'll pass the mic.
Thank you, Rick. I really want to acknowledge you for sharing really vulnerably in the space of others. I think it's important to have all, avenues of how we journey, and this is how we actually learn in community from each other's experiences. Katie, you're asking if you're wondering if you have any resources or books suggesting around what you were talking about, releasing trauma. There's not, because there's not a lot of research in this, but there's a couple of books. There's the Sacred Mushrooms of the Goddess, the Lucian Mysteries, and this is great because it'll talk about some of the happenings that were taken from really ancient Kemet or Egypt. And so it can give you a little bit of a background on, sacred practices and rituals. And because a lot of this is not trauma-based, it's pleasure-based, it's nature-based. And when we're actually within that sphere, all of the commercialized and, what I call mother culture, there's a book, Ishmael, and Daniel Quinn talks about mother culture, the culture that was once of somebody's, truth, and then transformed into the mother culture, what we believe to be true now. Yes, Come As You Are. Thanks, Annie. Absolutely. Come As You Are is a great book. Thank you for putting that out. Any resources, I welcome that. Please put in there. And of course, there's a lot of somatic books that talk about, for sure, sex and trauma. Kath and Jesse has a whole book. Let's see, there's a lot. Oh my gosh. I want to grab them. Let's see if I have any here. There are resources. I can see if I can get a pile of resources. Orgasm and releasing trauma, for sure, with breath. Any of the Taoist practices, any of the Montauk Chia books, for sure. There's you're going to have references on ovarian breathing, and so these practices are you should be very trained or work with a practitioner that's to support you in this, because they could actually be very damaging. This orgasmic energy, if we're using it incorrectly, can actually harm our organs, or it can heal our organs. And because there are points specifically within our genitals, either the lingam, the penis or the clitoris, and the interior part of the vagina as well, there's points that are specific to different organs. So once again, there's neural pathways, and there's plenty of scientific research on the vagus nerve, and the vagus nerve is actually what on the scientific back level, on the how things work with touch, when you're actually stimulating and understanding the process of how orgasm works with the brain and pleasure works, and the repatterning, enlightening, opening up the pineal gland, which is attached to the vagus nerve, which is attached to the back of the cervix, and also in people with penises, the back of, I believe, the testicles. I have to double check, but there is, definitely have wiring and mapping around that. And so using breath work to move through the body. The other piece here is breathing and sound. So sound also moves and vibrates at a cellular level, and that will also support to release trauma. The imprint, we talk about this as transmutation, really. So the imprint of your trauma is going to be there, but it's you learning how to transmute the energy for healing in your mind, for healing in your heart, it's you. It's not me healing you. It's you doing all the healing. Anybody who says that they're a healer, we have to, people will say it, usually other people will say it, but really it's you're the healer. We are healers. I am a healer, but I do the healing for me, and I'm a vessel, right? So I have my system opened up, and that energy is I'm just a conduit for supporting you to connect with that energy. And so learning these processes, Katie, with somebody is beautiful. Usually, learning ourselves, but sometimes it's fear that gets in the way. I think most of us, there's so much bad rap around psychedelics, around mushrooms. Like I had a bad trip that people like stop in their tracks and go, I can't do that, because if I did that, I might lose it. Or what if the trauma comes up? Well, yeah, and having somebody to support you through using and transmuting that energy, because it's energy, it comes up as energy. And so, yeah, thank you for that question. And Annie, I really appreciate that you are putting in these resources. This is so super important. I want to finish up and just end with a couple of things, not to be boastful, but what I do is womb healing. I do touch ancestral trauma, sexual trauma, scar tissue remediation. I work with singles and couples in tantric sessions with psilocybin. And the things, what can be, I work in individuals, community, and myself. And so I'm going to stop sharing here. And you can reach me at www.luciapavone.net. And I'm actually going to be traveling the next few months. So if you're in the Detroit area, the New York City area, upstate New York, and Rochester, New York, I'll be there and facilitating sessions in those cities, and also workshops. You can just message me privately. And also I'll be in Florida in March doing a whole entheogenic retreat for a week that includes other components like snake venom, combo, psilocybin mushrooms and stuff like that. So thank you so much. I really appreciate the spaciousness. And I want to just, once again, I want to honor Leo, because I know that she has been going tirelessly and effortlessly, and just want to say thank you. And I also wanted to say I am co-facilitating with Aurora Divine, Decriminalized Nature, Rochester, New York. So I'm also on that side of things, and getting support here in the Bay Area with Michael James and SF, where we've been, decriminalized there, and also Bubba Murubaki in Detroit, Decriminalized Nature Detroit, and the big Decriminalized Nature. So I wanted to shout them out because I think it's really important to come back to those foundations. And yeah, so I wanted to just put that out there.
I don't mean to interrupt, but you're actually scheduled to go to the 15-minute mark, but you don't have to.
Oh yeah, no, I didn't really. Yes, I thank you. I will. I appreciate that. So I'm curious. I'm curious if anybody else would like to share around, their experiences this morning with microdosing. This is a microdosing 24-hour virtual sit-in. So I'm curious if anybody wants to share maybe a story of, to continue sharing stories about their experiences. Open forum.
I was going to share. Maybe I'll just share my screen for a second, just to. I'll just share a brief part of a little presentation I had done, but I had done this recent training talking about the importance of diversity in the plant medicine movement. And I'm talking about all kinds of diversity, like economic diversity, racial diversity, gender diversity, you know, you name it. It's just a commentary. It's not a criticism, but I find that a lot of grassroots efforts kind of like sprinkle kind of diversity at the end of their process and don't start from a base of having people of mushrooms. And I'll just skip past this, but you know, I think as a leader, it's really hard if you are an introvert to balance your need for taking care of yourself as an introvert, which kind of has its own needs. And so I think, you know, you've commented on it somewhat, but for me, the mushrooms have their own like intelligence and have their own personality. And so I feel like there was someone, I forget if it was you, but someone who talked about earlier, about 20 hours ago, about being an ambassador for the plant medicine, which I thought was really profound to use that language. And I'll probably stop after this slide, but I just wanted to talk about how I started doing plant medicine with the ayahuasca church, primarily in the Pacific Northwest. Even though I'm Jewish, that was what was available to me, and I found myself there. So the Jesus part of it didn't really appeal to me, all the Mary and Jesus hymns. This is in the Santo Daime. But I just wanted to talk for a minute about, and I don't know if you can relate to this, but I would say that the old me, when I was getting into the plant medicine at first, I was really enjoying being the healed, right? I was really enjoying like working on myself. And I'm not saying that that's selfish necessarily, but I was really focused on myself. And I later on came to a place of like, oh, well, I've done a lot of work on myself, which has been nice and, you know, hard and a journey. But at some point I want to move to the greater community. So I was just wondering if you could comment, and I hope that relates.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
In terms of when do people decide to give back? Because I think women have a distinct role in, they've often been asked to be caregivers or like do, you know, emotional labor for people. So yeah, if you could just comment on that.
Yeah, thank you, Leah. I really appreciate that. And the graphics are really beautiful. So I like to say that it's been many lifetimes, right? So this journey is not like singular to this lifetime for me. So when people ask around like, well, what has been your personal journey? It's been lifetimes, I say now. But when I was on the journey, I would think it would be like a year or two. My own journey of understanding and healing my womb space actually began officially after the birth of my daughter in 2000. And I had been on, you know, I had already experienced plenty of psychedelics by that point, but never for the intention of healing, right? It was like, here's some mushrooms, go and have a trip, you know, here's some MDMA, here's some this, you know, try that. But my daughter was a planned home birth. And after 4 days of labor, I ended up in the maternity center and labored more and then had a C-section. And in that reconciliation of opening up my womb, like literally opening me up to the universe, all of the trauma came back in. Like my genitals literally shut down. I had no feeling in my genitals. I was depressed. I was not using mushrooms. I was actually became quite a purist. I also had the religious shame of growing up Catholic, you know, I couldn't, and also the shame of my womb, like, oh, I couldn't birth. And so that actually started my journey of founding the Santa Cruz, California chapter and the International Cesarean Awareness Network. So I helped thousands of women supported them in getting their education and vaginal birth after C-section, because I didn't really understand what had happened until after. So my journey really started with first understanding communication with my husband. We actually started taking sensuality courses in 2002 and 3. And so we started learning about full body orgasm, extended orgasm. And so I didn't reincorporate, interestingly enough, psilocybin back into, well, here and there, but like microdosing until 2017 or 18, I started to like actually microdose. And it was actually to heal some trauma with my husband as we were separating and going through stuff. So I started to utilize psilocybin again as my my way to really connect back into my ancestors, my wisdom. You know, I felt like I already had so much. And I had been already working with women and couples since 2014. And officially, pretty much all that time, you know, people would, I'm sure this happens to other people, like when you are really the person in your community that people go to, you just do what, you know, support them. So people would come to us for support around sex, me in particular, sexual wellness, understanding birth, understanding how to get through communication with partners. And so for a while, my husband and I were teaching together. And so it wasn't until, you know, incorporating psilocybin for me that I, again, that I knew that, oh, it was like an instant moment of remembering that wisdom. And so some people, like, you know, I'm not knocking courses and learning how to microdose or how to become a facilitator. I had so much wisdom already since literally my 20, and I'm 50 now. So holding space for women in circles, sacred circles, chants, all of that stuff, everything that we look at as, you know, space holding, I've been doing for 30 years in this body. But I know that a lot of that wisdom came through ancient wisdom. It's in my genetics. Epigenetics is a real thing to me, Leo. So once I actually said yes to my purpose, in that, you know, through honoring my body through the technology, it was an immediate shift in, you know, in how I receive that, and what I knew that I would be doing something that was ancient and wasn't necessarily prescribed in modern day society. And so I knew that that's what I had, that I knew that it was time to, you know, just as I did when I was on the path of understanding sexuality and orgasm, full body orgasm, you know, like, you know, back then people were like shunning me, you know, they're like, you're doing what? You're living in a sex commune as a sensual researcher with your husband and your child. You know, isn't she going to like get, you know, how about pedophiles? I'm like, what? Like, you know, like, wait a second. Like it was pretty profound, because society wants to shun women, like has been shown, you know, that sexuality, our orgasmic energy, this life force energy, which is like the quintessential foundation for human survival, life force energy, has been like really tamped down, and it's been tamped down for a reason. You know, it's been tamped down because if people really understood this beautiful sacred energy, that we wouldn't be living the way we do. We wouldn't be having these conflicts between, you know, races, which is a construct. We wouldn't be having this conflict between, you know, genders, all genders. We'd understand that, like, we are whole beings in ourselves, and that, you know, melanin is in our brain, is in our pineal gland, and that's the melanin that comes through. And, you know, the energy, sexual energy, is one of the forces that helps to heal our bodies and be in love. it allows us to be love. It's all oxytocin. It's like the inner apothecary. If you want to go on the scientific realm of this, this orgasmic energy ignites oxytocin and dopamine. These are the love hormones. These are the things that have us feeling good. If we felt freaking good, what does that mean in ourselves? Then we start to actually love each other. And it's like, I used to have a talk called Orgasm for Social Change. And I'd be like, seriously, understanding the full body expression of this energy beyond the penetrative, fuck-oriented culture is essential. So this energy connects us to our higher source of knowing. Like most of the people who come to me are very spiritual, but they forget to actually utilize their spiritual vessel of the orgasm, because orgasm is the breath of God. And so that's how I look at that. Whatever God means to you, it can mean you're an atheist. I don't care. Use it as like a metaphor for movement through the vessel. This is the vessel, right? And so when I decided to actually speak out loud, well, I feel so grateful that, maybe it's my astrological placements of, being a Leo, moon in Scorpio, Venus in Cancer. So I have this, maternal thing too. So I've got this energy perhaps really, and I'm, Libra rising. So I balance it all out, where I've never had a fear of, speaking. Yes, my pussy is my oracle. I love that, Annie. Absolutely. When you tap into your pussy, for people who say, this is my pussy, it is like the oracle. It shows you the wisdom. And it's not exclusive of this type of genitalia. People with penises also can tap into this energy, because we all have this, beautiful divine feminine energy as well. And it is the healing mother. It's the great wisdom. It is the creative side. And so I've always found that, people who surround themselves with, I love that so much. Annie. I'm just like, yes, that's it, that part. So, going between two worlds, oftentimes a woman like me I'll say a woman like me, the, sacred, intimate, the hore, the woman that is outspoken around and embodied in their love, can often be treated like the mushroom strega. Strega means witch in Italian. So it's, and witch meaning I am of the land. I am an herbalist. I learned from my nonna. I traditional, courses as well. But my first herbalism was 5 in the backyard with my Nonna Maria picking the chicoria, the dandelion and chicory, and eating it in soup. And so, my Nonna picked mushrooms, my dad would tell me stories about, you're just like your Nonna, she used to go and pick mushrooms. It's that wisdom that's passed down through ancestors. And so, it was like, the answer to that question, Leo, it was when I knew that it was beyond me and that I was just a vessel for I'm just the messenger. And I was either gonna be the messenger, or somebody else was gonna be the messenger. And I had the strength and the knowing and the wisdom to be the messenger. And so that's it. That's what I want to do. Rick, your hand is up. Can you unmute yourself? I don't have the power.
I'm like fascinated with alchemy, just as like the art, the symbolism, I can't get enough of it. And like there's these like wild drawings of these like hermaphroditic type of entities. They're like 2-headed, or sun, moon, serpent, feather, like some way of representing
it's
like,
a lot bigger than what I thought.
That male energy and female energy. And like I was always like fascinated with that concept, but it really wasn't until like psilocybin that I kind of started cracking that mystery open. I was listening to a lot of like shamanic, like ancient Viking like type of shit, and I noticed like like female singing was like having this effect of like putting me in touch with that
yes,
that like
Mhm.
anyways, so
Yes, I appreciate that, Rick, and I want to acknowledge you for that. The oldest shamans were actually female, and so we've pushed that underneath because Vicky Noble has a book. She's based out of Santa Cruz too, Annie. She created the Mother Peace Tarot deck, and she has a book called I have it on the other side of it's Modern Day Shamans, something like that. But it has such great historical drawings and some of those particular drawings that you're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Sorry, go ahead. Like,
yeah,
we've only had like monotheism for like a tiny little sliver compared to like how long we had like the great mother goddess, from like the caveman days pretty much up until just like a couple thousand years ago. So we're talking about like tens of thousands of years of like goddess worship of like
yes.
And so like I feel like that's just like rooted somewhere in my brain, man. Like I don't know, like it's just like
Rick, I really appreciate you so much, because I think if we could even come towards the end to acknowledge the divine feminine energies, and how we're not separate. Like, you can look in ancient Kemet, everybody's side by side. It's not the masculine here and the feminine here, or the feminine here. It's like we're coming back to semblance of energetics together. So I want to end with gratitude, because I see that somebody is talking about saliva. I'm like, I have to go, but I'm going to come back. I had a 6 gram journey on Saturday night, and the whole journey was about sacred waters, including saliva, and it was giving me the light codes of the importance of our saliva, which I talk a lot about in sexuality as well. So whoever this doctor is, I'm like so fascinated. Oh, salvia. Oh my God. I was like, does she mean salvia? Saliva also is very important actually in the process. But oh man, okay. Yeah, maybe if they know about saliva. So I want to thank everybody. I'm going to be on for about 10 more minutes, and then I have to hop off for half an hour, and then I'm going to come back on hopefully for the last part. But I'm just so thrilled that all of the information I have learned as a seeker of knowledge and a forever knowledge seeker. Maybe you can call me a knowledge whore, because I just can't get enough of learning. And so, and I think, the hore, HORAA, is where the word horror came from. It's the ancient wisdom keepers of who were the divine healers of those, especially the men who came back from battle, and they would come to the hore to support them in their healing through sexuality and through entheogens, specifically like blue lotus, wine, mushrooms. And so when you have this kind of energy within the sphere, I just ask that you open your hearts to make room for the wisdom keepers, like myself, that aren't the scientists, that aren't the people who are coming in and trying to like get gobs of money. It's like I've been devoted to this. And most of us who are in this path are using our own funds to travel around the country, to speak, to hold workshops, to support communities that are not as privileged. And so, like Leo, my focus is on communities that historically don't have access. And so that's why I'm not a therapist. I train other women who come to me, who say, I want to bring this information to the women that I work with in community, or other men, or any gender really that comes to me, because I work with all genders. And so it's essential to keep this. So in the legality parts, I know this was talked about. I really feel like keeping this sacred and, you know, keeping governmental policies off of this is going to be essential for this to, so that practice is, you know, so I'm not going to get sent to jail. This is like, we're not going to do the witch hunt again. Okay. So let's recognize this piece as well. And let's go with the love. Thank you, Leah. Thank you.
Hey, before you split, I just want to, I did this drawing, like it's, I don't know if you can see it.
Yes.
Basically like, me being knighted by to Mother Nature. I don't know. That's how I put that like experience into art or whatever. Anyway, all right.
Beautiful. No, I appreciate that. I think it's become a collective thing with the divine masculines that are coming through. Somebody just told me about their 10-gram journey yesterday, about being prostrate, just kind of like that for 2 hours while Alma stood over him and had his footprint on his head. And I just cried, you know, and I was like, wow. I was like, it's like those divine masculines that are showing up and coming back into the Great Mother. And this technology is so, I'm going to cry, like so healing to our beings, right? So healing and so liberating of our spirits and our hearts and our genitals. So yes. Okay. I'm going to mute and say thank you to everybody again.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much. So we're waiting. Noah's waiting to get his computer fixed, so he's not immediately available. And Dr. Jonathan is going to hop on any minute. But I was wondering if we could have Hempress, Tara, Holly, and iPhone, and Katie and Yuri introduce themselves, because I don't think we've heard from any of those folks. So could folks just kind of jump in and introduce themselves? And Yuri, could we start with you if you're available? Or someone else?
Yeah, and if I know Katie and Yuri checked in just over an hour ago.
Okay.
If they're here now.
What about Hempress, Tara, and Holly? Anyone know if they're...
Hi, Leo.
Hey.
Hi, this is Tara Steph. I'm out here in Colorado, where we are celebrating the Proposition 122 Natural Medicine Health Act, which we were part of gathering signatures and getting this on the ballot. Really big win here in Colorado. So super grateful for what you guys are doing. Would have been here a lot sooner if I had known, but thanks, Leo, for the invitation to be able to sit in and hear from everybody. I really enjoyed what Lucia was sharing, and can't wait to watch the recordings of everybody else. So thanks for everything you guys are doing.
Right on. Congrats on your state.
Gotta start the ripple somewhere.
Yeah, no, it's beautiful. Anyone else who hasn't introduced themselves?
I'm here. I'm Ray Lanier, otherwise known as iPhone. One of the things I would like to ask is, where do you put your name in? I've been looking for a day now. Where does that? How do you get your name to come up on your?
That's so awesome.
Does anyone feel like help?
Yeah,
Does anybody know?
I will. Yeah. So
I went through this a couple days ago. So
click on your face. There should be three little three little buttons. Are you on your iPhone?
I'm on my iPhone. Yeah.
Oh, I can't remember how to do it. Sorry.
Oh well.
Okay. Well, I think you've muted yourself now, Ray. So Ray, do you mind talking a little bit about your journey for why psychedelics kind of matter to you for just like 5 minutes?
Yeah, I don't mind. I went over, I was here last night, and it really got me thinking about that, exactly why. I don't remember exactly why. At some point, I took a mushroom trip, and it was extremely significant and kind of kicked off my desire to go further, and I started studying how to grow the mushrooms. And at that point, I knew that it was going to be probably the biggest part of my life. But it was really an LSD trip that I took with friends in a very poor setting, probably not prepared, and and I'd done LSD several times, and it didn't work. Like it would never work. And my friends had these 4-way tabs that one of our friends' brothers had given us, and it was kind of a joke. I think he gave them to us, and so when we would take one, it would be 4, and everybody would be overdosed, basically. The problem that happened for me, well, not the problem, actually, the very interesting encounter with that significant trip was, so it was 4-way tabs. They all took one. And like I said, the LSD had never worked. So I had this logic in my head, when we're out drinking with friends, everybody drinks one. I was one beer, and I'll have to drink 2 or 3 to feel the same effect, because I was so big. And I was like, well, maybe the LSD is just, I need more because I'm so big. And I took 3 4-way tabs of very strong LSD. So I was on 12 hits of acid when I finally got some LSD that worked significantly. And, I turned into a light being and had this amazing revelation of the interconnectedness of everything. And, immediately decided that I could save the world. And I was hanging around with all of these teenagers in an apartment and felt that I needed to get away from them and go and jump into a police car and tell the police that they needed to help me save the world, and was taking off my shirt. Anyway, long story short, I end up in the police station. The last thing I remember before the chaining up and the beating happened was the garage door clanking down in the at where the car pulls into the garage, and the police pulled me out of the car while I'm on 12 hits of LSD and chained me up behind my hands behind my back. My feet were chained, and then they chained my hands to my feet, kind of hogtied, and they were beating me up and kicking me. And all the while, throughout this pain, I'm telling them, I love you guys. I really, and I felt really in love with these people that were beating me up. But when the club hit my head, I hallucinated. I'm on 12 hits of LSD. I hallucinated that my brain was splattered all over the garage floor, and I died. And something about being on 12 hits of LSD and really having, I mean, there was proof in my state that I was dead and I was dying and I was going away. And that just shot me into a whole different experience, the actual death experience. I don't know if it was ego death, but I let go of life. My psyche and my body was convinced that I was about to transition. And it was the most peaceful, beautiful thing that I think I've ever been through. And all that while being carried through the jail cell. They stuck the baton into the chain that was between my hands and my feet, and kind of, had me like a hog going through the jail and tossed me into the jail cell. And in that hellish experience, I felt more connection and love with everything in the world than I had ever felt before. And this immense sorrow of all that I had not been able to do, I just oh my God, I did not express the love that I should have while I was alive, and here I am, I'm dead, and really everything dissolved. I was just in the soup of the quantum, just all the particles and waves and the energetics. I really become my light self, I was just light and energy, and I got that thing, that very near-death voice that people talk about. It's so common in near-death descriptions, where the voice was like, look, you can stay here or you can go back, and I just was like, well, I want to go back. I've got work to do. I want to tell my mother I love her. I want to make amends for being such a dumb human and not realizing this immortal self that I am and who I am. And then wham, I was back into the hallucinations. You know, I was back in my body, and I was back into the jail cell and experiencing a lot of delusion at that point, you know, like just things, you know, is in the Tibetan Book of the Dead, they call it the bardos. You know, I was in a very hallucinatory, you know, the lower lights, I guess, you know, and it took me a while to come back. But when I came back, it was forever. I was forever on a psychedelic mission after that. Like I immediately started to grow the mushrooms, to study every religion that I could get my hands on. I read the Bible, I read the Torah, I read the Tibetan Book of the Dead. I read, you know, I just I stayed in my house. It was the next 2 years. I stayed in my room and just read. I was very disconnected. I'd be talking to people and tune out, you know, I'd disassociate, and it you know, it was very scary. But you know, I was 17 years old, and then went from a guy who, you know, was just thinking about his car and video games, and then to suddenly, like, really just fully, I think psychedelic enlightenment is full enlightenment. You know, I was fully enlightened. I had to come back and integrate all of that experience and downloaded knowledge. And it was very tough. It was very tough to fit that into the small amount of societal and lifetime experience I had in that young body. I did find a teacher in Atlanta, Georgia, that helped me, an older gentleman that started a school in Atlanta, a very kind of a secret school, sort of. It was almost like Fight Club, you know, like it was only a few people at a time. Every few years were allowed in, and the man was very sincere and helped me regain my stability. But all the while I was learning, you know, the techniques to grow mushrooms and help my friends. And then I would help other people, you know, take the mushrooms. So the mushrooms have been an essential tool, not always used. I'll take years off at times and not use them or grow them. But that has not been the case for the last 20 years. It's been a pretty regular use for the last 20. I'm 54 now. But anyway, that's me. I'm here after that very first powerful psychedelic experience. I'm mostly microdose now. I'm trying to get myself into a position where I can do regular higher dose journeys and not destabilize.
Right on.
Which I feel does for me.
I just wanted to transition, if we could. Noah Potter and Dr. Drew are both now available. So Noah's on his phone. If we could go to Noah and then Dr. Drew and then circle back, if that works for folks.
Fine.
Okay. Noah, can you hear us?
I can hear you all. I can hear you well. I can hear everybody. How am I doing for background noise?
You're okay.
You're fine.
Yeah? All right. Well, hello, everybody, and peace and blessing and strength to people who stayed on for the 22 or 24, however many hours. I remember Eric being on for, I saw him when I started, I saw him when I went to sleep, I saw him when I get up, and I think there have been others. Yeah, so how about synchronicity? The first appointment I could get for the Genius Bar to deal with my laptop, which didn't turn on this morning, was at 11:15 Eastern time, exactly when my appointment started. But I want to show you something, if I can. I don't know if I can. Here we go. This is where I am. I don't know if you all know what this is, but I'm going to tell you what this is after I show you around for a minute. And I know it's super frustrating for me to need to come here and have my appointment start at 11:15 and hope that I'd be able to get on. But I'm going to show you what this is. Does anybody know what this is? This is ground zero. the Genius Bar is in the shopping mall that they built at Ground Zero. I'm going to walk outside and I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you where I am. This is where the World Trade Center was. This is where the Twin Towers were. So presumably we're standing in a mass grave site, and there's a shopping mall here. It's the Liberty Tower that they rebuilt, that they built on this site. So even though it was very frustrating, I realized as I was walking out of the Genius Bar, I don't know what it means, but here I am at Ground Zero in Manhattan for this session. How am I doing with background noise?
No problem. You're fine.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm gonna park. And, there's the September 11th memorial behind me. The cube. So thank you very much for the opportunity to speak in this fascinating project, experience, idea, etc. Never would have occurred to me to organize something like this. I think it's a phenomenal idea, and I can see great potential for the future to have a larger international event in which people in all time zones. Some people able to stay up the whole time, some people active in their own slot, some people who stay on specifically to hear other people in other time zones in the world. And Europe, different multiple time zones there, multiple time zones that correspond to Africa, of course, and Central Asia, the subcontinent, and so on. So I'm going to talk a little bit. My thing is psychedelic law. I'm an attorney. Some of you, there are a few of you on this morning, and you heard my story. I was giving my rap, personal and then conceptual. So I'm 51. I was 1990 in the end of my senior year in high school, which I drove acid for the first time due to the influence. Yes, my best friend, my best friend and role model as a teenager. In West Philadelphia, I grew up. I'm from the Philadelphia area. I was actually born in Wilmington, Delaware. My family is close to Joe Biden because everybody in Delaware knows everybody. Just going to show you a little bit of what I'm seeing here for a moment. This is part of the complex. Part of the complex down here. Names of the deceased. Big tourist area. There's a mall. There's a mall where you can't get anything to eat for like less than $10 or thereabouts. It's a huge artificial space filled with luxury stores, a food court, again, where everything is like, I don't know if you can get a bottle of water for less than $5 or so. This is, in a way, possibly not entirely a dystopian vision of the future. I mean, the dystopian vision of the future is presumably a Mad Max post-apocalyptic breakdown of society, presumably with the people who can afford it to be in geodesic domes or living on space stations, or living on floating communities, and they're presumably in their yachts, and maybe they take off and they go to the dry land, is there any mountaintops left, etc. But this would be part of the dystopian future.
Hey, Noah, you're really breaking up now. There's a lot of static on the line.
And sorry, is that static or background noise? Let me move away. Let me move away.
It was static.
All right. How am I? I also have headphones issues. I've got a thing going. Me and Tech and I don't have the greatest relationship. How is it now?
You're okay just now, but
all right. Hoping for the best. Anyway, So I was in West Philadelphia. I had different friend groups. I had a friend group in the Quaker school from which I graduated in Northwest Philadelphia. I had a friend group in West Philadelphia, sort of a little bit beyond the line where the University of Pennsylvania and Drexel students live, and it's morphed into what was then an African American and Southeast Asian neighborhood. It was a little bit rough, definitely a little bit. People in the friend group who, not so many, but people here and there with carried firearms, and there's a lot of 40-ounce bottles of malt liquor with cannabis mixed in, you know, with blunts and so on. And I dropped acid, and I immediately perceived the political aspect, the psychedelics. And I understood that this society is a function of the lack of access to psychedelics. And and I became an evangelist, as many people, I think many people who have a psychedelic experience become evangelists. And as I said earlier, they want to spread the good news. And I wanted to do that, and I introduced that to acid into my different friend groups, and experienced transformations, and basically did a lot of listening. In a sense, maybe I was like an amateur guide, and I would sit with people at 2, 3, 4 in the morning and listen to them tell me about their childhood and recount traumatic experiences that they had. And I said, this is absolutely amazing. And I went into the stores, you know, in these little stores where you can get a submarine sandwich. We could get Italian sausage maybe, and a slice of pizza, and soda, and 40-ounce bottles of malt liquor, and cigarettes, and that's what you could get. And I went into those stores, and it's the same thing in my neighborhood in Brooklyn to a large extent. You see tall boy cans of fortified alcohol of one kind or another. They're all over the place where I live in Brooklyn. But at that time in West Philadelphia, in that neighborhood, I looked at the selection of alcohol, and I said, you know, if they had access to psychedelics, maybe they'd stand a chance of breaking out of the stultifying psychoactive substances that are the only legal variety available. You guys hear me all right? Hello?
Yes, yes, we can hear you.
Got it. All right. So, and I would, like around 7 o'clock in the morning in the different trips, I would tell everybody, okay, now we need to go to the train station and take an Amtrak down to Washington, D.C. and overthrow the government. So that, because this government doesn't permit access to psychedelics. I got to New York in '91. And as a college student looking for the revolution, I figured that I needed to go to the brain of the beast to bring down the system and look for the revolution. In '93, I encountered the Ibogaine legalization movement at one of the lowest points of my life. And I said, wow, this is a political activist movement, direct action dedicated to legalizing a psychedelic substance. Sign me up. This is what I'm doing for the rest of my life. And I knew that I had an, whereas I didn't care about anything. I just wanted to go down in a hail of gunfire, taking as many of the agents of the man as I could. But I realized, well, I'm in this university environment, and I now have the opportunity to go inside the system. I am in a place where I can go inside. Now, what am I going to do? And it was actually somebody in the movement, in the old timers, because I was involved. The people behind Ibogaine were yippies. If you all know the Youth International Party, Abby Hoffman, Jerry Rubin, et cetera, Lower East Side radicals, mostly known for the Chicago 1968 riots at the Democratic National Convention. But it was the latter day, the survivors of that movement who were behind Ibogaine development. People don't, right, one of the issues with the current climate is that people don't understand how we got to where we are, that it was outsiders who moved all this. And now the public face is venture capital and a lot of elitism and people who scorn the activist level. But the activist level is the only reason why the movement is still alive. It was people who kept the tradition going at great personal risk. to keep this movement going. And now it's a matter of, now of course, this is the new hot biotech sector. I was actually one of the old timers in the movement who said, "Oh, you'll probably go to law school." I said, "Wow, law school?" Oh, because I've come from a family of lawyers, and what I knew was like the most useless thing in the world. I mean, it's like, not the most useless thing. It's like, I'm not going to do personal injury plaintiff side. It's like, I'm sure you can help an individual, but you're not going to change the system by representing somebody who's like, paralyzed from a motorcycle accident or damaged by medical malpractice, etc. But I began to understand that, like, no. There's a lot. That's not the length and breadth of it. And I went to law school with the goal of legalizing psychedelics. And as I said earlier, I took a little bit of a detour. I see there's a question. We'll get to that in a minute. But I always maintained the dream. And in 2004, I switched out of the other project I had taken on, and I said, "Okay, back to the root, back to the motivating spirit." And I began getting into the drug legalization space, which at that time was really still third rail. Like there was no. It was 94. There was 2004. Sorry, switch back. At that point, when I came in, there was no students for sensible drug policy. I started when the Marijuana Policy Project was just beginning. I started out before there was a Drug Policy Alliance, and the world has changed dramatically. And now there's a very different narrative around drugs, which is drug legalization. I'm not going to get into it right now. Probably not one. A lot of people are not going to like my perspective. It's definitely politically incorrect. I'm not going to knock on that door at the moment. I became the chair of the New York City Bar Association Committee on Drugs and the Law. I had to step in and eventually become the lead organizer of the New York City Cannabis Parade when Dana Beal, the founder and one of the pioneer behind Ibogaine, did one of his regular stints in prison. I had to step in. And in 2010, I founded my blog, New Amsterdam Psychedelic blog. It's at psychedeliclaw.com. And it basically sketched out the idea that psychedelics require they're a unique phenomena, and they require their own unique study. They're unique in multiple ways. At a minimum, and this is the issue that I seek to draw out now, they are an intersection between medicine or medical pharmaceutical product, in some cases, and sacrament. There's nothing else like that. And this is a paradox and a contradiction that's not being explored, but it's super critical in looking at the future, because we see I lump everything together. For me, the psychedelic sector ranges from shamanic practice to FDA approved pharmaceuticals covered by private insurance, et cetera, et cetera. They're just points on a spectrum. They're all some version of access to psychedelic substances, and that market analysis is my starting point. I'm a commercial litigator by practice, by training and experience. So I understand. I come at this whole phenomena from a market perspective. I ask people what a psychedelic substance is. They offer different responses. I say, no, psychedelic substance is a product that travels in interstate commerce. At a certain regulatory level, that's what it is. It's associated with risk. It's associated with therapeutic benefit, and there's a lot of nuances in that. I would recommend refer you to my article, Psychedelic Markets of the Future. That's available. It's at the Shakruna website, which I kind of sketch out what I tried to lay as a conceptual foundation for access and regulation going forward. And I think one of the comments I made there is that a lot of people don't like law. They don't trust law. They see law as a tool of oppression. They want to get away from law. Law is bad. And I understand the distrust. And certainly in my time, I was an attorney. I like to say that law is a system for denying people their rights, not least because of you're totally disempowered if you don't understand law. And I would say, as a meta-analysis, one of the most basic things that could be done for societal transformation is for people to have basic legal education, and a minimum basic legal education in their even before high school. There's no reason whatsoever not to teach people from an early age basic legal principles. Law is just very fancy and expensive form of language used to describe ordinary human interactions with which we're all familiar. The vocabulary is expensive, but it's not difficult to learn. It's basically a form of hyperlogic with fancy with fancy language. So, I don't have that distrust of law, but I understand, I've seen that how law is used. But again, law is just an expression of human relationships. So let's take it back to psychedelics and the idea of a market. I believe that I coined the term psychedelic law in 2010 when I founded my blog. Now there's psychedelic lawyers everywhere. There's a psychedelics program at Harvard Law School. That's the one, and that's one of the things that I would like to do, is to begin developing psychedelic law study programs at other law schools. I think that's critical. It's not happening, but again, there are many people and many lawyers coming into psychedelics now. And to talk about psychedelic law, so I would recommend to you my analysis at Psychedelic Markets of the Future. But for people who don't like law, distrust law, think that law is unnecessary, my first question is, well, how do you feel about stop signs? How do you feel about stoplights, the traffic lights? How do you feel about speed limits? That's all law. Those all are functions of a legal system, of a statutory and regulatory system that creates administrative agencies that put stop signs in place, that employs traffic engineers. That's all law. If you have a child in common and the other parent says, I'm out of here, I'm taking the kid, and you're not going to see the kid, well, one option is you take a baseball bat and a golf club and you settle things the old-fashioned way. But if you're not going to do that, then you probably, unless you go to court yourself, and you're going to be dealing with the court system, you're going to hire a lawyer and you go in front of a judge and explain why you need protections. You need to assert your rights. So there is no way around law. That's my argument. And people need to know the law, and psychedelics function in a legal context. I'm going to stop a moment there. There was a question. Let me see him on my phone if I can get the chat back up. Question from Annie. Other countries like Portugal did criminalize psychedelics a while ago. We should do this. And your thoughts on how we can best do this? Particular issues, movement. How do the movement go from small regions translate to a huge? Okay. All right. So all good. Let me see. That's a lot. There's a lot to deal with there. So I'm not familiar with the Portuguese legal system. I'm familiar with certain aspects of the U.S. legal system. This is wherein the paradox lies, and there's an aspect. Okay, I'm going to do a meta-analysis and try to figure out how to get into the particulars. Try to talk about any kind of practical applications. All right, so take it back. Law is a set of relationships between people. Anytime you have two phenomena, you have law, because you have a relationship. You have relationships at a sort of like a meta level. This conversation is taking place in its own particular space on what I would call the movement side, the experiential side. Not on the regulated access side, in terms of determining what kind of administrative agency is gonna govern access. So at a basic level, have Dr. Drew share before I has to go. Okay, so let me see when should I take a break so that Dr. Drew can come in and tell me how much time I have to do my monologue here.
I'm so sorry. If he could kind of talk for a minute, if that works for you, then we'll circle back.
All right, absolutely, no problem. Okay. I'm just standing here at ground zero, and I got to get back on the train, back to my desk, and back to work as soon as I can. So I'm on your schedule otherwise.
Dr. Drew, could you introduce yourself and talk a little bit about your work?
Thanks, Leo. And thank you, Noah. Thank you. And yeah, and also thanks to everyone in Theo for making this happen. My name is Jonathan Drew. I'm a physician, and I started a, well, okay, a little bit about my background. So I come from the allopathic world. I've worked for 10 years in the emergency department after medical school. And I took a little bit of a circuitous route to be a part of this movement. I was fairly straight-laced as a kid, and through college, all of that. And I didn't try my first psychedelic really until I was 38 now. And I had just finished a stint working for Doctors Without Borders, was in Central African Republic, one of the lowest country in the Human Development Index in the world, and found it a really beautiful and really challenging experience. And I had a kind of, as I think this seems like it starts for lots of us, a like unintentionally therapeutic experience. And that was the first time that I had LSD, and it turned into this beautiful experience of like truly feeling all of the grief that I had let myself repress from experiencing some of the like the most need from a like human perspective that I could imagine. And that sort of has set me on this road to where I am now. I have consumed all of the books that are kind of the required readers, I guess, for this. Terrence McKenna, Stan Groff, Alan Watts, and obviously How to Change Your Mind now seems like it's part of now the required psychedelic reading. And I, in the last couple of years, have like really, as these substances have facilitated a spiritual awakening in me, have begun to resonate less and less with the way that the traditional medical system, the biases that are inherent in it, as well as the limitations with the way that we conduct our research and studies. And wanted to create wanted to work in a way where not just putting band-aids on things like we are in the emergency department, or functioning from a perspective of like, what do we do to mitigate our risk, and wanted to find a way to actually help people to move past some of these things, instead of using some of the ways that pharmaceuticals just kind of keep people where they are and put them in a place where they're just numbed and not really experiencing the world. I will say that I don't, things like SSRIs and other antidepressants, I think they do have a place, and I'm not saying that they're, that is completely I think that there are valid uses for those things to stabilize people and to allow them to function in the face of like really extenuating circumstances. And I think that there is a better way, and looking back at traditional uses of these plants, as you said, Noah, as sacraments, as like as part of a tradition, as part of ceremony, I think holds a lot of wisdom and should be a source of the knowledge that we, use to, help people in a society that are really struggling right now. And so that from that principle is where I and my business partners have created our ketamine treatment center. We're called Haven. We're here in the north part of Seattle. And what we are kind of functioning both trying to create a really integrative center that is both like functioning in the Western medical system and also is trying to look at a lot of the biases that are inherent in that system and try to dismantle them as much as we can and really try to bring the like empowerment of the patient to the forefront. So we take I like to think of it as inspiration from the way that traditional plant medicines are used, with attention to ceremony, attention to set and setting, attention to really the all of the energy that comes in, and also really trying to take a holistic look at all of the things that are part of the a patient's sort of way that they interact with the world, from relationship with food to family to the what the traumas they've experienced, even though like the physical accidents that they've had. All of these I think are part of what makes us exactly who we are. And just seeing people as, okay, you have this diagnosis of depression or you have this diagnosis of anxiety is really a limiting belief. And I think that, people are so much more than that, and helping to, trying to understand at a deeper level, really exactly, what makes each person unique is super important in doing this work. And so that's a huge part of how we treat everyone. And then another piece that I think is a little bit missing from some of the ways that people are the people interact with the Western medical system is, I do believe obviously privacy is really important. And I also think that a big piece that is missing is this feeling of community. And I think it's a huge part of what, of like the suffering that people go through is feeling alone, feeling disconnected, feeling like they're the one who's experiencing this thing, and no one else is suffering like they are. And so we've really tried to create a space that also brings in aspects of community. And I think that's really what a healing center should be, is not only just having people coming in and having, their treatment and seeing their therapist, or having their psychedelic experience, but also having spaces where people can connect that are not necessarily substance focused, or not necessarily like the pharmaceutical substance focused. Cacao is an example of, a plant medicine that can also facilitate connection. We also believe that, obviously the power of the breath is a huge thing. And so doing breathwork ceremonies where we can have people gather in a group and create this, container where they can feel seen and feel heard and have a chance to express themselves. I think all these things are bits that, that are not traditionally part of the Western medical system, and yet are huge components to our healing, both as individuals and as a community. So that's something that I think, for instance, like, you have just yesterday or Colorado passed the Natural Medicines Act. Like, I would love to see places pop up there that are not just only, people coming only to have their individual psilocybin experience, but, group sessions happening there, also like using, making use of other, plant medicine substances like cacao, or making use of the power of just being in a group and being in a group intentionally and feeling open for connection. So that's a little bit about how I see this. And I'm not sure what else that you want me to talk about, Leo, if you or if anyone has any questions.
Well,
okay.
I didn't mean to move awkwardly through the space of navigating everyone's kind of testimony, if you will, but I'm just struck emotionally by what you're sharing, Jonathan, because I feel like my step over from the other side and say, hey,